Testing. Sharp. Okay, yeah, sharp. Thank you. Okay. Ka setswana sa gaetsho ke rata go le dumedisa botlhe ka kakaretso including magoši a rona a leng mo. Ne ke re ke tla attempta go etsa dithakazelo tsa lona ke a tshaba gonne nka tloga ka leroga. I was just earlier made that's a name, that's not a sthakazelo, so you're not supposed to call an elderly person with their name when I believed ke sthakazelo. So I don't want to make that mistakes, but you are all welcomed. Today we are going to be very strict on time because we have a lot on our agenda and a lot to do post this meeting. And you will pardon us, we are going to restrict, including those who are making presentations, we'll restrict you on time. Ere ala re emele member le doaba ne re nagana gore o tla leba ga ke kae re re sa sumaela ke sumaela sen rebel sa kwa moletlane. I'm very careful. Welcome, Member Ledoaba. You can come and take your seat. Where's Member Ledoaba's seat? On the left. If he doesn't have a seat on the left, he'll be on the right. Member Ledoaba, please come over. I'm made to understand that the people we thought we are waiting for are not coming to this meeting, but they are here for another meeting. The representatives of Amandebele Ba Lebelo are in the house. We are in city of Tshwane, so ke ga bo dikgoši mo tsamayang gona o tla kopana le dikgoši o nagana gore ke tsona fela kante go na le ba bangwe mara lefatshe le ba re ke la ga sekhukhune a re sure. You are all welcomed. I know we've got different departments. We've got different our Gauteng Department of COGTA, led by Ntate Mase. We also have Department of Dalalat, Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, led by Ntate Mhlambo. We also have Babu Khoshing Baha Amandebele Anzuza with us, and Amandebele Ba Lebelo also with us. This is a feedback session of previous engagement we have had with one another. According to the rules of the legislature, I should first declare this place, which is called Fire and Ice Protea Hotel in Main Lane, City of Tshwane, as a precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature in terms of Rule 56, subsection 2 of the Standing Rules of the Gauteng Legislature, Version 5, Revision 2, read together with Section 2.1 and Section 2, subsection 1 and Section 28 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act number 4 of 2004. So this means whatever we do in this precinct will be treated as done under this rule. So we are immune to many, many other things that we can do. I think that includes attending this meeting. And if you had a court case today, the court will grant you a postponement because you must be in the Gauteng legislature. So thank you very much for coming. We will start with our meeting while the Department of COGTA is settling in. The agenda, welcome honorable members. I always forget to welcome you when we have stakeholders. You are all welcomed. I'm now going to check if we have apologies. We have an apology of the MEC. I see his office is just arriving. He will not make it to today's meeting. What's happening? You are not. Yes, so we have the MEC's, he has other official meetings. He's actually not in the country. Actually, I was trying to think when we last spoke, what did he say to me? He's actually not in the country on official GPG duties. Do we have any other? Thank you very much. So that is the only apology we are having from honorable members. The whole portfolio committee is here, and thank you very much, members, for always taking your responsibilities serious. I think we're the only portfolio committee in the legislature that gets to get 100% attendance. Let's also observe a moment of silence of one of us, Member Amandebele has lost her mother, and we'll pass our condolences to her family as a committee and wish them strength. May we, before we start, observe a moment of silence in honor of Honorable Dilange's mother. Pastor Adams, do you want to pray for us?
Let us pray. Father, we submit to your authority, we submit to your lordship. From the committee, God, and the department, we lift our eyes up to the hills to bring before you one of our colleagues, Honorable Amandebele. We pray, Lord, that the Holy Spirit would comfort the family in the time of bereavement, that you will be a God very near unto them. We pray, Lord, that you will comfort them and help them through this very difficult time. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much to those who don't subscribe to Christianity for bearing with us, but I think almost 85% of the room believes in God. There's nothing wrong if you don't believe in the prayer that we just took. I'm told according to our African calendar, this is supposed to be the beginning of our year as Africans, and we are supposed to be at our best and more energetic. Bare ke nako ya go lema le go ke nako ya go lema, and when most people were interviewed, a lot responded that I'm actually at my best from September until December. Some women said they got married and proposals in September, October, November. Some men said we got the best opportunities of our careers in September, October, November, December. So we are told that we must be at our best and work hard during this period until March. and then take it easy from March until August. So it was fascinating to learn about that, and I also did my own reflections and also found out that actually September until it's good months for me. I also can relate some of the successes and some of the opportunities I got to get, including giving birth to my son. So it's really a good month, and I hope it's a good month to all of us who are here and those who are going through trials and tribulations of this planet. We pray for you and wish you well. Don't give up. It's what we must all go through. According to the agenda, honorable members, we are on item 3. If there's nothing to add on the agenda, may I please see the hand that adopts? Honorable Malema.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and good morning, everyone in the House. I want to move for the adoption of the agenda as proposed before us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Are there any seconders?
I second, Honorable Chair. Member Adams.
Honorable Adams is seconding. Thank you very much. I'm also using my phone at the same time. Okay. Without, okay. Like I said, this is a feedback session, and we had promised to baagi ba ko Hammanskraal, ba Amandebele Ba Lebelo gore by September we will reconvene to give each other feedback on the processes that the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development will be following, and some of the things that they will be implementing. And we agreed that we will be giving each other feedback in September. Remember, I said September the 8th, and at least it's September the 8th. We are starting to be reliable representatives of the people, and I hope that the Department of Agriculture is also going to be reliable in their update and presentation on the progress they have made. I think this committee will want to, as and when they leave the office, the matter of the land issue of Amandebele Ba Lebelo is resolved. So we are hopeful that Department of Agriculture is going to give us a positive feedback so that we are able to register this as one of the things we have achieved together with the community of Hammanskraal. So I'm now going to move to the next item on our agenda to get the presentation on the status of land transfer issues to the Traditional Council of Amandebele Ba Lebelo. Ntate Masi, who is leading? Is it Ntate Mhlambo? Oh, it's you. You were not Mhlambo man the other day. What did they call you?
Nothing has ever remained unchanged forever.
Or did they use your first name? Oh. I wanted to check if you still remember. Thank you very much. I don't know. Let's when we speak introduce ourselves. I avoided to do that because we are too many in the room. So, honorable members have their name tags. I'm told I'm the only one who doesn't have. My name is Kidiboni Diale Tlabela. I'm the chairperson of the committee, but all of us have our name tags. Ntate Mhlambo, over to you. We are hoping you are ready. It's a new year. We don't want to be angry. We're happy people. Until he presents. Over to you, Remotlambo.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the members of the Portfolio Committee. Good morning to the entire House. My name is Zakele Mhlambo, and I'm with the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform, and Rural Development. With me are my colleagues, and we'll do a relay in presenting our information. I'll start with the overall issues that we require to talk to, and then I'll hand over to my colleague sitting next to me, who will introduce herself and then talk to the specific issues that concern her part, specifically on the claim that has been submitted. Chair, I've asked that thank you so much. So if we go to the next slide, we were requested to talk to primarily two issues. The first is the status of land transfers to Amandebele Ba Lebelo traditional community. The second is Dalrat assisting with the power of attorney to attain the title deed.
I forgot to time you. Should I do it, or should I trust that you'll not eat the whole loaf?
I'm in your hands, Chair.
What is your character? Is the one that wants to eat everything? I'm joking. You have 15 minutes to make your point and give us feedback.
Thank you so much, Chair. So we're required to talk to the two issues. I must indicate that on the first bullet, this is the information that we have lifted as it appears in the documents. Chair, you remember the last time we were here, you spoke about the importance of ensuring that the institutional memory does not leave the department when people leave, and specifically you referred to Mr. Colin Klute. He's sitting one on the other side of me. I've taken a lesson, and I have copied and created my own compendium of documents, and this is what we used as a base of the report back, Chair.
I'm telling Member Malema about him, for that's a library of the department.
And then, Chair, the next issue is with regard to the power of attorney. This is about the engagement that the department was required to take with the city of Tshwane and others in order to assist with the processes that we looked at. I'll start with that, Chair. I must indicate that though we've taken discussion with our colleagues from the city of Tshwane about other things, we've not gotten to the point where we finalize the official request that must be signed off by our head of department regarding the power of attorney, specifically on the issue of the repelling of land invasions. There is work that has been done regarding land invasions. We have a few court orders. However, one of those court orders has not been fully implemented owing to certain interventions, and that has led to another court action that was taken by Amandebele Ba Lebelo against the province, and that matter we don't have the outcome of, but it's something that is still running. But as far as the issue of the developments on the land, that is something that is not finalized, as it also requires further discussion with the city. As far as the issue of the land transfers, Chair, I need to indicate that on the documents that we have, we reflect that the minister holds the land in trust, and these are the title deeds that, the next slide, please, sorry. Guys? Chair, even if I can run ahead of the presentation,
Yes, yes,
thank you. I can indicate that I've shared the document with Ms. Nyembe, so she'll be able to share it with the committee afterwards. I'll then move on to the next slide concerning land transfers. On that one, we've looked at two title deeds. Thank you. We've looked at two title deeds. One is for portion 2 of the farm Duurfontein, 94 JR. This was in 1924. And the other is portion 2 of the farm Leeukraal, 92 JR. And this was in 1916. In terms of the information that we have, the two title deeds require certain work to be done before we can say that the land or the title is restored fully to the community. Now, there needs to be a formal request, with the formal request submitted to the minister with a specific indication of the right of standing, in other words, the locus standi. However, we'll need to take discussion with COGTA, because if you look at the title deed, it refers to Amandebele Ba Lebelo and the chief regent. So we'll need to take discussion with COGTA for the verification of the information for us to be able to process that. Then we escalate the matter for the approval by the minister, where the condition is then removed or the caveat is removed, and we have the full title being returned to Amandebele. However, this is the easy part, Chair. The hard part is the work that currently lies in the space that my colleague will talk to. Before I get into the conveyancing process, I need to indicate that you have essentially two pieces of legislation that are competing with regard to the interest that currently exists. On the one hand, you have the issue that lies in the space of restitution, that is in the form of a land claim that has been submitted. And once the restitution process gets to a certain point, it supersedes all legislation that governs the issue of the land transfer, including this one that we're talking about, the process that we've just explained. What that means then is that even though we would have started the process of returning the land based on a request, once the restitution process reaches the point that it's on, we're required to stop, allow for that process to run its full course, and after that then come back depending on what that process indicates. In this regard, I will ask that my colleague come in, talk to how far they've come with the restitution process, and once that is done, then I'll come back and finalize or conclude on the issues of the land transfer and the conveyancing process. I hand over to Lulunkuna.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mhlambo. Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to all members of the Portfolio Committee and to the Royal House, and also my colleagues. As indicated, my name is Lula Mankuna. I deal with the project for the Amandebele Ba Lebelo land claim. After the meeting of the 11th of April at the Moshate, we had a meeting where we had previously appointed the verifications committee together with the elders committee in order for us to verify all the people that have lodged the claim to make sure that they are the rightful persons to benefit from the claim. So we started off by having a workshop for the verification committee, whereby we took the whole day, workshop them on how verification is done. So the actual verification started on the 23rd of May through filling in of powers of attorneys, verification questionnaire, and also collection of legal documents that included ID copies, marriage certificates, death certificates, and also proof of purchases for the land Leeukraal 92 JR. So after that, the closing date for the submission of verification documents was on the 30th of July. where we received over 100, in fact, a total of 132 applications. From the 132 applications, only 30 could be verified on the spot by the office. So we were left with 102 families that we could not verify and confirm. So now we have scheduled a meeting over the weekend, the 10th and the 11th of September, this coming weekend, wherein we will verify 50 families per day, and the other, or rather 51 families per day on Saturday and Sunday, with the assistance of the verification committee and the elders committee. So what will happen on that day is the families will come before the committees. They will be asked questions in order for the committee to verify whether they are the actual buyers or they are the actual beneficiaries to the land. Then after that, that's when we'll be able to conclude, or we would have said that we have cleaned the whole list and we have the correct number of the people that have lost the right and are the rightful owners of the land, Louis Gras. Then after that, I think that's when we will have a proper list of these people, wherein Mr. Mhlambo and his team will come in, and then they will assist the beneficiaries into making the application for the transfer of the land. This list is the list that will assist us when we do the options workshop, whereby they will decide whether they would want restoration, whether they would go for alternative land or financial compensation, depending on the feasibility of each option that they would want. So after that, that's when they will decide which route are we taking in terms of settlement of the land. If they do take financial compensation, it means that we will pay financial compensation for the land claim. If they go for settlement, then it means that we and Bontate Mhlambo will have to work together in order for the transfer of the land to them. I don't know if I should go to the other processes or I should hand over back to Bontate Mhlambo. Okay. So now, after the options workshop, then we will do settlement based on the options that they would have chosen. So our target is that by 31st of March 2023, we would have settled the claim. Should I proceed, Chairperson? Okay. I can go back and explain again. Okay. Again, now I'm talking from... Yeah, they are on board. I engage with them every now and then, so they are at at par with me. So they know what I'm just presenting to you. Although I'm confusing you, but to them it's quite clear. Yeah, I think we're in good terms. They like me now. No, but yes, but I think the confusion back then was between the verification and the validation. So now they understand in terms of verification, where are we? So what happened is that initially when the research was done, we had identified 37 buyers according to the list that was provided for us. So now when I do the actual verification, I came up with 102. So now this 102, this 132, we need to clean it with the assistance of the Lebelo people so that we can come out with a correct number of buyers that should benefit from this land claim. So now, because our research is saying 37, and currently we are standing at 132. We need to get the correct figure. Once we get the correct figure, of which I am doubting it will be 37, then it means we will have to go back and do an addendum to the research that has been done. So basically what I'm saying is that the research that has been conducted, approved by the Regional Land Claims Commissioner, needs to be amended. And for us to amend, we need to get the correct number of beneficiaries to this land claim. So this whole process might hamper on the process of the land transfers, because we do not want to transfer the land to people who are not the rightful heirs of the land. They also understand, I have also indicated to them that according to the plan that we had and the plan that we gave on the 11th of April, to say that on the 31st of March next year, we would have settled the claim. This list and the cleaning of the list will have, or rather might have, to change the plan that we had, because then we have to go back about 4 weeks or so for us to amend the research. My colleague at the back is the one that is dealing with the research, is the one that dealt with the research in the inception of this the research process. So the list that was given to us, the 37 list, when we verified, we found that it is more than the 37. So that is the only challenge that we are having currently in terms of us moving forward. However, we were still, we were doing well in terms of the timeframes. By end of September, we would be done with the verification. I think that is all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Chair, just to then take the matter towards its conclusion, if we can return to the presentation. The actual process of the conveyancing process won't take more than 90 days. And just to make COGTA feel part of the entire process, will shift the costs of the conveyancing process to COGTA. Thereafter, the endorsement of the title deed, the endorsed title deed will then be handed over to the community. Chair, our sense is that we remain available to continue to engage with Amandebele regarding the technicalities of the process, and because you're dealing with the traditional community, we can't run this entire process to its finality without bringing in COGTA. And with them, we need them very close regarding some of the things that we'll get to when we finalize only verification. Most importantly, we can't do some of the things that concern the community without bringing the COT close to us, because ultimately the people who are on the ground on a daily basis and are aware of what's going on are COT. So, Chair, we appreciate the opportunity to make the presentation. We appreciate the opportunity for us to work closer together, and we hope that in due course we'll be able to finalize this entire matter. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. and Miss. So she says this then will postpone your time frames with 4 weeks. You're speaking of 90 days. Which one is which? I get the last time frames is that by the 31st of March, if my memory serves me well, you would be done with the process. Now that with what you have found when you're on the ground, she's saying then that takes your time frames also further.
Thank you, Chair. Just to indicate that the 90 days is just about the technical conveyancing process. But in terms of the additional verification process, it depends on what she encounters on the ground and the support that she gets. In terms of the 132 minus 30, that information, 120, 102, yes, that information when it was received on the day that they landed and they took discussion with the community, was finalized in a day. But the outstanding information depends on what is available when they return to the community. If that is also available, it would be possible to finalize that part quicker, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable members, should I take the presentation by the city and the Department of COGTA before our engagement? Because they are intertwined. Okay, thank you. Let's have COGTA and City of Tshwane. Then we will have discussions after. Thank you very much, team. What do they call you when they abbreviate? Dalalat. Dalrat. Yes, Team Dalrat. Thank you very much. Le satisfied aus Mavis. Bar nelele part. Bar la ditsiba taba tse kgoshi. Okay. What is next?
Khululekile Mase.
Yes, and Tatemas, just before, there's a hand at the back. Ntate, o batla ho bua before COGTA e bolela mo Gauteng. Oh. Re kgopela Ntate Mokale. Ish, thank you, Msimane. Ooh, I went back and la tseba ke kgopela re di Ntate Mokale. Re kry ba Gauteng COGTA gore ba presenta kere le ba masepala. Le na ba feditse ka moka ke gona re tlatlang re botsisa dipotso re etsa di-comment gore re kgone gore re save nako. Go ka thoma wa bolela mo o tlo re kgotla maikutlo ra ba kwatela ka moka. Re sa thabile so ba presente ba fetse ka re wena ka tsebe o tlo re botsa dinnete. And then re ka kwata wa bona meeting wa senyega. Iri ba presente ngwala mo fase ke a tseba le kgone go ngwala le go note re kgone gore ba presente ka moka and then re tlatla re interacta le di presentation tsa bona ka moka. Ntate Mase.
Memo Obando will lead us in the presentation, madam. Then we can come in the discussion. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable members of the Portfolio Committee. My name is Jacqueline Obando and I'm the Director for Traditional Institutional Management at the department. I'm hoping that the presentation is launched. Yes, thank you very much. So my report is really on the traditional institutional management component and what is required in terms of legislation. So the overview of the presentation is just really to give you the legislative mandate of the department in terms of traditional affairs, then looking at the progress in relation to the Provincial Initiation Coordinating Committee, the progress in relation to the Commission on Traditional Leadership Disputes and Claims, and then we'll talk about the reconstitution of traditional councils and the annual general meetings. So the purpose here is just to give you an overview of the legislation, the work that the province has carried out in terms of customary initiation, and then also the progress that we've had thus far in respect to the reconstitution of traditional councils. As you will recall, one of the key issues that emerged from our previous meeting in the Amandebele Ba Lebelo Traditional Council was the concerns around the reconstitution of traditional councils. In terms of the legislative mandate, as you would know, we are governed by two pieces of legislation, and this is the work that we do in relation to the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act. And this one makes provision for the recognition of not only Khoisan leaders and communities, but it also looks at the recognition of traditional leaders. So this act really is one that merges the previous Framework Act as well as the National House of Traditional Leaders Act into one omnibus piece of legislation. It also addresses some of the shortcomings that we've had in the previous act, the Framework Act, and that was in relation to the non-recognition of Khoisan leaders and communities. It also outlines governance structures as well as how leaders are to conduct themselves in respect of the houses and traditional councils. The Customary Initiation Act is another act that we implement, and this one relates to creating norms and standards around initiation as well as initiation oversight. So what we have done with the two pieces of legislation, because it became implemented in 2021, we felt that there was a need to take all of these pieces of legislation to different communities. So we did awareness raising workshops in various communities so that they became aware of what the expectations of the Act is. So in terms of the customary initiation awareness workshops, we went then to the 5 regions of Gauteng, and this we delivered in May and June of this year. Then in terms of the TKLA awareness workshops, we then implemented this particularly amongst Khoi and San communities. In the previous financial year, what we did do is we went to the 5 regions of Gauteng, specifically targeting traditional leaders in that area. In terms of the Provincial Initiation Coordinating Committee and the customary practice of initiation, what we do have is governance structures at the various levels, the national level, the provincial level, as well as the technical support team. So this National Initiation Oversight Committee is really one that is established by the Minister and DTA, and it's about implementing the legislation and monitoring the legislation at a national level. Our Provincial Initiation Coordinating Committee was also established this year on the 28th of February, and it includes a whole host of different sector departments as well as the 2 recognized traditional leaders, SALGA, as well as 2 representatives from the National Initiation Coordinating Oversight Committee. The technical support team was then established to really support the Provincial Initiation Coordinating Committee, the PICC. So these are just a list of the functions. I'm not going to delve into that of the Provincial Initiation Coordinating Committee, but it's really to receive, consider, as well as approve various pieces or applications that we do receive. And then we also keep a register of all of the registered initiation schools in the province. So the establishment of this committee was on the 28th of January this year through a notice issued by the Premier. The quorum is 50% plus 1, and you can see then the leaders that have been part of the Provincial Initiation Coordinating Committee, Ikosi VW Mahlangu, Khosi Khadi Masamula, MP Mahlangu was the chairperson, and Khosi Casey Kekana was the deputy chairperson, and then various members from sector departments are also part of that committee. This is just the meetings that we've had over the past few months. We started in March and had several meetings up until the 30th of June when we had to re-establish the PICC. Since we've initiated, since the establishment of the PICC, we really looked at 53 applications from across the Gauteng province. The customary initiation season of the Ndebele Nation started on the 27th of April. So 15 applications were approved, 38 were rejected, and there's various reasons for why they were rejected, including but not limited to the fact that they had criminal records, they were in contravention of the Children's Act, as well as just incomplete application forms. So we've given people a period of time where they could actually rectify those application forms. Say, as an example, they ticked having a criminal record by mistake, then they would have to send in their application 7 days later with a police clearance to assist us in verifying that they in fact did not have a criminal record. In terms of the Commission on Traditional Leadership Claims and Disputes, this is also very important because there was also claims and disputes emerging from the Amandebele Ba Lebelo traditional community. The proclamation was issued in November 2021, and we formally appointed the Commission from the 1st of May 2022. The first meeting was held with the MEC in May. On the 4th of May, we had subsequent meetings with the Commission, and that was really to iron out what, amongst others, are the action plans, the processes that they would follow, the forms, the rules and orders, communication lines, etc., etc. So on the 12th and the 13th of September, we'll have our next meeting of the Commission, and hopefully we'll be able to launch various documents emerging from the Commission on the 22nd of September this year. Thus far, the Commission will sort of publish an application form in a government gazette allowing everybody to apply for possible recognition, as well as lodge disputes that may emerge from communities. But this one will be following the national process of the Khoisan Commission. So we will be publishing it so that everybody has an opportunity to apply equally, and that it is a fair and transparent process. And so we are taking a similar approach to the National Commission on Khoisan Matters. A draft of the application form has been developed, and it also follows a similar format to the one on the Commission on Khoisan Matters. The application form will really be not only an application form, but also a list of instructions on how you need to complete the form, as well as outlining the various criteria in line with legislation that they would need to follow. We anticipate that this publication will then be issued by the 3rd of October, where people can start then sending in the application forms for recognition, as well as disputes that may emerge from various communities. So once published, the forms can be requested from the address that we've given below. In terms of the reconstitution of traditional councils, I'm just going to give a little bit of a legislative overview, as well as factors informing the formula, the application of the formula, as well as plans to reconstitute the Amandebele Ba Lebelo Traditional Council. So this one emerges from Section 16 of the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act, the TKLA, and it outlines the establishment of kingship, queenship, principal and traditional councils. And this is what emerges from the legislation, that it must consist of a number of members determined by the minister by formula in a gazette. So that formula has already been published, and we're going to be using that formula. In terms of the act, the minister must legally constitute the traditional councils by the 31st of March 2023. And this follows consultation with the premiers, provincial departments, and all responsible in the provinces, as well as at the national level. So this formula was then published on the 4th of February through the government gazettes. And the implications is that the members comprising of 60% selected and 40% elected members of the traditional community. The selected members must include headmen and headwomen, as well as the senior traditional leader concerned. And then in terms of the 40% that is elected, that needs to go either through a community meeting or through an election process that is managed by an independent electoral body. So that's the way in which the process unfolds. For the 40%, I had already mentioned that goes out for elections by either through a community meeting. There's 3 options, but I'll talk about that one later. 1/3 of the TC members must be women, and that is a legislative requirement as well. So this is what the formula pulls out in terms of the size of the traditional council. So the size of the traditional council is 10, and the legally recognized headmen and headwomen in that community is 4. 20% of the members within the selected component is 20%. So with one traditional leader, 4 headmen, headwomen, 1 selected community member, that gives you a total of 6. So when we are talking about the elections, we're talking about the election of 4 people within the traditional community. So that's just rolling out the formula in terms of practical terms. All right, so in terms of the plans and some of the progress that we have already made in terms of the preparation, we are appointing a project manager as COGTA to run the overall election process once we get down at community level. So that process is already in the supply chain management arena, and we anticipate that we will appoint that person by the end of September. So the legal documents as required in terms of law have been prepared. So we have certified copies and IDs of the senior traditional leader, the headmen and headwomen. In the case of the Amandebele Ba Lebelo, though, the appointment of those headmen and headwomen is something that is done by the royal family every 5 years. So that has just recently been done, and we have been working with the traditional community on the selection of those 4 headmen and headwomen. In terms of the types, the ways in which you can do the election process. So as I mentioned, there's 3 ways in which you can do that. So either you can appoint an IEC to run the elections or a similar body. The second, you can have a community meeting where you just have it in a cultural way where people and so forth. So it's not a sort of formal voting scenario. And then the third option is that the premier then appoints a body. So in this case, what the community had agreed to do was to opt for a community meeting because going through an electoral body could be quite expensive, and so we are limiting costs in that way as well. So option 2 has been selected by the traditional community in this instance. So in consultation with the Amandebele Ba Lebelo, we also outlined the area of jurisdiction of the traditional community, and that was done as early as February this year. The next phase is then to publish this area of jurisdiction in a government gazette, and that will be done by the end of this month. So it is in progress. So 60% of the selected members of the traditional community has already been concluded by the traditional council in Hammanskraal, by the royal family in Hammanskraal. So it is 1 community member that they needed to select, and obviously the 4 headmen and headwomen that the royal family needed to select. So these names will then be published ahead of the election of the 4 remaining members from the community. So this one is also very well in progress and near finalization. All right, so the last component is then the election process, and that one will be initiated from November to February, and once that is concluded, we will then publish the final list of names in a government gazette as required in terms of legislation. So in conclusion, the royal family and senior traditional leader are very important in the process, as they also appoint those headmen and headwomen, as well as select the 1 person from the community to serve on the traditional council. However, the TCs, they must be reconstituted by the 31st of March, and we are very much convinced that we are going to meet that timeline. And so the Gauteng COGTA also plans to support in the same way the Amandebele Nzunza Sokulumi Traditional Council. In terms of their process, they have also gone through the selection process. They do not have headmen and headwomen in Sukulumi, so there's all of their members would then be, the selected members would then be appointed from the community. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for allowing me the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jackie of COGTA. City of Tshwane?
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members of the committee, the Royal House, and my colleagues. My name is Nonto Memela. I'm the head of human settlements at the City of Tshwane. Chair, maybe let me first turn an apology on behalf of MMC Abel Dao and the city manager. They could not make it to the meeting today due to prior commitments. However, we are here representing the city. Chair, before we start with our presentation, which I'm hoping it is being put up by the Secretariat, I would just indicate that, Chair, as you know, in the previous and numerous engagements that we've had as a city with the Royal House and this committee, we have extensively articulated the requirements of the city for us to be able to proceed with the development in the area. And this really boils down to the issuing of the power of attorney to the city to commence with the proposals that we've put on the table on the development. However, we have been asked by the committee to make a presentation on the developments that are planned in the Hammanskraal area, and that's what we've prepared. I will ask my colleague, Divisional Head Silo Chipu, who's responsible for human settlement planning, to take the committee through the report, and if that's okay with you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to Chairperson, honorable members, and all the audience. Good morning. The presentation was sent to the Secretariat. I don't know whether they are going to flight it. But as maybe right, we wanted to proceed with the development in Hammanskraal on the land that is currently owned by the Amandebele Ba Lebelo. We wrote a request to them to give us the power of attorney so that we can proceed with the township establishment process. And in that engagement was that they will then work together with the rural development for them to prepare the power of attorney. We are still waiting for that. We didn't be able to receive. So today we were requested that we make a presentation in relation to the developments of the projects or the program by the city for Hammanskraal area. So that's what our presentation is going to cover. Secretariat, are we not going to flight it?
If they're busy with that, you can continue.
All right. No,
Just
thank you.
informed me that
Thank you very much. Our presentation will cover the projects that are under planning as we speak and the project under implementation, and we'll just indicate the focus areas in terms of going forward. We, from our side, we have appointed a number of service providers who are assisting us in terms of the different planning processes. That will include your land use applications for either township establishment, rezoning, consolidation, subdivision application, and general approval, and general plan approval or amendment. But the presentation will cover both the project under planning and the project under implementation. Planning is the one that is normally known as formalization. The projects that are covered under planning is Hammanskraal 112 JR, which is portion 9 and 10, Hammanskraal 112 JR, which is the remainder of portion 66. It is known as Hammanskraal West Extension 4. It's Kurube Unit 4, which is known as Stellenbosch. It's Marogolong, we termed it as Basin 1, and that is the one that is owned by the tribal authority. It's Soshanguve MM, stand 25 and 426, Soshanguve MM, stand 1362, stand Vater extension 10, that will be known as Reference and Tampa View extension 2. Soshanguve MM, do you remember these are the areas that are currently affected by the demarcation. They are now falling under region 2. So Hammanskraal 112 JR portion 9 and 10, we have appointed the service provider. You can see that the appointment value for that amount is 2 million, it's 3 million. The power of attorney is already obtained through the council resolution, and all the planning studies are already completed. We are only waiting the confirmation in terms of the record of decision from Gauteng Department of Rural and Agriculture, GDART, in terms of going forward. The land use application was submitted on the 8th of September 2021, is currently circulating for comments. We have already advertised. I think we have advertised on the 8th and the 15th of September 2021. We are, based on that, if we can be able to get the objections, we'll then be able to move to the MPT. What is happening is that already we have relocated 440 to those areas, and the people that were relocated, they were relocated from Hammanskraal West Extension 10. The general plan is not yet approved until we finalize the presentation on the approval of the township by the MPT. As indicated there, this is the progress. It's very clear there. And then this is the layout map that has been presented, and we are currently waiting the feedback for the approval. We are also, parallel to this, engaging ESCOM for them to be able to proceed with the electrification of this area. Then the next one is Hammanskraal West Extension 4. You can see that the service provider is also appointed. The value of the project is 5 million, and the power of attorney has been issued, and the studies have been done. We are also waiting the GDAT in terms of the approval of the ROD. We have submitted all the information, but already we have actually allocated these people because this is part of the in-situ upgrading. They are allocated to the stands. We are remaining with more or less 30%, which is going to be able to be completed. Parallel to that, we are also planning internally in terms of saying in the next financial year, we'll then be able to proceed with the reticulation of water, sewer, and ESCOM is engaged in terms of the electricity. We are running it parallel. The only thing that is waiting now is the feedback from GDAT in relation to the power of attorney. You can see that already we have submitted the township application, and we are waiting for comments from different departments. And that's the layout map, and it's like I said, it's in situ upgrading. Already they are allocated to those stands. We are remaining with 30% for it to be completed. The third one is Kuriwe Unit 14 is Stellenbosch. This is the one that some of you will be aware of it. It's just in front of the office of the municipality there. People have built permanent structures there. The city decided to proceed with the in-situ upgrading. We have actually appointed the service provider. The power of attorney has been received. All the studies have been completed. We are proceeding with the in-situ upgrade. As we speak, ESCOM is finalizing the process in terms of the reticulation of electricity there. We are of the view that we'll then be able to be completing this in the next financial year in terms of the approval of the township. And this is the map of that particular area. And the fourth one, which is the one that created this engagement, is Marogolum Basin 1. We have appointed the service provider for us to proceed with the township establishment. Unfortunately, as part of the land use management bylaw, one of the requirements for you to submit the township establishment application, you require power of attorney. And on that basis, we have reported in a previous engagement that we have written a letter to Amandebele Ba Lebelo Traditional Council, and we had several engagements with them up until the portfolio committee was able to come to say that process will then be facilitated between them and the National Department of Agriculture and Rural Development for them to finalize. We have taken all the information that is required, including the documentation. We have given to the National Department of Rural Development. We are still waiting for the power of attorney. Unfortunate part is that the town planner was appointed using the Municipal Finance Management Act or our supply chain management policy, which was for 3 years. It was appointed in 2019, and obviously it's expired in this year. What we did from our side after we have given the information to them, we then went to the accounting officer requesting for the extension of the contract to 18 months. So we are actually making an appeal that if we can be given the power of attorney, that will then be able to detail, that will proceed with only the township establishment, not any other thing, so that we can be able to finalize this. And then we can be able to have the parallel process. We understand all other processes that they are talking about, including the issue of the transfer of land. But ours was just to proceed with the township establishment of that area, unless if the traditional council or even the National Department of Rural Development, they say we don't need to proceed with that. So that's the issue that I think even today it will actually be able to resolve, so that as the city we can be able to conclude, and the next phase it will be able to be the services and for those who will then be able to be afforded an opportunity to be build the top structures if there are those that need those top structures. So as indicated, as presented, Chairperson. And you can see this is the area that we are talking about on the aerial map. And the fourth one is Soshanguve MM stand 25261. We have already done everything here. It's also a challenge from the provincial side. The area is not yet proclaimed. However, the Provincial Department of Human Settlement have appointed the conveyancers who are currently busy with the proclamation. Who have made they confirmed to us that the proclamation will be done by October, and based on October, we will then be able to proceed with the completion of this subdivision, similar to the next end of 1362. And this is the map as indicated for 1362. And the last one is the reference extension 10. This is Stangvater extension 10. Our challenge here, we have done everything. The studies are all concluded. The township establishment application was circulated. The comments were received. We are unable to finalize because the land is still in the hands of the Northwest. We have engaged with Provincial Department of Infrastructure Development. They are making progress. In fact, they've just got the response from Northwest Housing Corporation for them to give them the power of attorney. We are actually anticipating it before the end of October for us to be able to finalize this township, Chairperson. And this is the map. And you will have the Timber View Extension 2. This is just to finalize an amendment of the general plan. We are just finalizing the engagement with Gautrans for us to complete this process. Chairperson, the next one is the mega project or the projects under implementation. We'll have what we're trying Southbound mega project is the mega project that has been initiated by the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement. Already they've appointed the developer, and the developer, they've signed different agreements, including the subsidy agreements, for them to proceed and to construct 12,334 units. We are in that particular process with the province and the community. There are just internal challenges with the provincial government. In fact, they have actually arranged a meeting for next week for us to be able to get a feedback on that. And this is the project that is going to be able to address 12,334 people who are looking for houses there for different typologies, which will include your BNG, your FLISP, and your community residential units. And this is the Kuriben Extension 9. This is the project where we are currently dealing with the top structures from our side. We are working with the Provincial Department of Human Settlement for us to complete the outstanding units that we have actually started there. Already we are now completing the pump station, which led to the commissioning of the reticulation of sewer and water. And then if in terms of the HSDG, is your Hammanskraal West Extension 10. Initially, the subsidy agreement was signed with us due to other technical issues. We have agreed with province that they will start with it. We are finalizing the administration internally for them to be able to proceed with the construction. We are anticipating that by next year, they will have the contractor on site to start with the construction of the houses. The stands that were provided, there is 2,752. Already we have reticulated water and sewer. ESCOM is currently reticulating electricity, and then they'll be coming with the top structure. When we were doing that, we also constructed the toilet top structures. And the one that I've spoken to is Kuriwe Unit 9. It's also a legacy project. We have agreed with the Human Settlement Province for them to be able to proceed in concluding it. And these are the projects for Kuriwe 9 where the slabs were not done, and currently the contractor, we are busy with the appointment of contractor for them to proceed with the construction. And these are the focus areas, Chairperson, just to deal with the issue of saying we need to expedite the issue of power of attorneys from the Northwest, from the National Department of Rural Development, and the partnership with your Amandebele Ba Lebelo and other tribal authority for us to be able to deal with the development in that area. You'll remember Region 2, among others, it's also suffering from what we recently saw in KZN, the floods. And if we are not actually moving fast from the planning point of view, we might actually be able to be subjected to what the KZN residents have actually subjected to. So the sooner those who are owning the land there, especially the traditional council, the National Departments of Rural Development, ourselves as the city, coming under a table and be able to have a proper plan for the entire region too. Not necessarily, even notwithstanding the fact of the issue of water that is actually, the problem of water that is actually affected by the issue of the upstream of Renewal, the bed. So we are humbly requesting, Chairperson, through you that today, can we just be able to be afforded an opportunity to say, you, the city of Tshwane, you can be able to get this power of attorney to proceed mainly in terms of the township establishment, which will deal with only the land use application for Marokolo. It's only that, so that we can proceed while they are dealing with all other processes of training each other and giving each other information. We can parallel to that to deal with that. So all other issues are the focus areas that we have shared with you in the previous meeting, Chairperson. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Tshwane Human Settlement. Nare power of attorney e gana kae barakekan. Is it the department? The department that then Mhlambo. Don't want to make mistakes again. Mhlambo. What is happening? Because this power of attorney is holding people's lives. If Chipu and Osnontome don't get it, they won't do anything. And when they don't do anything, the community starts fighting the city. That Randall is focusing on Pretoria East. Not on them. I get it. Only to find that there's a power of attorney that must be given. What's happening?
Thank you, Chair. Morokolong, I think, is part of Leokral, if I'm not mistaken. Ne? Okay. And Leokral, Chair, remember when we made that presentation, is part of that bigger problem regarding who owns the land and who it's supposed to go to. But I think ourselves and the city haven't taken the time to thresh out the detail of what needs to happen for the power of attorney to be generated and issued. And it's something that we need to attend to with the city, Chair. We don't want to belabor the meeting about our shortcomings, the shortfall between where we sit as the department and where the city is. But it's something that we need to attend to, and it's something that can be done ASAP, Chair.
I will note you, honorable members, but can I be clarified? Ntate Chip, go nna batho? Go na le batho ko re batlang go developa teng? Hela. If the law is not going to work for us, the people of South Africa, then the law must be scrapped. Because those people need access to water and sanitation and basic services. They can't get because we don't know who the land belongs to. The land belongs to us. So says the Constitution. We are there. Can we deal with this in Ntate Mhlambo and perhaps give the city the time frames? There's a service provider. My concern is there's a service provider appointed. And now my question is, where is the 10 billion? The COGTA is getting 10 billion for free. Because they can't work. It's not their fault. Somebody must give a power of attorney. But I'm just saying that there's money that is going to be spent or that is spent already, but there's no results. It can't be spent when there's no power of attorney. And I also want to ask a question around that, Chief. If we have appointed a person in 2019 and we have not yet accessed the power of attorney, what is the role of that service provider? And why did we extend it when we don't know when are we going to get the power of attorney? Are we not spending unnecessarily? Or maybe my shortcoming is I don't know what is he or she appointed for. But then the key thing is the power of attorney, which you don't have, and there's 10 million that the city is spending already. That's my perception. But Dalarat, it can't be. Barakeken, le ka se humole batho ba lena ba sena metsi bana. Ba sena le di-toilet. Fela for a paper. So that power of attorney, can we arrange and clean out whatever? Yes, follow the legislation and the rules and the policies, but let's make sure that the people of Hammanskraal get services. Because the perception created is that the city is the city that doesn't care. They will only go and service those in the east of Pretoria and leave all of us out of their plans. When there's plans by the city, but then they can't do anything because of power of attorney. And Dalarat says we're still trying to find out whose land is it. Can't we do it in the process? Because obviously, unless you say if the land doesn't belong to anyone, these people must be removed, then the city can't do development. But if we say people are settled, and some of them will tell you, my grandparents have been buried here, you can't move me. Why can't we provide services? As long as it's the land between the tribal authority and government, those paper things can be sorted out. It's not with a private person who's in Australia. So I'm just saying that we need to really put our people first. Honorable members, Ntate Mokale wants to speak. You want him to speak first? Mare boroto ke ba bona ntate. Ho tla ja morago. Mara ka Setswana ba re mo ja morago ke kgosi. So let's note hence. I'm going to restrict honorable members to 4 minutes each. In the legislature, they speak less than that, so they are capable. Let me note hence, Member Ngube. Who else wants to speak? Malema Moshabi. Ludoba wena barwin. Lidebe. Mama Talable. Member Schneeman. You are not speaking. Sirota? Not speaking. Msibeng wena sithakazela sawo ke ma? Thabiso. Thabizolo. Dithaba ya izolo. Oh, Thabizolo. Okay, Msimang wants to speak. Oh, you don't?
Chairperson, I think this
You are
thing.
not recognized.
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
noting hands. Member Tong? You're fine. Member Dlamini? Wena Wendlovu? You're fine. Muruti? Are you okay? Okay. It's going to be member, I don't know, Stakazelo Mchana. He will say I just sweated him, insulted him. Hey, problem. Members, Ngube, uzositshela isiqhakazelo zakhe. Member Malema ke Mushabi. Member Ngube, over to you. Hey, the Zulu isiqhakazelos angifuni ukuzingena ngoba ngizothuka.
Ngiyabonga Mhlonishwa. Ngizalwa intombi yaMadiba.
Sorry, Ntombi kaMadiba. Ntate Mokale, you'll be next. Who else wants to speak? My apologies. Ke mang gape o batla go bua? Ke Rre Mokale fela. Oh, I forgot your name. So why did I do that, Mara? Le re ke mang? Ntate Makgobe. And who else? Okay. Yeah. Ke 4 minutes, ne? 4 minutes, lead time. Who tomo go check na? Honorable Ncube, over to you.
Ngiyabonga mhlonishwa. Njengoba ngishilo ngizalwa intombi yakaMadiba umthembu yemiyemo vele bampensele amantande. Bese ngizalwa insizwa yakamzila Nkatha umlotsha okhambula umlandelalanga lweshona emancubeni. Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. My first question maybe will relate to ubaba laphaya. I just forgotten isibongo saloya baba owayekhuluma owayephethe the documents as proof of the purchase of the land. So what I will ask with Amandebele Ba Lebelo enkhuluma nawo, is he part of those discussions? The second one, angizwanga kahle with the initiation schools. Njengoba ngazwanga kahle, when we were having public hearings, there was a request that the city should zone areas where initiation schools should be. So angizwanga kahle ukuthi what is it that you were telling us about initiation school? Maybe are resolving that problem that they raised. The city of Tshwane and the department, this issue of power of attorney, there is a resolution of the city that because it's taking time, maybe they will have to cancel the project. And that is not a solution. The chairperson has already indicated that this needs to be resolved as soon as yesterday, because they don't, like, for instance, now they blame the city of Tshwane, but the overall of the blame game lies with us as a ruling party to say we don't care about the people. So it needs to be resolved. Governing party nationally, we still are. We still are nationally. I'm okay. Oh, we need a time frame. Before we leave here, as you respond, we need a time frame of when will this be resolved. Matter of what, an issue of water. I remember when I was still the NCOP, there was doi when taking parliament to the people, and people there wanted us to taste that water, which has paraffin or it's brown. They wanted us to say, no, can you drink this water as part of us allowing them to have that kind of water? Thank you.
Thank you very much once again, Honorable Chair. I am tempted to withdraw, but because of partly covered. Firstly, let me welcome all patients that were made by different departments, the city of Tshwane. We have noted what you have presented here. As a point of departure when it comes to questions, perhaps one would want to start with Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, am I right? I think you have acknowledged, Mr. Tambo. Yes, you have acknowledged that there are some issues, material issues that needed to be resolved between yourself and City of Tshwane. I think on record, would really want to, as a matter of interest, would really want to understand and take it into confidence just to understand as to what are those issues. That's the first. Second to that, we may also want to graciously request that we be given a process plan in terms of the timeframes as to when do you think, when are you envisaging to meet with the City of Tshwane? And subsequent to that, when can we possibly have the feedback? And also make a humble request that further to say, I think that should be treated as a matter of urgent. It's very much important that it must be attended to speedily. The other thing that I want to be educated on, it's on the implication of a power of attorney. I don't know as to what will be the implications of proceeding with the establishment of a township without having a power of attorney from those that might have been identified as possible owners, because I'm not sure if the process of ownership has already been identified, has been finalized. But also in the same vein, I want to check if the areas that you are referring to as areas on which you want to establish the township there as a City of Tshwane, are they from your side, department? Are those areas falling within the portion that is held in trust by yourselves on behalf of the community? That's what I actually wanted to establish. And if the process of verification and validation is not finalized as yet, what will then become the implications thereof when it comes to the power of attorney? Because obviously the power of attorney should be given on behalf of the rightful owners of that piece of land. So unless if maybe I'm missing something here, because I think where we should start is that firstly, there should be a rightful owner of a property or of that piece of land, identified, confirmed, and subsequent to that, whoever that will be giving a power of attorney is either is that the owner of that land or a person who's acting on behalf of that owner. So we need to check as to what does that, what will be the implications thereof whilst the process of verification and validation is still pending. Chair, yes, maybe in conclusion as well, Chair, within that 4 minutes thing. When in your opening statement, the department, you said that there's going to be a transfer of land. I think you are, yeah, a transfer of land to Amandebele Ba Lebelo and Khosi Cornelius Keka. Am I right? I need to check as to, and then going further, you said that there is the verification process. It's a process that you are doing with individual families. So I need to check that the land that you are likely to transfer, is it a land that belongs to individual families, or is it a communal property or communal land? And if it's a communal land, is it possible that, or is there anything that precludes Hoshi? And I'm just checking with you in law, precluding Hoshi from acting on behalf of those who would be members of that communal land. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Ifang Tate Mokali. Yeah, no, he it.
Madam Chair, ke a leboha. Ko morago kwa le o rile go thoma polelo ya gago. Wa re le ba legislature ba e leng gore ba lebane le melato ba tlo tshwanela ke gore ba be gona ka mo gore ba sketle ba gore ba tshetse molao. E re ke thome pele ke le dumediše ka moka ga lena. Go na na le di-issuenyana tše ntšhinyana tše di šetšeng di tšweletše mo tše e leng gore di nyaka attention ka maatla. One, ke thome ko morago ke ya ko pele. Mogala bja ešo mola boletše polelo e nngwe ya power of attorney le gore na ke eng se se precludang kgoši to provide power of attorney on behalf of batho ba e leng beng ba lefatshe. And then ke re he ke nyaka go addressa issue eo ke bolediše taba e nngwe ba boletše ka endorsement ya title deed e le gore be le ba theleditše ba leba ka ntlhela ba re no after the endorsement ko ona e tlabeng e transferiwa. I'm a little bit perturbed by the fact that the title deed itself has already been endorsed so many times. It gives rise to serious concern. If it says he endorses so many a time, we still need to come and endorse it at a later stage. All right. Ga re bolela bjana, batho ba Modimo, re tlhoka thušo ya lena. Let me put it point blank. Re tlhoka thušo ya lena. Legally, morally, and otherwise, as long as this whole thing can be finalized. There's a serious contestation ya issue ya land ownership ko Matebele. Beng ba naga ba rena re tshwere di-documente tše di šupang ebile unambiguously gore rena ke rena bareki ba naga. Mara go na le self-proclaimed projectiles of championship ba ba reng rena re na le right ya go dispensa lefase. Then it gives me a problem. When you dispense land that does not belong to you, which rightfully belongs to somebody, never mind how mundane, then it means you are actually transgressing some people's rights. And then, communal rights. In terms of my understanding of national policy regarding communal rights are indispensable. And they cannot be transgressed in any way except through a communal resolution. Bjale go kweša botlhoko ga o humana batho ba molao ba latella tabela e sa leng ke bolela last year 21st century government approved pilfering processes that are intended to take away land from batho ba leng docile, ba ba senang maatla, ba ba sa kgoneng go itirela selo, simply because you believe you've got the power. City of Tshwane is guilty of an offense because agriculture, land restitution, they have written an open letter to City of Tshwane to request the municipal manager to comment on their processes that were supposed to be unfolding going forward, on the basis that they are the ones who are supposed to provide services. Now, today they are clean in here. They are clean, they are upfront, they are on top of the game, and they know what they want to do, but they have not followed procedures. There is a letter that comes from restitutions that says City of Tshwane did not want to comment on the basis of being the service provider. Then somebody is telling half-truths. I don't know who, but somebody is telling half-truths. Beale, modulastool. Ho na le di-portions tsa di-farm tsela tse di leng ka ntlhela tse e leng hore even now they are hanging mo moyeng so. Ha di na beng ba tsona. If I can tell you hore Bophuthatswana is still registered as an owner of land, Amandebele, simply because some people don't know how they want to deal with this land. So in order to safeguard it and make it safe, so that after handling the restitution process, then it can be taken out from the air and brought down to the ground with an understanding that there will be individual owners. Ke na le bothata. Last time we've got a problem there. We've got an administrative problem. We've also got an ownership problem. We are helping. I must make it clear. COGTA is not helping. Because as a department that was supposed to be overseeing the administration of land on behalf of those Amandebele people, by virtue of being a strategically positioned department, they are not providing any interventions. Only so many things they did along the makaza, legally so, and administratively so. I've avoided so much touching on issues that would be seeming to be selfish. That is why all along I had concentrated on the issue of land and the rights of those who bought the land. But now, as we speak, you are saying there must still be an extension of the traditional council next year, which means, in legal terms, the traditional council still exists, never mind its correction. Despite the fact that it does not correct, it still exists. Now, the legality thereof is questionable. The legality. And if that is the case, there are cases with financial implications that need to be resolved by this COGTA. Modulastulo, re ke ske ka senya ditaba kudu ge fela re kgopela intervention. One last thing that I want to put forward. Mme go na le pleke ba re ke le hwilering kwa. Ke ko the native commissioner na collector di kgomo tsa batho le dithoto tsa batho le mabele a batho a rekisha ko fundising gore ba kgone go patela naga ene ba e patella. Gone bjanong as we speak, e thathamolotse plekela a e sana le rufu mo godimo. My saying and take on that is that that place must be refurbished and become a museum ya Amandebele ale a latlhetsweng ke tšhelete gona ka mogara ona ge ntse ba patella naga ya bo bona, so that they can also transfer that knowledge to their children and their great-great-children. And then taba ja Hammanskraal 112. Uluki. Thank you.
Ariska bonta tsotlhe. Tsona bui. Ka bofelele. Re.
Ke le kae?
Re teng wena kae?
Awarte, mantswe a mantsi a tsere ke ntate Mokale.
Oh.
Yes, but na ke nyaka go tsena mo power of attorney. In the first place, I thome ka COGTA, because the last time we had a COGTA, ba rile mo rena ba re tshwantse re make sure gore ka September we have a new traditional council. but it did not happen. And then they said, we must work together as the land buyers and the traditional council. But what happened? There's nothing that have ever happened. COGTA is destroying Amandebele Ba Lebelo. And then I'm going to put it straight. Because whatever is happening, Bairale, traditional council, is a form quorum. So we have a serious problem over City of Tshwane, you create young power of attorney, whereas COGTA itself, traditional council on high court. So we have a problem. So, there will never be a power of attorney until the Amandebele Ba Lebelo are now one. But for now, we are saying power of attorney, City of Tshwane has a power of attorney, and then I'm going to repeat it. The reason is one. City of Tshwane already, it is a power of attorney itself. Under Amandebele Ba Lebelo. For example, the handover, 1994, how call upside the homeland. We have a problem. Amandebele Ba Lebelo about fewer title deed. It remains in Tshwane. And then after that, City of Tshwane itself, it take all the land because the land was divided into two. We have Tshwane, we have Republic of South Africa. So all the lands under the Republic of South Africa, City of Tshwane, it is we can prove it because rural development City of Tshwane, it changed land 2014, 2015, 2016. Whereas Reina, as the owners of the land, if you check the history owner, Amandebele Ba Lebelo, but it changes to City of Tshwane. So now City of Tshwane, it needs Reina or Rabafe power of attorney. Why should we give them the power of attorney? Because already more than land from Amandebele Ba Lebelo. So rural development must check out who's the owner of the land. Because Reina waka Reina, there's a fraud that happened. So rural development must come on board. And about what Kimang na chentadi a changing the plague at Arena at the City of Tshwane. Because the plague at Arena too. Any plague the plague is not under Tshwane. Do well under rain. But because I'm going to put it, ANC is the one that changed everything. We are not going to hide it. Mr. Solimusimanga, when he was the mayor, we wrote him a letter. I still have that letter to tell him that Reina were the owners of that land. Mr. Musimanga, do you still remember? Yes, but now you will direct as a mayor. So I'm sorry for that. City of Tshwane. Let me talk about City of Tshwane. Okay.
I get a meeting with begin.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Come more the honorable member, honor mayor baring.
Oh, honorable member, Mr. Musimanga, I'm sorry.
Honor mayor baring.
Okay.
Member ya legislature.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Yes. Okay.
You are left with seconds.
Yes. So the only thing is Reina until COGTA is solve a problem. Number one, COGTA must solve their own problem. Or a renal traditional council because traditional council now is not working. Number two, rural development is busy on verify the people that bought the land. So we're not going to take anything that from the royal family because if you say you are a royal family, you must produce the papers that you bought the land. That is what is going to happen. For now, the only thing that we can do is to have an interim traditional council that consists of the royal family and the land buyers so that we can sit down and talk about everything. So, say ke slebeletseng one bana gore rena everything ya rena re itse re latlhela ko rural development gore ba ntse our own title deed e bolang ka 54 farms e re tlo itseng gore City of Tshwane dipeke tsa rena tse ba re tseding ke tse kana kana tse di tsereng gape ke
Thank you very much.
women settlement le tsone ke tse kana kana. Thanks.
I refuse to go back.
Makgoba.
Renyako ya ko pele ne di issue di raisitseng o di raisitse mo malobeng ra be le process ya gore this belongs, this belongs. Otomori City of Tshwane will never get the power of autonomy. You are saying the people of Morocco alone will never get. That's what you are saying with your mouth. In this city. And it's not acceptable. Because those people will never agree with you based on what you are raising, which is yet to be proved. But we can't play with people's lives because we want to settle scores who's not an authentic or royal family, who is a royal family, who's not a traditional council. No, those issues are the politics. And the politics ga se bophelo ba rona. Bophelo ba rona ke go isa ditirelo ko batho. It can't be at this stage in this committee where the royal family is disputed. There was a process. And I suppose in a democratic South Africa, the process also involves the public. There's no way that it doesn't involve the public. Go na le kgoši monna mokgoba.
Are gana ra dumela
Ba re
kgoši
ke
ya rena.
kekana.
Yes.
Ke kgopela gore le mo malobeng ke boletse ka re ke kgopela gore lefoko le kgoši kekana le be gona ka mogare ga vocabulary ya gago. Gobane mmušo wa South Africa wa mo recognize. Wena o ka tsona le di-issues, mara mmušo ona wa recognize and mmušo o follow a process. Pele o tla determine a person or declare a particular area, an area of this. So re kgopela gore ge re tla ka mo gare ga ditabatsi re tlhomphane ge le gore go na le dispute re launcha dispute formally gore kgoši ye le reng ke kgoši ya rena ye re a dispute kgopela le tsie mike re a dispute gobane rena re re kgoši ke kgoši ka lefase a ke re ge le gore ke taba ya lena. Another thing ke gore rena re le portfolio committee ya COGTA and human settlement mmereko wa rona ke go tsereganya ke go facilitate go ensure gore all levels of government and the people and the community of Hammanskraal e welang under kgoši kekana. Kgoši kekana. Ba kgona go berekisana le go dumalana le go dila ka di-issue tse le gore they have been outstanding. The reason I will refuse to go back when I believe I'm already forward is that all this history, backgrounds you are giving us, you've been giving us and we have called Dilarat, we have told them to push and stick to their time frames. They've given us a report that they are busy with verification. Now you are saying, City of Tshwane says, we want to go provide services. We are stuck because we don't have power of attorney. Dilarat says, we'll sit down with City of Tshwane and just clean out what needs to be cleaned out so that we make sure that the power of attorney is there. Remember, the democratic government's responsibility as elected by the people to provide services to all South Africans. So there can't be an island in South Africa called Morocco, where Mokgoba is a leader, that people can't get services. While sorting out the political issues, whose land it is, and abatho ba rona ba kry ditirelo. You are not disputing gore batho ba ba mole ha se baagi ba mo. There's no dispute about baagi. The dispute is about finalizing the process of the land purchasers and other processes that the Department of Land Affairs is dealing with. But then the city is held at ransom. They can't do anything that them call. Have a snap power of attorney. They can't even, they must get it. Le report after lena ka mo centurion ka mo re ka se age re sena power of attorney re ka se ise metsi re sena power of attorney because re ka aga ra isa metsi monga lefatshe a tla re goreng le agile mo lefatshe la ka ntshang batho ba le dilo tse tsa lena so nna ne ke re ge re ba radical re ska disturba batho ba bo rona gore ba kry ditirelo ge re na le process re na le dispute re se happy there are processes in a democratic government of disputing whatever that is there that is not representative of our views as the people, as the communities. There's a dispute process. So, re tsamaya bjang. The validation and verification process ya kana le mmitsa mang ko Hammanskraal ya mme mole e utulutse more than what is there in the department. Ge le ka gopola sentle mo malobeng re ile ra re ebile ko lona bo rakgadi le bo malome tlogelang go disputa gore bana a se ba bomang ka re ne le sego ge batho ba boshiu ba dia ngwana. So process ya mme mo e ke go clarify that ke ntate Diale o rekile lefatshe ka 1902 mara this is the family and the beneficiaries thereof. Ke ra le ngwana o belegeng ka 1922 the beneficiary of ntate of 1902. So that's the process she's doing and she's saying to us because this process has unraveled many more, we are now moving our time frame. Ka 4 weeks extra. I think they were supposed to finish by March. Now it means they'll finish by April, early May, isn't it? It's understandable because we could not predict what they will get on the ground. Something that all of you here agree they were doing. She even said you are the only ones who are confused. Me and my people know what am I talking about. Now, what I'm going to plead with yourselves, you seem to have disputes, not very satisfied. My assumption is on the basis that there is no traditional council, Jake. And then the team here of the buyers is unsatisfied, and perhaps maybe it's because the consultation processes does not involve them. Yes. And then when they are not involved, they think there's a fish market around. Yes. We are a democratic government. We must make sure that we involve everyone. We must make sure that everybody feels satisfied with our process. If the team here, I take it's represented by Ntate Mokale. Mokgoba has entered the fray now. Because previously we have not met him. He met us when we were at the village. There's a possibility that Mokale might be having his own Muqimbi. Then
together.
Oh, you're together with Mokale?
Yes.
In the same place? Okay. So, Mokale has been part of the process. That's my assumption. He seemed to be knowing where the process is or has started and where we are supposed to be. The challenge is we seem to be not agreeing on some things that you expect us to. Am I right to say you seem not satisfied that Kgoshi Kekana ke Kgoshi ya Amandebele Ba Lebelo?
No.
That's not your dispute. Okay.
Kgoshi Kekana ke Kgoshi ya rena, and it will remain as our chief. The question is very simple.
What is the dispute?
Okay, the dispute is very simple. Whatever they do, let me say the royal family, the traditional council, they don't involve the land buyers. That is the problem that we have. I don't know our leader there would say a very simple question. Or whatever is happening at the traditional authority, but involve now. Because as the land buyers, even the chief is also a land buyer. You understand? So now our problem is one. Whatever they do, they don't include us. So that is the problem that we have. The only thing that we can solve all this problem, whatever they do, they must include us. And then once we are included, we are going to work together. Like now I said, I ask a very simple question. I say the royal family is the one that is electing 60%. That 60% they are electing ill. We say every single person that is going to be a royal family, it must be a person that bought the land. Because we all produce the papers, or I'm a buyer. But if you're not a buyer, and then you elect somebody else, and then you don't have the papers, you are a relative of the royal family, but you become a royal family. That's the problem that we have. So COGTA, at the moment, we said, for a COGTA in the problem one. Okaseri, the traditional council is for me a quorum for more than 5 to 6 years. And then you say, the same traditional council, ki ona e ka fang tshwane power of attain. But if traditional council does not form a quorum, how do they do that to give the power of attorney to city of Tshwane? That is the problem that we have. The only thing that we want,
Thank you very much.
very simple, let's work together, that's all.
Utlwagetse. According to the legislation of how we constitute the traditional council, 60% of the composition of the traditional council will be nominees or appointees if Sekgowa in that. Then 40% ke mphakathi, ke batho, ke setšhaba. Now, refa, active remember ga e eletswa batho ba ko Marokolong. E eleditswe setšhaba sa South Africa. Ga e bue ka di-land buyers. Wa e tlhaloganya Mokgoba? Mara, Mokgoba a re, Mokale, rona re le di-land buyers, re batla go ba part of the process. Turkey. They are giving me an impression, and us as a portfolio committee, that some sections of the community is not land buyers. Is that right? Mokgoba also says to this portfolio committee, in the 60% of Kgoshi, there must be, the 60% must be people who can produce whether they bought the land or not. Remember the Constitution, the Act, Molaotheo, ga wa direla batho ba ko Marokolong fela. O diretse rona ma Afrika Borwa kaofela. And go diriwa, no sa diriwe gore o mongwe o rekile o mongwe ga a reka. We can't discriminate on the basis that untshitse tšhelete or ga wa ntsha tšhelete. So, the 60% is a responsibility of the royal family, unless the department is here and I'm misquoting the act. So the royal family will appoint 60%. Ke molao. You participated in making that law. And then 40% ke re tlo ikgethang rena re le setšhaba sa Marokolong. Now, how do we make sure that the land buyers are able to participate in the processes and also are able to lobby, because that's an election process. No one can manipulate it. It must be free and fair to the community as recognized within the due restriction of where this act governs in that part of Hammanskraal. I'm told it's about 3 wards or 4 wards. That community. Then there's politics, which I hear, I think people will attest that I asked a lot of questions when I met him in one shop. Explain this thing. Hoshimo, but it was our discussion. So there's that far noise, that little part of that noise, wanting to understand. Due restriction, ya Kgoshi, in this area. Retaliate ka map. Are we saying everybody in that part subscribe to Amandebele Ba Lebelo? Ka tlhago ya rena re tseba gore ga ba re o ga Kgoshi mang o bina komo ya gona. Ke ra, I'm not Pedi, I'm Tswana, but I think I understand. Le bina komo ya ga ke kana. E le gore lena ka mo gare ga meeting wa le dispute. Ntho e leng bothata mo, Becky and Tate Kiba ke kane. Re ile ra re mo lo leka go rulaganya, go kopantsha. Because ntate o le mo khoneng o le ene o llela kopano. House Mavis. Ke dikgadi tse di kgonang go dira kopano. Ke bomme gantsi ba kgonang go dira gore batho ba kopane. Le today, it's still a problem. Ga le kopane, Kgoshi. Ba re le bathana ka, ba re ka eng e pila? Ka noga e tshele. Ebile ga le kgone le go nna next to each. Borre ba ba ile ba invade our visit to the royal family. They raised issues. More than anything, ga le kgone nna mo tafoleng lotlhe la dumalana. So ntate Mokale, ka experience ya gago le bogolo ba gago, le rre ke kane, ka matla le a fileng ke ba bolena, ba ba dumelang gore polelo ke ene e lokisang ditaba. Nna ne ke kgopela gore le lebaleng tsa maloba, le duleng fatshe, le boleleng. Ka re le le ka tla gore ge le bolela sekgwa gona ebile ya latlhega tabele le bolelang. Tate Mokale, le na le taba, mara e kgone go tswa ka gore sentse re e bolele ka sekgwa ka re mo ditafoleng, sentse e ngwadiwe recording. Ene ye ya lena ya e tlhoke recording. E tlhoka gore le dule fatshe. Bana ka batswadi ba lena ba ile ba dula fatshe ba dumelana gore ra reka ka moka, ra phedisana, ra ba baagisane, ra ba ra dumelana gore ebile re tla bušwa ke ekana. Ke tumalano ya banna bagolo ga ba sa lego. That's why the power of attorney di tla nne di jikela morago di ya ko pele di boa. Ka gore ga ba sa lego, le ba tshana ka noga e tshela. E le e lwelang, a re etse. Ebile, ke solofela gore le ka se tswile le e boletse pele ga matlho a rena le setšhaba sa South Africa. Nna ne ke re, Kgoši, ba re Kgoši ke thuthubolo ya la Matlakala ka Setswana sa gaetsho. O mong le o mongwe o tlotla go bipa ka monwana, o mong le o mongwe o tlotla go bitsa ka mabitso. Titi o legodu, weng, mara ka Setswana ba re ra olla re le dikgoši. Ra lebella ra didimala, ra re ne le reng batho ba setšhaba le re a yang pele. Mokgoba, ga go senye sepe gore le eme, go senya he le emela rena ba ditšhaba. Re le bitsa re re nyaka progress, la phela le re busetsa ko morago. Kgang ele ka se tswile botse, a etswe botse ka kwa royal family offices. Ro agisana. A re tlogele lo. Ke ra gore a re o boledisana, re le bana ba mmu. le bana ba mmua kere ka re batswadi ba rekile so tsamalo e sota out kgoši banna ba sello sa bona sa kwagala they can't be spectators when their forefathers have bought the land. They also have the right. Equal rights with everyone. They must also not want to discriminate others on the basis that ke ba dikobo dikhutshwane. So when we bring services, Lenonto and City of Tshwane, we are bringing services to everyone. Ga re tlo lebella pampiri ro rekile. E re o fa toilet re o fa ya o tshwana le o sa reka. That's the rule of a democratic government. But then there must be agreement between yourselves on how you are going to go forward. Deal away with your disputes. Di bitseng ka mabitso ka setebele sa bolena, le sepedi sa bolena, le bethane re sego. E le tla go rena le tle le re bethane re sharp Tate Mokadi. Listening to you, you seem to have wealth of information and knowledge about the community. And everybody else, by the way, it's not only you, can claim a lot of things you are claiming. Others can even tell us that you are not even a rightful person to be speaking on these issues because le wena o tlile wa bona. So ne ke re kgoši o pantsha setšhaba sa gago. Os Mavis a se kopaneng banna ba le basadi ba kgone ho le thusa. Ka re la ba pelediša. O mongwe a tla mokale wa ya ko mhlampara. Inkosi a se umuntu wala. Kgosi ya re mokale hape ina no tla. Alobanyana mo ke mokgonya. A se moagi wa borena o nyetse kgaitsedi ya rena. Ke ra hore ke leletsa the example. These are disputes that we meet when we deal with that tonality. Tate Mokadi. Mara there must be a power of attorney. That's my interest. You must sit down. Jackie has outlined the process of electing the traditional council. Let's go participate and agree on how we are going to mobilize communities and ensure that we put correct leaders. A re buleditseng taba ya leadership. Go na le mokgatlo mong re tlo gapeletsa sekgale gore a re boledisaneng. A re ska re rontshana bokane ko di-elections because that messes up organizations. So are senyeng bjalo, let me get the teams to respond and then gape ba re ga borena ba re laile ba a re nyako di tsene le re bona re tshaba re nyako tla ko di boardroom a re nyako kra re tsene ka dikamoreng tsa go bogošing. That's why re phela re tsamolo e buledisana le lokise re se go o ka sepalo le monnajo wena le Mokadi le ka sepalo apara dibaki frula ho ko COGTA la rawa ma motla re tlile mane gale re avoidana a re ilukise. Because she's not right to the grandchildren of the Bible. A re ska irandilo re sa boledisana a re boledisana mara le rena re ska nya ka gore re goge kgosi ka nkore re ya left ya right ka gore ebile le ba bantši o tlo feletsa le confused. Le bagolo ba ka bogošing ba tla re thusa a re tswalleng re kgone ho dila ka di-processes. I'm happy that the department is on the ground. We are all agreeing that the processes must continue in Tate Mokadi. Unless we are saying the processes must stop, there's a huge dispute that you need us to help you with. And then we'll refer your issues accordingly. We are tempted to refer you to the NCOP and remove this matter. By the way, that's how we feel. Because we don't do oversight on Dalarat, not within our jurisdiction. They are coming because they know they must cooperate. But go na le ditaba tse le hore re ka se tsenelle deep. Now, if this matter you feel we don't understand it, it's not, we are not satisfying you, but where we are sitting, we think there's a progress, We can agree here today that we must refer the matter to the NCOP and the National Assembly to resolve it on your behalf. But I promise you they will still subject to the process that we have subjected you to. And it might take forever, because that's a national platform. So you won't be scheduled every 2 months or 3 months. You'll be scheduled according to when did you submit your issues. So it might take you forever. You might wait for a meeting for 2 years, unlike in the Gauteng legislature where you wait for 2 months. Tate Mokali, let me allow you, and then I'm going to allow the teams to do their parting shots.
We are simply saying, let the royal family recognize and accept that there are people who participated in buying the land, cut and dried. Now, once they can be able to recognize that, then nobody will be running around and talking.
Say something. Then we will allow the department and it's a power for Tony Matat. Fela gore borre ba Tan.
Ya kwagala, ya ke
Eh.
tshepa hore ya kwagala. Awa be ke tlalletša godimo gantše di bolelwa ke di boledi tša borena. Bana ba borena ga re elwe mme. Mohlomong fela ke gore ba re ke manner of approach. Mohlomong ga re kgone go approachana gabotse. Ka baka la gore re godile mmogo le bokgoši and then re feleletša re addressana. Bjale re se strata. Bjala ke ra tseba gore re na le o e šaetša fao. Fela yona ena bothata. Ebe ke rata o e tlhagiša kore over and above se Ntate Mokali a se tlhagišitšeng mabapi le City of Tshwane go se berekane gabotse. Re na le issue e ba reng ke MOU dating back far bo 2018 sa le re ntse re e seka. Le one jwalo City of Tshwane awa ga e tla fao ba itshediša matlo ka baka la gore until go bana le a proper relationship re na le city e leng gore e formalized in the form of MOU or MOA re palelwa ke go tše dintše bo power of attorney ke tše nnyane di kgona go wela. Bjale re feleletše le gore mo go yona e beile ya ba gona gomme ra e bušetša morago ra re kgopela e ba le di-specifications mo e quantifyiwe ka baka la gore e na le mašheleng ka gare e na le gore re tsebe gore mang role ya gage ke eng. Re no hwetša le gore rena Matebele aowa re no kwa fela re botšiwa ka se seng le se seng re tlo dira se go fedile mo and so on. And then lebetse gore just a typical example ba a kere ge ba e hweditše ba kgona gore ba for example ba provided services ba tliše bo di a kere go agiwe bo di holo and stuff like that. O hwetše le gore tše dintše a kere di-services di nyaka go duellwa and re a tseba ebile ra rata gore di duellwe gore di kgone go tšwelela pele. Mara go tla bjale collection ya bo revenue kana ke nageng ya Matebele ke bokae e leng gore e ya go Matebele beng ba mmu ke bokae e leng gore e ya go Tshwane ke tše dintša dintlhanyana tše nnyane tše re be re rata gore Tshwane nke re thuše moo and it was just simple e be e fedile gore mo go yona e tlharolleng gabotse le seke la re ropa e feleletša e le gore o ka re rena re ba tlhotse thata ke ka mokgwa e feleletšang e tšeega because now le tshediša fundamental issue e leng ya kwano ya rena and then le nyako addressa tše dinyanenyana tše e leng gore di moroba tšone re no feta moroba mo go tšone re llela ngwaga le ngwaga se re tsene le bo morena Mphonawa e le di-administrator a tshepišiwa o tsena bo MEC maile batla e ba forma le task team fao bofelelong a gona ntho e diegetšeng e no feletse re tu ya no tswallelo ka fase ga tafola nampile go fedile ke a leboga
Pengwe le nngwe mo mmušo e bušiwa ka molao. Banna le basadi bao ba bonang mo tate Thoba ba hirilwe. Ene ebile mmereko wa bona ko go berekisa molao le go implement. Akere ntho engwe le nngwe ba e diang sentse ba e dia according to molaotheo wa rona. Ba se ka ikry-a ba le ka mogare ga metsi a go fiša gore re le kgomo ele re tlo e bolaya ra o fa ge molao o sa re o sentse o kry-e maoto o ka se a kry-e ba botsa maaka. E nngwe gape ke tlo e kgopelang from COGTA a re tseng setšhaba se leadership ye re ise ko re nang le magoši a berekisanang le government fela gore ba ile o bona gore tsamaiso tsa dimasepala le the royal families ge di kopana kae di kopana bjang go berekisana bjang masepala mmalereko wa ona tlabe e leng bona is royal type mmereko wa bona e nang and then are the lines blurred or the lines black and white so that when they go back to run the businesses of Amandebele Ba Lebelo all together they know gore rena re fella mo re ka se re Chipuka re utlwile wa aga dintlo tse 50 10 ya go ke bana ba ka tshwanno di le ntho Dipusentse a re project a she community members must bid like everybody else. If there are opportunities for local people, it must be for everyone, not according to Sefane. Like wishish, gore ke mathata democracy. Democracy ire motho mang le mang. And everything must be done according to the legislative framework. So we are happy that we are going to find each other and find a way of working together. I don't know how close are you to the family, but I suggest that you coordinate that and help so that there's a clear agenda. Gore re rile ra dumalana ka dikana le dikana. Traditional council, according to the presentation, is going to be in September. Or it has happened, the elections. Not yet. We said before the elections there must be talks. Talks about the talks and talks about it. That's how we want South Africa. So let there be talks. Let's find a way of resolving. Re tshamo di tsena ntate Mokaloku ka kudu ba re ba rena ba re khalmelo re sentse le felle mo ka bogošing a o tseni.
Provision of services for the community. We are not. We are actually saying we have got a mega city plan for our land. And we are prepared to cooperate with the city. If the city takes us into confidence, they are taking it maybe that we don't understand anything, we can't do anything with the land because we are maybe ignorant, I don't know. But we are saying, you give us the land, we will show you what we will do with the land. We will not plant informal settlements. It is not our intention. All these informal settlements that are being planted in our land, it's not because of us, no. There are culprits who are doing that. And we are saying, help us get rid of this son of culprits so that the mega city development program can take shape and do that in the interest of the entire citizenry of that area. That's what we are saying. We are capable of doing that. And we cannot do that. We understand and we acknowledge it. We cannot do that without doing it in due conjunction with government as the overseer. No. And we are not saying City of Tshwane is irrelevant. No. We need the services. Chief, we need you to provide services for us. But we are saying
Thank you very much, Ntate Mokale. I think re go kwele. The passion of Ntate Mokale, and this is what he is saying to all of you. Dalarat, fix the issue of the land and give us the title. City of Tshwane, Hosh. We want development, but we want people-driven development. You can't want to build RDP houses only in our area and allow our land to be hijacked and be sold to people just for residential purposes. There are many things that we want to do with our own land. And that's what the democratic government says. The people shall govern, and the people must be involved in planning. So when the IDP processes of the city goes into these areas, the land users must also, the land buyers must also be involved to say, a re batle dikolo fela mo le di sports ground. Re nyaka le pleke ya mashimo. O mongwe maloba na bolela hore ha re sana mo dikgomo di dulang. Because mikhukhu ke e re tseneletse. So we are pleading that let's make sure that there's integration, there's interplay, involvement of many other stakeholders when we plan, and participation into IDP processes council is to make sure that also the land buyers who are still waiting for are able to be given that space, that on this portion of the land, re nyaka go ira masaka, re nyaka go ira di-farm, so that everybody else is clear gore ga ba take you for a ride. Because there are silly people and naughty people who are selling the land in that part. Exactly there. Selling the land for residential purposes. Stresses are cheap. Gape ba ipeya ba nong ke nna le stress nka se kgone go controller planning. Town planning le gore eng tla dula kae di tla tsamaya kae. So let's close ranks, because when you don't close ranks, people do as they wish. Ba re bana ba motho ba lwa. And those who are selling land, I don't believe they are part of you. They don't know you. They don't know where you come from. But they are going to hijack it because you are fighting. So you should be, while waiting for government processes, closing ranks amongst yourselves and fencing your jurisdiction. To say, mo ke ha rena, le bana ba lena la ba ruta hore mo a rekise lefatshe because rakgolo ba le rekile. And this is what we want to do with the land. So let's have that. I think we'll wait for the elections of the traditional council, and we'll make sure that it's fairly representative, and make sure that we close ranks. We make sure no one sells until we all sit down and say, okay, kile. Re dianka lona. Chipu le ba IDP ya masipala batle ba le theletse ba fetse ba tsamaye ba ilo ira plane ya masipala botse. Tate Mokale kwa gaetse se ka tshwenya ga gore re go ra go ene e bile re tloetsa show gore ba go kwa ka mo. Honorable Msima.
Thank you very much for finally recognizing the person. Ergu dumirishe ba Mshatepel. I've engaged with the traditional home for many years. engaged le Untitled Mokale le bo Bond. We've engaged for very, very. So I'm intimate with this. Very intimate. But I think today you're not going to resolve this issue. Let me put it on record. You're not going to resolve this issue today. And we are busy confusing issues right now. There's two things that you need to establish today. One is that you need to establish when are we sorting out the issue of the transfer? When are we sorting out the issue of the power of attorney so that at least we can then start having a level of movement when it comes to issues of services? You start there. And then you get to a point where you then say, okay, we have now dealt with this thing. As Mama was saying, you have issues of who owns what piece and what are we doing with it. Then it starts answering that question, nearly called him by his name, Ntate Mokane. How do you then deal with the issue of, okay, this is the land, have we then engaged with them? What is the idea telling us? So is that talking to their aspirations? But you cannot do that now when we're bringing other issues of what happens in the ATMs and all of that. That unfortunately is things that are supposed to be taking place. Tshwane cannot be involved into this thing. If there's an mediator that needs to happen, it needs to come from a national perspective. You can't have a mediator coming from Tshwane. Tshwane doesn't have power of attorney over traditional affairs. So let's please separate issues, because if we don't, we're going to continue with this confusion until the cows come home. So I'm asking Chairperson, clearly, let's get commitments from COGTA as to what is to happen by when, so that Babu Khoshi ba tloha ba itse hore ka kgwedi e so tlebe re le mo go bjana. Tate Mokale, you must know hore ka kgwedi e so he masepala o tla mo wena, or now we are ready to start moving ka that plan o bolelang ka yona. Ba bolela ba tswa ko kae ba ya kae ka gane bjale they can talk, but if they are still waiting for somebody to then move in terms of the processes, it's going to be the same thing come next year, June or July. So I'm asking and I'm pleading, this, for me, Chairperson, if we don't agree on these two things, I promise you, and you can mark this, next year this time will come here, it will still be the same thing again. So can we at least leave everything aside, deal with these two issues? Are we able to get commitments on specific dates? And then you deal with it. And then we can then get Tshwane to do what needs to be done, and to then start engaging with the councillor and the chief, Lebabang, to then say, these are then the steps that need to follow from the engagement that we've had, from the commitment that we would have. I can tell you right now, it will also even assist when Babu Khoshi goes to the internal AGM. Because then you know from what point you're talking from. You will know these are the committed dates, and nobody must deviate from those dates. If I can ask that be the case, Chairperson, I think this will cut the whole conversation very, very short. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think already we said to Dalarat, their presentation, they said the process plan then extends with 4 land transfer. Land to be transferred.
Chairperson, maybe I'm good.
The process plan was presented at family and was clarified, and that's the reason why we are meeting today, because we were to give each other an update on, I think, two processes prior to this date, to update one another to say this is how far we are. And the team from Dalarat has done that, has even said to us, because of what we have unearthed, the dates of finalizing the whole process, which was supposed to be March 2023, is now going to extend with 4 weeks. So in our last meeting, the transfer would have taken place in 2023 March, but now today they are saying we're moving it further to April. There's still a process again in November. Is it November? Mhlambo? I forgot the lady's name. My apology. Lulam. That process that you outlined, I can still see it. It's just that I don't have. But by September, there was a milestone to achieve. By November, there's a milestone to achieve. By January and March. So Lulama says to us, Honorable Msima, we are extending to end of April to accommodate the other process that was unearthed by our research unit. Am I right? So transfer will only happen next year, according to your process plan. If it happens, it will happen. Lulama? Oh, sorry, Lulama, before you come in.
Chairperson, Chairperson, thank you. Settlement of the land claim will happen in March or April. However, as soon as we are done with cleaning the list, there is nothing that stops us from doing the process, the powers of attorney. Based on the information that we will have, we will sit with City of Tshwane, look at the affected portions. You might find that some of the portions are not even affected by the land claim. Then in that case, then we will then have to engage with the tribal authority and the buyers to see how we do the issue of the powers of attorney. So depending on the option that the claimant would take, if they do take financial compensation, nothing stops us from doing transfers from now. If in October they decide they want financial compensation, then the transfers can, the processes can take place. So Honorable Msimang is correct. We can look at this too, the determination of the properties concerned, the ownership and all that, and also look at the powers of attorney. Thank you.
Chair.
Chairperson, can I just answer you on that? Ne? There are other forms of and programs of land reform. So for us to finalize this land claim, if they take money, then it's out. But the title deed will still remain Amandebele Ba Lebelo. Then they can deal with that Mhlambo. Now I just want to settle the land claim. If they choose for us to settle the land claim, car restoration and giving them title, it's going to be chaotic. Because if we cannot restore and cause social havoc, there's already people there and some are non-claimants. So from my side, the only doable and feasible way to settle this land claim is for them to take financial compensation so that we pay their rightful buyers. However, they will still remain as a community, as Amandebele, and they will have equal rights because there are so many rights that are there. So we cannot now settle the land claim and include everyone else because it means we must include everyone that is there. I cannot do that verification. It's going to take me 15 years to verify. But with the buyers only, I can take 3 months, it's fine.
You are wanting the shortcut to the problem. Okay, no, it's fine. It's clarified. A very interesting study. How I wish I had a student that can do a research on this and help us as a country on how to deal with issues like this. Very interesting. COGTA. I think you should look at giving bursary to students who should do research on this so that we don't take the shortest route to the end. Double up, don't resolve. This is ancestral land. So chelete might not be the solution. I'm just saying, using my attachment to Africa. Because chelete e tla tliswa ke mang mang, wa ho tswa kae kae. Wa bona? But it's fine. I think there's clarity on how we move forward. I don't know if, Member Ledwaba, Councillor Kekan.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for the opportunity. I had thought, Chair, I understood what we're dealing with. Got confused now, and I thought everything was clear. When we started this process, Chair, sometime in February, there were these allegations that were made, and at that time we needed to intervene, and they made mention of Darat as one of the stakeholders. And because of that, we then decided to say, let's get the department to be on board so that we get to understand their frustrations and challenges. Remember, before the meeting of February in the past, we had challenges wherein sometimes the traditional leadership would not come to our meetings, and we were struggling to find them until we met some of them in February. That meeting of April on the 6th, that is where we then got a presentation from the department director. And in particular, that intervention, I thought it was around two things. The one that we are talking about of the land bias or the land claim restitution process. And I think it's the one that Member Msimang is talking about. That is when we then said they must come and make a presentation on. The second part, which was a thorny issue from the traditional leadership, was the issue of the title deed. And I thought these are two separate issues. Because they are saying the land is held in trust, but we want access to that title deed. I thought it's different from the one that we are talking about where there are land claims. There is a restitution process. And I thought these two processes, the Lulamas process, even when we went to Hammanskraal, there were no issues around it. It seemed to be clear and everybody understood it. But even today, Chair, when it comes to the title deed that is held in trust, there is nothing that I'm going to take home. I mean, I haven't heard anything. Mlauzi, is Mlauzi here today? I have not heard anything, and I thought that is the issue that we were going to be updated. How far is the process? What is it that needs to be done? Because my understanding again, Chair, is that based on that, the issue of power of attorneys come in. I thought that is my understanding about the power of attorney. And again, Mr. Chief, in terms of human settlement development, he did mention reference of a particular piece of land that they want to do development. And they can't do development because they don't have power of attorney. But now we are not addressing that, Chair, even from the chieftaincy side. Because since that time, nothing has happened. Explanations were given, fears were allayed. But why we don't have that power of attorney now? From the chieftaincy side, because that is a matter that was brought to our attention, we mediated, they made to understand that that power of attorney is going to be specifically for that particular development. But it is not there. It has nothing to do with all sort of things that we're talking about for that particular development. And that is my frustration, because I have thought we have unlocked that. And we're not getting explanation as to why we are not having that power of attorney, particularly from the G20 side. And the Department of Chipu is not insisting that we are frustrated because we are not getting this, because they did make presentation about other areas that are not affected by power of attorney. But the ones that is affected of power of attorney, in terms of my understanding, has got nothing to do with the land bias. Why are we not unlocking that? Because if we are not unlocking it, then it becomes a futile exercise when we talk for the sake of talking. And if we know we are not unlocking it, let's agree that this matter, we are unable to address it, then we can refer to a different forum. That is one. The second part in terms of my frustration is, I think at this point in time, we have this forum. It is good, well and good, because we are discussing everything, that it was not there before. But as to how we bring the participants to this process, I hope we are not contributing to continuously creating another problem. Because when you hear about Ntate Mokale speaking, they are saying, we want to be part of the process. Which process? Because they can't be part of all processes. There are processes that are intended to deal with their issues. There are processes that are meant to deal with the Royal Council. There are processes that are meant to deal with the leadership. You can't have a situation where every time we meet, we discuss everything. Isn't it, Chair? Even when we invite them, it must be clear who must attend that meeting for what purpose. And I think we are contributing towards that because the moment you see land claim, everybody comes. The moment you see Amandebele Ba Lebelo, everybody comes. It's something that we need to clear with COGTA. And that is COGTA's baby. Otherwise, next time we are going to talk about the same thing time and again. I want to recap quickly 2 minutes, Chair, in terms of my understanding of the things that we dealt with and the things that were disposed. Because it is not that we have not achieved anything to date. One, at the time when we engaged, the main issue was the issue of leadership dispute. How far is it? We were told that there is a commission that is dealing with that. We tick it, isn't it? Done. There is the issue of the title deed. That is with Dalrat. How far is it? I don't know. Are we winning? I don't know. Is there anything new that is coming out? I don't know. Since February, it is still there. There's the issue of the land claims, the restitution process. I think everybody is happy with it. There is clarity. Even if last time there is clarity that this one, even from both sides, the process is going smoothly, and then it will be disposed next year. There are no quarrels around that. And then the issue of the traditional consent. This is a thorny issue. And as long as it's not addressed, and COGTA tells us that the deadline is next year, whilst we are banning now, to me is a problem. It is not normal. It becomes normal when you know there's interim mechanisms that are in place. Even if we were to do it according to the TKLA, whatever act, then we are saying we are right. But now as things stand, there is leadership dispute from the traditional council structure. But we are not moving fast. And that issue remains unresolved. And if we don't resolve that, we are going to have a situation next time everybody's going to come in our meetings. Because there is no clarity who must attend. Because if it is clarified that we have got these 10 people, next time when we invite the traditional council, we know who is expected to come. We know who is to attend, but now we don't know. There are allegations that were made in February that the traditional council is defunded. It continued to be mentioned. We went there. And I can tell you it is true, there is no traditional council. But why do we wait until next year? Because it impacts negatively on the processes of engagement with the institution itself. Okay, let me finish, Chair. To me, it's a thorny issue as well. Why can't we have it now? Because we can have it as soon as we have it. Then we know at least bulk of our problem in terms of interaction with the institutions have been resolved. And these allegations, Chair, that people bought land, people are selling land, that is where we started. Those allegations were made, and to me, those were other matters. The issue of memorandum of understanding, Mujala made a presentation, those are ongoing issues. But the current issues that needs to be unlocked, let's get a power of attorney. If the answer is no, we're not going to get a power of attorney, then let's refer the matter to a different platform. We know we have tried, we have failed. Where is the title deed? If we are told why, what is our interest in relation to the title deed, we can't tell you. Let's be told. And we know that the process of a title deed is going to take another 10 years. Then we know. And then Chipu must tell us where do they need this title deed, for which project, so that we are not all over. We talk of land claims. Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry to have taken long.
Dumelang. Dumelang bo botle. Ke councillor ke kana mo ko Majane, Ward 76. Hey, nna ke ne le mathata. Ntho ya power of attorney le MOU. The community ba e tlhalohanya. Now and then ho ya go di community meetings, o bua ka MOU ba re o tlo re sele ka bone. Ke di man zona tseo. Batho ba nyaka service delivery. Tseo tsa hore di MOU, di power of attorney, people don't understand. Ke ne le mathata. A mantši kore o ka re a kitseng ka re he ke ya go community meetings, it's so painful for me. Go botlhoko because o tla roga ke setšhaba. Ba rena re nyaka ditsela, re nyaka metsi, re nyaka eng, relocation, metsi a re tsanela roads and storm water. He pula di hona pula etla ke mathateng. Ka 27 after re appointuile re councillors ke ke shiana ka di gumboots ke le ka mo hara ga metsi ke ne le batho e le gore ba tsene ka mogare ga metsi e tsene ka mogare Ntate Chipo a itse problem ya ka tabela relocation I ke itse gore kry list elana ke e rometseng nna because there are people ba ba leng prepared to move to extension 10 a ke itse go e kry-ile na kopela o nthuse ka gore really September ya tla ke rapela fela pula ya ska yana a ke itse yo thomaneng ka re this thing ke kgale mara nna as a woman ba ngrila because ba ipotsa ngwana ko moshate and ebile ka gore o counselara o tshwanetse gore botse gore ho iragalang re tsamaya neng ho iragala eng people are prepared to move so motse wa rona o hodile even the illegal shacks batho ba ba ipeiling illegally so taba ya lack of water clean water is a problem also Tate Chipo ke hurutse trucks tsa rena the only 6 they are limited motse wa rona o hodile ntate ke boletse le wena ka re Tate Chipo ke kgopela gore o nthuse trucks tse are enough only 6 for that village ke tse nyane every day ke butsa ka trucks tsa metsi di a shorta ke lela ko wena ntate ka re ke phela ko City of Tshwane relocation ke bua gape le ka what it's for tsarna ko Hammanskraal a dine a service delivery so a re itse gore ke taba ya power of attorney or ke taba tsa MOU na re le bothata ke ne ke kgopela gore portfolio committee e ke utla ba re itlile ka ke ne le mabaka mara I'm coming because ke a itse gore ke lena ke lela mo lena and ke a bona gore la pusha lula malona ke a leboga le botle ba land gore o ka re le tla re thusa ka pela ka taba ya MOU le power of attorney o le COGTA ke leboga your presence le itse mathata a rena ke a leboga
Maybe before you come in, just one, my side. Lulama, you said something that, like, if they decide to settle for money, the process will become very short. But I want to check with you as to what will be the implication of that of a process in terms of ownership. If those who are going to be land buyers decide to settle for money or decide for financial settlement, will that change the ownership of those pieces of lands? Hence, they would have been bought out of. It doesn't. They will still remain the rightful owners of those pieces of land. Thank you.
Chip ka re wena wa ge shumane a re tlogele o sesiba mntwana ka ntombazana ka madiba o thuso 1 minute
Thanks, thanks, Mhlonipheki, Mhlonishwa. There was a presentation that included the Hoy and the Sen. And my question will be, is that process including Mahoshi of the Hoy and the Sen that have been at Mashambandlovu close to 2 years or not? Thank you.
Ntate Chipo, you'll also be answering all the questions and doing your parting shots as City of Tshwane, as well as Dalarat and COGTA. So let's do that in the next 10 minutes.
Is of the view that we didn't emphasize. Maybe I was speaking soft. I've indicated that we are looking for the power of attorney to do township establishment for Marokolong, which is sitting on the remainder of portion 2 of the family of Kral. Currently, in terms of the ownership, it is under Amandebele Ba Lebelo, but it's held in trust by the minister. And just to also put on record, as the city, we don't have any material difference or any other issues with Department of Rural Development. In fact, after the meeting in April, we have sent them all the documentation. Unfortunately, we didn't get any feedback. Where we are sitting, we are looking for the power of attorney, Honorable Malema, because in terms of Special Planning and Land Use Management Act, read together with our Land Use Management Bylaw, you will not submit any land use application or township establishment without the consent of the owner, including us as the city. Before we go for township establishment or land use application, we ought to go to council to get the approval, because that function or that power is not delegated to any authority. And in that meeting, we also presented from our side. The Office of the Speaker was very clear in terms of the draft memorandum of understanding that was intended to enter between the city and Amandebele Ba Lebelo. And I want to clarify that the memorandum of agreement, memorandum of understanding will have nothing to do with finance. It's not a memorandum of agreement. We'll only be able to clear the different roles that us as an institution, as the city, and you as the traditional council, as a legal entity, what we'll be doing in this process, with the view that you are owning the land. And when I met with you and Tadetu Bahale, and the king and everybody, I've indicated that if the traditional council have a proposal in terms of how they will want to utilize the land, we are ready as the city to be able to partner with you. But as we speak now, the areas are flooded with invasion of the land, and in terms of the law, as the city or any other entity will not be able to have any power to be able to prevent that particular invasion, because we are not owning the land. The unfortunate part is that the land invasion is not the end, it's the means towards the end. As soon as they invade, those people are going to ShopRite to buy bread. When they come back, the plastic that is carrying the bread become a waste issue. Somebody must collect that particular waste. They must go to toilet. Somebody must give them that the toilet. They must have water. And all those things are part of the Bill of Rights in terms of the Constitution. That's why they now run to Office of Public Protector and say the city doesn't look after us. And when we say to Public Protector we are not actually owning the land, it's becoming a litigation, while the people on the ground are actually suffering. And the invasion is usually continued. Hence we have said we need a parallel approach in terms of this approach. And if you as the traditional council, you have a way that you want to be able to develop, give the proposal and let's agree in terms of the proposal and let's have what you call a public-private partnership development and develop your area. But the more we are engaging in this hotel or in this boardroom, the ground is different. The councillor is raising a fundamental concern of the flooding. And I've just indicated that we are not immune of what is happening in KZN. And this thing is only seen by a councillor because during the flooding, no one will be called. It will be one that is going to be called. And that somebody is going to be worse. So we are saying to you, and through the dear Department of Rural Development, there's no difference with us. They must simply give us the power of attorney, and we are ready for engagement, even to deal with the medium to long-term development of that area, which will then talk about the beneficiation of the owners of those particular land. So it's very important that the traditional council and those that are saying that the buyers of the land, they had their own discussion and resolve and allow us to proceed in terms of our constitutional mandate, which is the development of the community in terms of the services. And if we don't do this, we are having a problem. Chairperson, the issue of the town planner, we are only paying for the work done. The town planner was appointed, but we have never worked, so we will not be able to pay the town planner up until we finalize. So why we decided to extend the contract is because we are still waiting for the Department of Agriculture to be able to share us with the power of attorney. So we thought today they will then be able to say, no, the power of attorney is already emailed. It is just, Mr. Chibu, you didn't see it because it was sitting in a junk email. So it's not as if they did actually email it to us. And that's where there's a problem. But from our side, we have not actually paid the town planner. You remember that at that time we have indicated that we are in a process to be able to terminate the contract. But because of their reaction that they are going to be able to work on it, we said let's extend and allow them that particular process. But as the city, we are committed to the development of that area, not only Marogolo, the entire area. The bigger part of area is also invaded. So the decision must be taken, whether there's a need for them to evict those people. But remember, in terms of fire, the people, the moment they've evicted the land for a particular period, in this case for more than 6 months, when you relocate, they come to US government to provide the alternative accommodation. As the city, we don't have the land around that particular area. So we will not be able to commit that if they are being evicted by the traditional council or DRLD, will then be able to provide the accommodation. It's now our responsibility. So for us to be able to deal with this matter, let's have a proactive plan and let's work together to be able to finalize it. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Let's give the library. I just wanted to check if we are still here.
Thank you, Chair. We have a few things that have been raised that are important for us to talk to.
Also clarify the issue of the title deed.
Yes. Yes. The question that was asked, there are a few questions that overlap, so we'll just deal with the theme and we'll cover all the sub-theme issues. The question that was raised about communal, individual land title deed, etc. You see, the title deed talks to the minister holding the land in trust for Amandebele. And we have two documents in that regard. However, the history of, well, the legislation that gives rise to the history is that the chief that came forward was so acting on the basis of an agreement that had taken place before the chief came forward to government about the buying of the land and whatever arrangement that was there. For that reason, though the land is held in trust in terms of the documents that we've spoken about, to give back the land requires us to be clear about who is entitled to that. This is where the process that Ululu is talking about comes in. And remember, I indicated that once you get to a certain stage in the process of restitution, that act trumps everything else that is there about how you handle the land in question. We are at that point, and for that reason, even though administratively we can approach the minister and do certain things, we can't move because then there's a bar to that, which lies in this legislation that she's dealing with. For that reason, we can't say to you, land will be taken back in 3 months or whatever. This process must be finalized. Once it's finalized, then we're able to say, now these are the rightful heirs or the rightful people who are entitled to this land. After we have then also brought in COGTA, because once you talk about land in a traditional context, we don't move until COGTA has come in. One of the issues that comes up is the power of attorney. On Leo Kral, you have 15 portions. 15. Of those 15 portions, only one has where we sit. I don't want to get to the details of that. Generally, when you hold the land in trust for a community, you require a community resolution for you as a trustee to move in a particular direction. Our own politics will deal with those afterwards. If you remember when we made a presentation, we were very cordial, etc., because we don't want to bring our nonsense to the committee and have it recorded. We'll deal with each other out of the meeting. We've done that before. So let's leave that aside. The documents themselves and where they reside, my colleague from head office is here. For all the land that is held in trust by the minister, all of those documents are at head office. So the documents are there. It's just about who they go to once the minister says they must go away. I think I've covered. Yes, Lulu, you want to come in?
No, thanks, Chair. My name is Ramutla Magana from Rural Development National Office. I think Mr. Mhlambo has explained it so well. I think maybe, colleagues, we shouldn't separate the problems that were created by the previous government with the problem that we are dealing with here. The thing is that land held in trust is a very complicated thing because there are certain cases where people have bought the land. It's easier to identify the buyers. The problem is that on the title deed itself, you won't be able to identify who are the buyers. The name of the buyers will only find it in a deed of sale. I'm happy with Amandebele Ba Lebelo because they've got the name of the buyers. There are cases where in all occasions, the name of the buyers will not be on the title deed. And the problem is that when these people were buying land, they were supposed to affiliate to a chief. Not in some cases, the chiefs were not the buyers. There are cases where you find the chief not being a buyer. Most of the time they were buyers. Is that the previous regime, they didn't want black people to be independent. They wanted them to be affiliated to a chief so that the chief will control them as individuals. So I think maybe where there are buyers is straightforward, as Mr. Mhlambo has mentioned. The heirs of the buyers should initiate the process. But the minister is not going to transfer it without the land rights inquiry, where the heirs have been verified as as my colleague has mentioned. And the issue is that the minister will not do a transfer because he's not an owner per se. Minister will relinquish his right as a trustee because this came from this, I think it dates back from 1881, where the government then was saying black people can only hold rights, ownership to a land, provided that the land is registered in the name of Minister of Native Affairs. And our minister is a successor in title. Hence, Mr. Mhlambo correctly mentioned that all the title deeds in relation to land held in trust are held by rural development. When the title did get lost, minister is able to get a replacement title. So where the land is not invaded, it's easier to do a transfer. We had a situation somewhere in Jenfest. Those people are guarding their own land. I think it's about 800 hectares. There is a farm called Klepspreid there. Those people, there is no invasion. They are looking after the farm. The transfer will be easier if they can be able to verify the heirs, because the whole land parcel will be transferred to the dependents of those people. But where there is invasion, or there are certain people who enjoy certain beneficial occupational rights as protected by IPILRA, minister will not transfer that land, because these people, they enjoy beneficial occupational rights, which is protected by IPILRA. So that transfer may happen subject to those people enjoying those particular rights. Where there are no beneficial occupational rights, it's easy, but as mentioned earlier, the verification of the heirs is a very fundamental process. There need to be verification of the heirs so that the land will be transferred to people who are eligible to that transfer. So there are cases, colleagues, where we are unable to get the deed of sale. Then it will be difficult to identify the heirs. Unfortunately, it's not part of this. I'm happy. In this case, we are able to get the list of the buyers. But there are cases where the deed of sale is something that happened in 1901. So it's difficult to identify who are the buyers. But this is an exception to what we are discussing now. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Ramut. Section in my it Ramut. Maybe can that must come claim land to the COGTA.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chair and honorable members. Good afternoon. With regards to the question of the koi and the sun, that were linked to the union buildings and the commission that has been established by the minister. Those that were occupying union buildings are actually opposed to the processes from the Constitution to the current TKLA. I think it's the question of First Nation, they don't recognize the TKLA. But the processes that are currently involved of setting that commission to address the recognition of the Khoi and the San, it's supported by other communities. Hence, in the presentation, we indicated that we had awareness education workshops across the province. We are working with National in that regard. You see, so that we a little bit dealing, so that the reconstitution of the TC and the power of attorney, at some point we need to delink the two, that a resolution of the community is what is required for a power of attorney, whether there's a TC or no TC. Whilst you are busy reconstituting, doing all of this, the power of attorney, if there's a resolution of the community, a recommendation is taken to the department at the national, then that will happen. So we thought we should just clarify that aspect. And then thank you. I think the other point, we take it to heart. I think that has got to do with the best practice, because it's something that we have been looking at. We know, I think, from time to time, the traditional communities are invited by others So we look at, those best practices where, we can take the two traditional communities just for best practices. Thank you very much. And then there was a question earlier on around the land and the initiations. I know the city is here, most probably they'll speak. But in our engagement with the city, they indicated that there is no, they don't have a portion of land that they can say this is for initiation. Maybe there will be pockets of land. So in terms of the Customary Initiation Act and the establishment of the Provincial Initiation Committee, the application must be accompanied by a lease agreement. It could be an agreement between the school principal and the traditional leader or authority, or it could be with a private owner, or it could be with the city, because they identify, because it's not also easy to demarcate just the land, because there are certain requirements in terms of executing this sacred cultural practice. So it's not just a blanket thing that you can say, go there, because there are certain requirements. So it's a matter that through the PICC that has been established by the Premier, that the team is also trying to balance what is possible and what is cultural. So we're trying to maintain that balance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think there's agreement. Le ntshwareleng bomme. Tsenang ka pelenyana. A re go a ke tsure le taba comfortable go emella ore le kope segwagwe. Where is the mic? Tshwarelo we shwa so re ra o discreet. Abuti thusethle.
Hello, ke a leboga chairperson. Ke nna Hanidlenda Marakalla from the royal family of Amandebele Ba Lebelo, the daughter of the claimant, the deceased Khoshisello Kekana. I'm standing here because I wanted to know, maybe I did not hear what Melulama was saying in terms of the option of taking the money for transfer or settlement. Because as the structure from our side, we haven't sat down and decide on which option we will go for. So maybe she has already taken the decision, or maybe she's still coming to maybe ask us, which option we should go for. But maybe I did not just hear her so clearly, just to come up and clarify for us. Thank you so much.
Hala mutwa sen. Awa mutwa le seng ra leboga e re go tlhalosetse. Take the mic. Hala mutwa sentlo na re tlhalosetsa fela ka di option tse di leng teng. Le gore ke efeng e bonolo. That's why ke ile ka re ka tsa e thata gore khona mo tseleng eo e thata gore mathata le yana ra solve yang mo South Africa. A isa ka be a re o le decided o na re fa di options. I hope Lulama you hear Setswana. O se utlwa sentle. Okay. Wa e tlhaloganya mme Marakala. O siame. O na se ga le tswela tshwetso o na re fa di options tse di leng teng e bile le gore tlhalosetsa gore ke efeng e bonolo. A ba re bile bonolo for yena gore a kgone go kry di bonus gore o delivery. Ke ge le ka re lona le ipatlela tšhelete gore ne tse ding tse di thata mara ga le influence gore le tse tšhelete le nna ebile ga ke batle gore le tse tšhelete gonne ke batla gore le nne motlhala. Example, that South Africans can learn from. Tšhelete e tlo fela. Okay, thank you very much. I think, Lulama, you want to come in? Ntate Boisiman. Ga eyo. E ko ntle. Mel Lulama, Boisi, no. This is the legislature, you know, we can call police on you. Mel Lulama.
Okay, thank you, Modula Stulo. I think in ka di meetings kaofela tse re bang le tsona ko Moshate le all the venues where we attend our meetings, ke ba tlhaloseditse gore the options re tla fitla ko go tsona once we finalize the list. So we cannot go to options if we don't know who is going to vote for the options. So basically what we're doing now, ke voters roll, so that not everyone must come and make options who are not even legitimate claimants. And yeah, people who will be voting are those that have given their verification forms. And I ke kgopole ke e bona ya gagwe mme. But anyway, we'll discuss it later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Ra le leboga, ra le rata, re le ba portfolio committee. Le rona re ithutile go le go ntsi mo case studying e ya lona. Ebile re tlo tswella re lena. Re tlo encourage bana ba sekolo gore ba tle ba tlo learna ba kgone go irela South Africa solutions based on your living case study. E ga ya kwalwa ke mo it's living, and I hope you'll also encourage kids in your communities who are in universities to do this as a research study so that we are able to influence policies in South Africa, policy formulation based on our lived experience. When they say there's a challenge, they must not go to Europe and seek solutions, but look into our challenges and how we seek to resolve them in an African way and come up with African solutions for ourselves. So thank you very much for coming. I think we will have a fourth bite of this in the new year of 2023, where we will be getting an update from Dalarat, as well as City of Tshwane coming to say we have started doing work because we have a power of attorney. Mhlambo, if our office City of Tshwane power of attorney by 14th November, which is my birthday, I'm going to come to your offices with the council and the people of Marukulo to Toitoi for a power of attorney. The rainy season is coming. It's going to be difficult for people who live there. Fela gore rona we are unable to use the legislative framework to benefit the people, but use it as an impediment towards development. So let's finalize, let's deal with whatever that needs to be cleaned and ensure that there's a power of attorney for City of Tshwane to start with development issues. Mtate Kiba Kekana says, we can even get a community meeting resolution. But then let's get the teams working together. Also, maybe we have a duty when Mtate Kiba Kekana of ensuring that you bring everybody together under one roof. Don't leave the bias out. Don't leave. Batho ba mona ke di-millionaire, multi-millionaires, ba tshwere lefatshe, o ka se ba tlogele ko ntle. Please make sure that they are part. Please cooperate, Ntate Mokale, and your deputy there, Ntate Boys. Cooperate, let's go build. Ke lefatshe la rona, ke la borra rona. Re sentse re le lwele, mara re ska lwa amongst us. And those who are selling, tell them to stop selling. Ba tlo feletsa ba rekisa bana ba bona. Because we sell even our citizenship. Re rekisa birth certificate. Our kids ba tlo rutela mabitla a rona gore we are useless. Because in this selling of stands, I tell you, I bet you my lesson, no one verifies who are these people who are being sold the land. It's about money. Fagi maluzo bon. Bonisa o buya le ku. O tlile o nametse phologolo mo godimo. Then bana ba rona ba feleletsa ba sena ko ba yang teng. So the problems are created by us, not government. So let's nip it in the bud and make sure that everybody else understands. There's a Gen First community that we can go learn from on how to take care of your property while waiting for processes to take place and justice be restored. The issue is complicated because of selfish individuals. Ba never batla 500. You know, they've complicated life for our future leaders in that community. So thank you very much. You are released. We are continuing with the other parts of our agenda. We could not be part of, so we could not be part of your AGM. I hope we are going to get a report. So all the best, Ntate Mokali. Lunch is served outside. Rona ga re je, go tla ja lona le na le noši. Re tswela pele ka mmereko. The library, I hope you have shared all the information with all of them. You want to say something? Just because you are a library, you can say something. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, let's share the information. Let's also involve the young ones in the department so that when we are not there, they are able to take the baton forward. Thank you very much. You are released. Next item on the agenda. Babu Hoshing Raleboga. Remetso re le re meme re tlo ja dikuku le dikgaragana. Okay. We will have 5 minutes body break. And honorable members must be here at 12:32. The next presenters, can you please prepare yourselves? Who's presenting next? Makafula ke bo mang ke lona? Ke COGTA. Are you able to do it in 10 minutes? Le ready? Yeah, if like remember it's a 5 minutes body break. Mujela munna. Okay, honorable members, let's settle down. We must be done by 1 o'clock with all the agenda items. Ke na le nkingha. Who is presenting? Is it COGTA? Kante, why am I having a wrong agenda? Jabu? Why is the chair having?
It's number 7, Chair, on the program.
I'm thinking it's human settlement. Arso fetse ka COGTA. Makafula, 5 minutes mos wena motho wa ka pelenyana. Monna wa 5 minutes.
Where is my Nkosazana now? Sorry, Chair, we have 2 sections. One will be done by the head of performance, Ms. Van Wyk, 5 minutes. And then Dr. Makafula, another 5 minutes, then will be at your disposal. Thank you, Chair.
It's flighted, Makafula. Okay, Makosazana.
No, I think I can skip and then she'll.
Can skip your part, yeah. Yeah, Makafula get 3 minutes. You want 3 minutes? 3 minutes, man. Let's call those who are outside, Martha. Said 12:32, so it's possible Makosazana still believes.
Afternoon, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. Like the Chair said, yeah, no, I speak better English standing than sitting, so I'll try to what I can do. But this is our first quarter performance. We were allocated a budget of 162 million. For the quarter, we were supposed to spend about 150, no, 50, sorry. No, man. I can't see properly. Okay. So as of the end of the first quarter, we had spent 95% of the allocated budget for.
Let's ask them to switch off the lights for you.
Okay.
Possible?
Okay, so for the 95% of the budget allocation for the quarter, which amounts to 44.
And also for us.
Okay, sorry, yes. And so the result is year on year, Chairperson, we managed to spend about 25% of the budget allocation, which 27% was program 1, 26% program 2, 22% program 3, and 14% program 4. So this is in line with the norm, which is each and every quarter ideally should spend 5%, but we're pushing 25%, we're pushing that within the first 3 quarters, we should have spent more than 75% of our annual budget allocation, and that will give us an opportunity to spend the entire budget during the financial year. So, again, we look at the very same budget allocation in terms of compensation of employees. Our biggest expenditure for the quarter, and as well as for year-on-year financial, was goods and services, which we sitting at 33%, compensation of employer on 22%, and household 66%, machinery equipment 35%, and then at the end of the quarter, we hadn't transferred anything to municipalities because of the differences in financial year. So we're waiting for 1st July to come for us to transfer the money. So in a nutshell, for the first quarter in the financial year, we did well. However, our target was to exceed 25% so that we do not have pressure when coming to the next period of the financial year. Next. Oh, it's me. With regard to transfers, like we said, we didn't transfer anything to any of the locals as gazetted due to the difference in financial year. And then the next thing will be in revenue. Our revenue is payroll based, Chair. As a result, it's negligible. But for the quarter, we managed to collect 20% of the total revenue for the whole financial year. The amount we're targeting for the year is 370,000, and all of it, like I said, it's payroll based. Our commitment, we're sitting at 203 million, but this commitment are not only for the current financial year. It's multi-year, of which about 80 million is the current financial year, the residue for the next 3 years. And accruals, we closed the financial period, the quarter, with invoice of 3.3 million, which invoices were paid within 14 days within 10 days actually from the day we reported. Unauthorized expenditure, regular expenditure, and fruitless when it's full, nothing was incurred. The balance we have are the balances from the previous financial year. And then we recommending that the portfolio committee note the report. Now, I'll hand over to my colleagues, Makosana, to start her presentation from the beginning. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, CFO. You are all welcome. We thought we should start with the CFO while waiting for
Okay.
you. We're not late, don't worry.
Apologies, Chair. I was outside. Okay, in terms of quarter one, we had 34 targets planned. Of these, 28 were achieved, 3 partially achieved, and 3 were not achieved. Sorry, it's going the wrong way. Overall, our performance was sitting at 82% achieved, 9% partially achieved, and 9% not achieved. Program 1, we had 2 targets planned. 50% of these targets were achieved, and 50% was partially achieved. Program 2, we had 16 targets planned. 88% of these were achieved. 6% was partially achieved, and 6% was not achieved. In terms of program 3, we had 11 targets planned. Of these, 82% was achieved, 9% partially achieved, and 9% not achieved. Program 4, we had 3 targets planned. Of these, 100% of these targets were achieved. And program 5, we had 2 targets planned. 50% was achieved, and 50% was not achieved. In terms of procurement from women-owned companies, we were able to achieve 15% on RFQs. And on public participation, this is the progress in terms of ward committee establishment. So Midval is done, Mirafong 50%, Renwest is done, Eguruleni is done, Mfuleni was planned for the 28th and 29th, but I can't confirm if it's done. Mohale, it was for the 1st of July. Lesedi, it was to be confirmed. COJ, it was planned for the month of July. COT, the establishment has commenced. And we had 1 provincial voter education stakeholder session with key stakeholders on the 27th and 28th in Kopanong. In terms of community development workers, 9 municipalities were assisted to resolve their community concerns. In terms of municipal financial support, Lesedi and Milval were assisted to implement simplified revenue plans. Mohale and Renwest were assisted with data enrichment of large power users and water users. Mfuleni and Mirafong were assisted with the deployment of revenue experts, and COT and Renwest were given additional capacity to reduce UIFW. And COT and COJ were assisted with capacity to undertake viability assessments and develop viability plans. And 1 OPCA session did sit in the first quarter. In terms of capacity development, Renwest, Mirafong, and Mohale were assisted to comply with regulations of the MSA regulations in terms of appointment of section 54 and 56 managers and other critical positions. Midvals, Egurleni and Lisedi were also assisted with the cascading of their PMS. And our compliance reports were developed and submitted for service delivery and the other compliance reports. Local economic development, 22,600 work opportunities were created through the CWP program. And the IDP week was convened in 5 regions, and the progress on the one plans is being monitored on a quarterly basis. In infrastructure planning, 9 municipalities were monitored on the implementation of infrastructure service delivery programs. 9 municipalities were also monitored on the implementation of indigenous policies, and 5 districts were monitored on the spending on national grants. And 9 municipalities were monitored on climate change impact on water supply, and 9 municipalities were supported on water security interventions. And a functionality assessment was done in Egurleni, and they were found to be functional in terms of their disaster management. A report on back to basics was prepared and submitted to EXCO. In terms of the structures that we monitor, all the structures were convened in the first quarter, and the report on the decisions that were implemented has been consolidated. Sorry, Chair, I don't know what happened. Was it me? Sorry. Okay, traditional leadership, 100% of the succession claims were processed in the first quarter, and the Commission on Traditional Claims and Disputes was established, and the meeting was held on the 30th to the 31st of May. In terms of unachieved targets, it was in terms of the payment of invoices within 15 days. We were able to achieve 95% of this target because of delays in the loading of the invoices. Monitoring of municipality in terms of GBVF. This unit currently is the same unit that's doing ward committee establishment, so the team was focused on that. So they're trying to actually resolve and actually catch up this target. Civic awareness, the youth sector parliament was postponed to July, so only one civic awareness program actually said. It was the Youth Skills Development Expo that was in Egurleni. In terms of the inception report of the planning house, due to the delays in procurement, the project started late, but the team is fast tracking that project. And municipalities to be supported on technical skills by multidisciplinary teams. The department currently is only able to assist the 6 local municipalities due to the funding that's been allocated to this project, but they are trying to find other ways on how they can actually assist the metros that do not require funding. In terms of the anti-GBVF intervention, the team has actually, the intervention has already happened already, but they were also disturbed by the issues that they couldn't procure in the first quarter. So that they couldn't implement this, but they have implemented this target in the second quarter. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, team. Can we, where is Jabul? Lights and are there any questions, honorable member? Yes, they were given questions. Okay. They must respond to the questions that we have sent you and engage if there's a need to ask you further questions. But you did well, eh? But we want to do.
Can I ask, no, I'm not sure now what's that. Chair, there is a second presentation that respond to the questions, and the part that deals with finances, I'm going to ask Dr. Makafula to speak to those, and then there are a few issues on public participation which I'll assist to just highlight. May I be assisted with the presentation, please?
are rushing. Don't have enough time. It's now 3 minutes, honorable members. I'm a 3-minute woman. At least I'm not a 3-minute. Let me note, Honorable Mube, Honorable Sneeman. Fine, that order.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you for the presentation. I only have 2 questions. The first one is the assistance of the city of Tshwane and Rand West on expenditure, the fruitless, wasteful. Yeah. So what I would just elaborate how to support them, so that, isn't it, that for the next financial year, it is not the same findings. The second one is the GPVF, it's 0%. And it is the second pandemic in South Africa, as the president has defined it. And the last sentence you talked about was you couldn't implement because there was 30,000 and whatever. So what I would want to know, was there any plan in terms of this APP, which now is 0%, and then is it because if it is 0, that you don't see any agency in terms of, I don't know what is the content of the support, or whether, to avoid GPVF, though it's so difficult. So is there any plan if it is 0, and now you're telling us about if it is whether more than 30,000 or what, the cost and the situation that leads to that? Can you just elaborate, if was outside, if they say there's this program is supposed to be implemented on GPVF and it's 0, the cries outside may come back to us to say, how could we allow you not to perform on this? Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. In relation to the first presentation on page 13, it talks about, under the section public participation, it talks about support with ward committee induction, etc., etc. What I'd like to understand is ward committees, well, different, I guess the ward committee elections took place at different times in different municipalities. But firstly, my first question is, have all these ward committee elections taken place? All the ward committees in place, or actually in place, and have they been introduced to communities? And I'll tell you why I raise this. The city of Johannesburg, ward committee elections took place some time ago. They are yet to be introduced to communities. And one is, as a resident, I've asked my local ward councillor why, and you get given some story. Why is it that it's taking so long? And I don't know whether it's prevalent in other municipalities, but in Johannesburg, there's elections that have taken place. Committees, residents have not been told the results of those elections. Ward committee members have not been introduced. So my question then is, what is the reason for that? And I'm aware that ward committee members get a stipend or they get a summer allowance per month. Now, in the case of Johannesburg, are they getting this allowance already? Because they're not doing any work. Nobody knows who they are. Could we just get some clarity as to, from COGTA side, whether you know why this is the reason? What's delaying the speaker from allowing these ward committees to do their work? Or is there something that's going on that we're not aware of? But I can tell you now, in the ward that I live in, they've not been introduced to residents. They're not even working. So who was voted for? Nobody knows what the results are, whether they're being paid, because that's my concern. If they're not working, have not been introduced to residents, are they being paid? And if so, why are they being paid? Because they're not doing any work. Can you just get some clarity on that? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I have the honor of the Honorable Chair just to preside over this session while she's still attending to other matters outside. On that understanding, I don't know if maybe COGTA, would you like to respond to the questions raised? And take the floor. Thank you.
Chair, I'll attempt some few points and then I'll ask Ntate Ghana to speak, especially on some of the issues with regard to Tshwane as a person who's deployed in that region for support. But broadly on the issue of, I think there's a specific question around support to Tshwane and Rand West. Indeed, Chair, in terms of our regional support, and regional support is specific support for each municipality. So the Sedibeng region, plus its own local municipalities and so forth, and the metros. And there are specific interventions informed by the needs or requirements or problems in that area. So the issue of finance is one of those, and one area is around the program that we have around the issues of clean audit, but also issues around the expenditure on budget, whether it's on infrastructure. So on infrastructure, as an example, we have what we call a capital expenditure war room run by COGTA and the departments that are related to that function, to be a problem-solving space where municipalities are struggling with expenditure. And there are a number of reasons. Sometimes it's the internal issues of supply chain processes, sometimes it's contracting issues, sometimes it's the kind of caliber and quality of service providers they appoint, sometimes to do with their project management capability. So it differs from one municipality to another. So we're trying to, the work we did to understand the root causes, because it's one thing to look at the expenditure at face value and not understand the root causes behind that. So the support begins then to zoom into those areas that are root causes for that. So if maybe in future we can come with a specific, to show the specificities of what we are doing in each municipality in regard to those things, we can do that. But the overall response is that we are indeed in relation to Tshwane and Rand West, as it was specifically, have that kind of support, but we can come with details if they are required. Of course, Tshwane, in terms of law on finance issues, is, although we support them and work with National Treasurer, but is directly a responsibility of National Treasurer as compared to ourselves. But we do get involved and support, because in terms of finance issues, the metros are monitored directly by National Treasurer, but we are involved in that process. I'll ask colleagues to speak on the GBV issue. Maybe Ms. Makozana can speak to that, but the specific point that they raise around the 30,000 issue. This was related to that Constitutional Court case about procurement. So there are certain procurement in the last quarter of the previous financial year and bit of the first financial year, which we could not move because tenders were stopped until that legal wrangle was resolved. So it did impact on one or two projects. I can make an example in the presentation. You may not have seen it because it was flying. There's a project around the planning house, which is specifically my project. We had resources in the last quarter of the last financial year where we wanted to spend on some work to do, and we're about to appoint a service provider, but we couldn't continue because of the legal issues. It's only now that we're able to just make that as an example of something that was a priority on our side, and had resources. We already done the processes, but we couldn't. Of course, we shouldn't always hide behind that, but that's one of the examples that I wanted to make. I'll ask Mr. Gegana to speak to the issue of the ward committees and induction. And yeah.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chairperson. With regards to the ward committee processes, there are 3 phases to that. The first phase is the establishment in terms of the law. The second part is the induction of ward committees. And the third component relates to the actual work. And the actual work links to the out-of-pocket expenses, because people are only paid out-of-pocket expenses. And they are regulated in terms of the number of, let's say meetings that they attend or work that they do. So they are not paid, there is no stipend or they're going to be paid so much per month. It is called out-of-pocket expenses based on what they do. In terms of introduction, maybe there are 2 parts maybe to it. I think the first part is that for an establishment to take place, a community meeting must be called. So it is the community that elects the members of the ward committees as per the sectors that are critical to supporting the development of the integrated development planning and also to do oversight on behalf of the communities. So that is the first part. So maybe the point that you're raising, I think it's something that we can take into account. That after induction, perhaps another formal process of introduction, because it's already implied that because they're elected by their own communities, by different sectors, therefore they are known to their communities. I'm just saying from where we sit. What we're also doing so that we deepen the understanding between the communities, the elected ward councillor, the elected ward committee members, we are implementing what we call the ABCD, the asset-based community development approach. That is actually intended to take power back into the communities, because we noted that protests are part of the democracy, but the protests that we are seeing over the years are actually more violent. And they also do not, the organizers of these protests coming from communities are also not following the rule of law. Because you see, and the municipalities are not also observing the rule of law. Because for a protest, for a march, for anything to happen, we've got to go through the approval process so that there could be monitoring of everything. So we noted, or perhaps the best approach is to take the power back into communities, because asset-based community says, you own these assets. These are your assets. They come from taxpayers' money. Please protect them. In demanding, something in the community, maybe to be addressed by the ward councillor, should not equate to that community burning a library or a school or a crèche. So the asset-based community model, I think it's something that is taking us to the next level, because it starts with what we call asset mapping. What is it that is in this community? Take pride, and then it also assists in what we call the ward-based planning and ward-based budgeting as well. So that is something that we'll look into. But I want to take your point that in our own work, community development, the ward committees, we have not factored in the introduction, like you say, or after the establishment, the induction. Communities like yourself and myself may not necessarily be aware of the existence of a ward committee. And ward committees, the difference between a ward committee and other structures in a ward is that it brings together sectors, health, education, everything that has got to do with district development model IDP into that ward. People represent different sectors or interest groups. So we take in that point. I'll actually convey it to the colleague who's responsible for the CTW program that we're working together from IGR, just to see how we factor this in. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll answer the one on GBVF. We didn't achieve that target because as the team indicated, as I indicated when I was presenting, that the team was focused on ward committee establishment. There are only 2 people in that team, so we have a lack of capacity. And also the issue is that GBVF is a very sensitive topic, so the team wants to be capacitated first before they go out and actually try to talk about such issues. So that was also the missing link that was still there, is it wasn't the capacitation of the team to be able to go out to municipalities, because we are expected to do an assessment of municipalities and see what programs they have in place and if they are sufficient, and then assist them with that. So we also need to be capacitated first before we can actually go and try to actually do that in municipalities. The other one was a GBVF program in traditional communities. That one, it wasn't done because of the delay in procurement, but it has been achieved already. That GBVF campaign has taken place in the second quarter, so that target has been achieved. Thank you, Chair.
Back to the responses in 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll ask CFO to speak on the finance ones, but let me just quickly go through the presentation as they disappeared again. I'll go through the non-financial ones very quickly without reading the detailed, Chair. Am I in control or someone else is? Oh, okay. I nearly handed over my power to someone else. I'll come back to the finance ones and see if I can speak to that. So the question here was, I think is the one we just spoke to, so I will not think this is a question that we responded to, and that was the response. So let me not repeat what has just been said, unless there's a follow-up. On the next one is about the induction of the ward committees, and that is really the response in terms of what happened in quarter one. In fact, when we come back in quarter two, there's really good progress in terms of the induction of establishment of ward committees that have taken place. I've seen the recent report. The specific issue around Mogale City Chair is that there were days that were set and there were some issues that needed to be dealt with. So a new date has been set with regard to that. So in terms of I think that's probably the point that was being asked by Datishman. That is the answer with regard to the city of Johannesburg, the induction of ward committees and the dates and specific areas in terms of regions. In Tswana, as you know, that previously they didn't have ward committees, so there's a process through Section 79 Committee and Council that's taking place towards the establishment of ward committees. And that is information. In fact, one of the reasons we don't have a public participation person in this room, they are busy even today in Lesedi with the induction, even today. Yeah, I think the next ones I'll take to CFO. I think we have done with the non-financial issues.
Thanks, DTG.
We are 2 minutes behind, so if you can just try to summarize.
Okay. So I think on the issue of the technicalities between CETA as well as GPT, we're not sure, but one thing we can tell is the prom occasionally happen, especially during the beginning of the financial year. Now, I remember vividly there was a year we didn't pay any service provider for a period of about a month because those technicalities. So I'm sure there are continuing discussion between the two respective departments on how to improve the functionality of the systems. However, that we don't have a progress report. What is it we're going to do next year to solve this particular problem? And unfortunately, to committee members, the custodian of systems in government remains eGov, and as well as CETA. So for as long as the law as it is, there isn't much we can do except hope that, the bandwidth or whatever the technicalities which are there are addressed. Why is the department reluctant to use e-invoicing? Actually, we are using SAP e-invoicing. We don't receive any invoice directly from the service provider. The service providers load it themselves, and the problem is that SAP, which is where e-invoice is interfaces with BES, and the problem is between BES, which is managed by COGTA and as well as GPT. So, in a nutshell, Chair, the problem of systems delaying runs and us not paying all service providers within 15 days may still come due to system issues, and those system issues are beyond us, and sometimes even beyond COGTA. An example would be a theft of infrastructure and cables. Thanks, I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Team COGTA. I think you didn't do bad. You did very well in this quarter, and we are hoping that you'll keep it up and make sure that you achieve 100%. And Tatemas, thank you very much to the team. I think you are now released. Jabu, do I release them? Okay.
No, sorry, Chair, just to ask a slight follow-up on the issue of the ward committees. I particularly have raised the issue of Johannesburg, because I happen to be a resident in Johannesburg, and it's been concerning that these elections took place about 3 months ago, thereabouts. And to date, nobody knows who those ward committees are. Now, I see here induction dates. Just the point I want to raise, is this a process that's not perhaps a bit slow and not taking a bit long? I'm saying in terms of Johannesburg, I don't know who sets these dates, but surely if there's elections where community members actually vote in an election, surely residents and community and residents of wards have the right to know who was elected. It doesn't take 3 months to determine who was elected. Unless, and when I asked the question to the local ward councillor in the ward that I live in, I asked, why have the results of the ward committee not been made known? And who are they? And I was given some story about the speaker's office has decided, whatever. So all I'm saying is that I think COGTA should have a look and find out, why is it taking so long in Johannesburg? Maybe it takes long in all municipalities. Then I think it's a process that should be speeded up a bit, because residents vote unless there's something to hide, which I doubt very much. Surely it should be a process that's run quickly, efficiently, and effectively, so that those who've been elected onto ward committees must start to do their work. The other thing that I wanted to just clarify, I know there used to be an allowance of 1,000 rand, then it was 1,500, I think, for ward committee members. But through you, Chair, if I understand correctly what's being said, that's no longer the case now. It's for out-of-pocket expenses. So are we saying that that stipend that used to be there is no longer there, and they then have to claim? And if they have to claim, it'd be interesting to know at some stage, how is this thing going to be monitored? Because when you start to claim for out-of-pocket expenses, it raises all sorts of alarm bells as to how these claims could be put together. So let me stop there. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think from our FIS session last week, we had ward committees coming from Johannesburg. Maybe there's an issue with having them publicizing who's in which ward committee, but we had people saying they are from the ward committees in Johannesburg. I think one of the questions they asked, Makafola, you were there, was that who pays them? The 1,000 stipend, is it because the speaker, the former speaker, Dagama, I forgot the name. Vasco Dagama, okay. Told them that the money is from Salga, and Salga was there to answer the question. So this is a stipend. we are told in Johannesburg, they want unemployed individuals to be part of the ward committee. What I would advise without you answering is that let's go look into how all municipalities publicize the ward committees. Secondly, clarify the issue of the stipend, whether it's paid by yourself, because in that FIS we were confronted where is the salary coming from. And we had to explain it's not a salary, it's a stipend, and it varies from one municipality to another. Thirdly, whether the Act wants unemployed individuals, because as is in Johannesburg, when you are in CWP and you are elected at a ward committee, you must resign from CWP, and there's those issues. You can't even work for the city. So I think there's policy inconsistencies that I think from your side as COGTA, you need to investigate and ensure that there's uniformity. Member Musima?
Thank you very much. The reason why you need to have bylaws relating to this is that the money comes from the municipality. So I don't know where the issue of money being paid by SALGA or anybody else come from. But anyway, we need to make sure that from a COGTA perspective, there is education to our officials in that regard. I know that Johannesburg has completed its elections. The worrying thing, and this is going to come up going forward, is that IEC has now said that they're not going to be participating or assisting when it comes to these kind of elections. Usually they would come in and assist, and now they say they're not going to do that anymore. So is COGTA aware of this, and what are they going to do about it? Because you want the independency of that, to still be carried on. And now it looks like they're going to be pulling out, then we might be having problems, especially, and I suspect this might be the issue, Member Schneemann, is that there might be areas where there is objections objections in terms of the process followed or the outcomes thereof. And then that's why, as you said, Chairperson, that you might have areas where people do come in and say, we represent the ward committees, but there might be instances where you don't have representatives coming from different wards because there might have been objections that might be coming from there. So I think that is something that perhaps from a COGTA perspective will need to be looked at, and then clarity be provided. Thanks.
In the next quarter, when we come with quarter 2 report, we could also have, if you have space, a separate report just outlines all the issues around ward committees, not only the issue of establishment, even the IC issues. We have various conversation in IC towards this current process because of the very same problem, but for now they're able to assist, but there may be issues moving forward. So we can perhaps capture all those issues so that they have a full sense on some of the complexities around ward committees. So I will suggest that, Chair, if it's acceptable from your side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that assists, including capacitating the unit. Mase? We're told it's only 2 people. There's issues of uniformity, there's issues of the regulations that governs that, there's many other issues. And as far as I'm concerned, you don't have to be unemployed to be in the ward committee. It means they're not attracting the necessary skills if really they are looking at only people who are unemployed. Thank you very much, and well done for quarter 1. We'll see you in quarter 2. Don't disappoint us. Lunch is served outside. We'll join you. Honorable members, Team Human Settlement, the ball is in our court. I don't know what is the arrangement with the hotel, whether we eat before 2 or we strive to finish at 2 and go and eat. What do you want? You want us to finish at 2? Okay. Welcome, CFO and HOD and Team Human Settlement. We have not seen you in a long time. Is it me or? Yeah, they will tell us. Ntombi, iphela lini lunch? Oh, okay. So we can be done by 2 o'clock, ne? I'm personally pressed for time. Yeah, kai chaile. With human settlement. Okay, that one is Makosazana, this one is Kalvik. Yo. Manqube ayi sizophuma la singayenzanga lezo. But it's on our. Okay, good afternoon, Team Human Settlement. How are you? It's a new year, HOD. We're told in Africa we celebrate September as our new year. So it's good to see you. The grapevine has it that you are doing well in some quarters of your work. It's Q1, man. Why little? It's September. Just be happy. Okay, we are trying to push and squeeze all your presentation in the next 45 minutes. I don't know whether it will be possible, HOD. You'll try. Ne? It's only Q1. Yeah. We're also in a very good mood today. We expect all of you to be happy with us. It's an opportunity, it's a rare opportunity. But we are all wanting to finish. Who's presenting? Performance? I'm already. HOD, are there any announcements, any new team members that have joined you that you think we should know about and they are here?
I'm ready.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members. I don't have any new members of staff. You have invited the GPF directly, so I'm sure when you get to that aspect, the CEO is here with her team. Would you like me to do the intro now?
So that we get over it and then members can keep on looking at him or her while we are continuing with the meeting.
Okay, we have the CEO of the GPF with her team. I'll let her introduce her team. I know some, but not all of them by name. So her name is Ms. Lindiwe Kwele. She is the CEO of the GPF. She is here today, so I'll hand over to her to do the rest of the intro.
Good afternoon, honorable members. Thank you, HOD. As HOD has indicated, my name is Lindiwe Kwele. I'm the CEO of the GPF. On my left-hand side, I've got Ms. Thandi Zide, who's our company secretary. And then on my right-hand side, Thandi Kuzwayo, who is our head of legal and compliance, but she's here in a capacity as an acting corporate services executive. And then on my extreme right is Ms. Leah Menenze, who's our Chief Investment and Development Officer. We are so happy to be here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, members, and colleagues. Chairperson, can I proceed? Thank you.
Let me just do, you are welcome. We are hoping that you'll represent the Gauteng people very well in that capacity. We expect more of excellence than any other thing. Let me request that this is how you'll do the presentation. We'll have the presentation on performance, then we'll have Moi Plus. Okay, call it. We'll have Moi Plus. They are here also. And then we will then have the responses on urban renewal. And then the last one will be in that order. So we will have so human settlement, your presentation must also go with the Moi Plus presentation so that we are able to release them and then we remain dealing with them is the stakeholders that are here with us. So let's deal with quota performance and then the Moi Plus, and then we do allow discussions and then release the stakeholders on Moi Plus and then continue with other presentation. Over to you, Madam.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have already.
Honorable Ngube will chair this session.
She's running away from me. Thank you, Chair. No, I'm joking. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much. And thanks for the opportunity. I'll try and compress. I see that it's too many issues, but I'll try and compress what needs to be presented. That's basically the outline that we're going to be presenting. I'm aware that the legislature, honorable members have the presentation already, but also they have the actual document. So I will focus on our summary in terms of performance. And I'm hoping that the person that is going to be presenting Moi Plus can actually atamela so that they can, oh, it's Tsepo, thank you. All right, on that note, okay, I'll ignore that. Chair, I will just focus first on how we have fared for the subject quota that we are discussing. That is basically the outline in terms of, I don't know why it's not, okay. So it only depends on this. I was trying to avoid holding this. Chair, it's not moving. IT, please help. It's not moving. And I'm on your computer. Chair, it's your gadget, it's your computer. Thank you. It's not taking me anyway. I've pressed it. Thank you. I just need to be here. Thank you. But it's not moving. Can you see? The screen is not responding to the computer. So I'm not sure. Anything?
Okay, whilst
Chair? Okay, try it again so that we do it quicker. I'll have to compress the lost time again. Okay,
tell me, in your screen, are you able to see your presentation? Can you continue whilst they are doing those things?
Okay.
Chairperson, can I make a suggestion,
Okay.
please?
Thank you so much, yeah. All
Oh,
right. Thank
it's
you.
fine.
All right. Yeah. Thank you. All right. Okay, it's there now. Thank you. All right. I was on summary performance, specific to the 32 targets that we had planned for quarter one. For program one, we're able to achieve 2 of those. Program 2, we're able to achieve none. And then program 3, none. And then program 4, we had 2. And Chair, the areas where we were not able to achieve where we had achieved, specific to the global risk response action plans, the compliance in terms of payment of invoices within 30 days. And then we also had partial achievement specific to the training on IDMS. On targets that were not achieved, those were specific to the procurement budget on township businesses, which, Chair, I would want to share that to date, we have met the contractors, looked at the root problems, and we have already met the contractors to try and outline or try and investigate what the extent of the problem is specific to that. There is basically a workshop that has been undertaken internally within the department with officials, with the technocrats, and together with the respective contractors. Because we could not, basically the reports that were lacking from the contractors led to this, and we then subsequently met them. And with them having been met, there was commitment in those workshops. Specific to work opportunities, as at the first quarter, you would recall that when we presented our last quarter report, as at quarter 4 last year, we did indicate, I think it was around May, where we met you towards the end of the month. So we did cite to the honorable members that in terms of EPWP, the system had not closed as at May, and it only closed on the 6th of May. So what that meant was that you could not capture any jobs created. So that was already the first quarter. And in June, then the EPWP system custodian is the National Public Works. So what then happened there is that they then had to do a revamp of their system as at June. So that process was still underway and no jobs could be created. But I can confirm that there are numbers that are being captured now. And I think when checking also in July, already we had more than 800 that had been captured already because the system already was functional. But subsequently in August, there were still some teething problems and we could not capture at the time. So there is already close to 1,000 that already has been captured. I just wanted to give confidence on that one. And then in terms of the jobs that had been created in quarter 1, I am confident, I know that there was 25, but with this workshop that has been conducted, we have confidence that at least this whole tilt in terms of the outlook should provide a progression that is promising. Organizational structure, the structure already is with the DPSA. So as at quarter 1, you would note that it was already in the Premier's office, but that progression has been realized and it's in, we just are waiting for that outcome from the DPSA. Program 2, I did indicate that we had not achieved the 4 that we had planned, and those were pertinent to the research reports that needed to be completed at the time. The integrated implementation programs for the PDAs and the investment in total human settlements allocation in PDAs, together with the land, the zoning of land that we were able to acquire within that parameter that has been defined on the screen. Also confirm that PDAs, we are envisaging that at least by November, we should be able to give you outputs that basically present our positive. So at the moment, we have 10 that are under development, and that will be shared with yourselves during quarter 3. And then in terms of PDAs, investment in human settlements PDAs, we can confirm that if you could recall, PDAs were only declared post, they were only declared later into the term of office. So what that meant is that projects had already been conceptualized. So falling into the PDAs would therefore have challenges in that regard. But we can confirm that 32% has already basically, it can be confirmed that investment in terms of the human settlements allocation can be confirmed for 32%. And we will review that at adjustment level because the projects that would come in would therefore change the tilt at that level.
Just a minute, because we are not well versed with your acronyms, the PDAs, can you, before we ask you, yeah. full-
Okay, that's fine. It's basically the priority development areas. It is there on the screen. So it is there. I'm using an acronym on what already exists on the screen, but it's fine, Chair, for your convenience. And then also PDAs, yeah. And then also the land acquired, in terms of rezoning, all the land that we acquired has been rezoned except 2 land parcels. And I think there was just a typo in terms of...
It's not on the screen, eh? For record
That's
purposes, it is not there.
Oh, it's on the report. That's why I declared. It's fine, Chair. It's just showing you that I'm just talking to the report that you have at your disposal. It's in front of you. I was just talking to the
This-
report. Chair, Chairperson?
Are you referring to what is being shared there?
Yes, it's on the report, the actual report, but it's fine, Chair. I didn't want to go to the detail. You did declare that you had time constraints. It is in the report and the presentation that has been provided to the legislature in terms of the details. I was just sharing the details because when you present...
No.
Yes,
I was
Chair.
saying PDAs, you're saying it is showing in the screen.
Oh,
and
on
we don't
bullet-
see it.
Oh, sorry,
We
Chair.
don't see it.
Oh, it's there on bullet number 2. If you go to bullet number 2, you will see that it shows number of integrated implementation programs for the priority development areas. Can you see that? Sorry about that. I didn't understand your question. Can you see that? Bullet number 2?
Sorry, the HOT, you want to say something?
All right.
Explain PDAs, and that PDAs is priority development areas. I understood the question. I just wanted to resolve that one. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry about that. But can you see it on the screen now? It's just on bullet number 2. All right. On program 3, on the outputs where realization of outputs had not been achieved, it's the well-located land for development of housing opportunities. It's the rent value or facilitated for bulk infrastructure. And I can confirm that for bulk infrastructure, already 65 million has already been facilitated. And then in terms of hostels where construction is taking place, that had not been realized. And then in terms of the URPs, they were concluding on the procurement process. And then the informal settlements receiving, it's now on bullet 6. You can see that, Chair. Number of informal settlements receiving interim support services for those categories, A, B, B2, and C. And then also the approved individual human settlements upgrading plans in terms of the NASP. Those were in draft, but there is those that have been signed off already. And then at the time, we're awaiting municipalities to then, upgrading plans, sorry. It's the ones that are going to be completed in November, sorry about that. And then in terms of social compacts, concluded with communities outlining the role in the upgrading process. I can also confirm that to date, we already had 14 in draft, and to date, we have municipalities having signed 4 out of that 14 that is in draft. So that leaves us with about 10 that we're just awaiting the signatures of municipalities. And we should be able to provide you with an update at the end of this month, which is September. Households that have benefited, to date, I can confirm that 4,500 has already been basically benefited from those. The approved beneficiaries allocated housing units. It's also on the report, the presentation. I think I've confirmed that number, I've just forgotten it. And then in terms of the breaking new ground, we've got BNG houses that had already been recorded. And I can confirm that to date, not to date, as at end of August, we already had concluded 1,177.
Chairperson, can I call a point of order? So we're given a presentation here that says that slide that none of these things have been achieved. And yet at the same time, we are told over 4,000 units that have been approved. Yet it's falling under things that haven't been approved or haven't been achieved. Which one is which one here?
Okay, can I just correct that through you, Chair?
Okay, no, what we are seeing here, there were a total of 11 planned targets.
And zero
Of
achieved.
this 100% were not achieved. A total of 11 indicators had no planned outputs. Explain them.
Okay. For those that have no planned outputs, it means they did not have a target for the quota under review. And then those that have not achieved are those that did have targets. And at the time, they had not been achieved. But if you follow the discussion, Chair, I have confirmed under Handset that I was providing also additional information to say how far have we gone to date. So I have indicated and confirmed, and the report does confirm the same, that at the time, as at the end of the first quarter, we had not achieved, and that is factual. So it's still in line with that, Member Msimang. So your question, I do understand, but yes, we had not achieved at the time. But I also added information on my articulations to add how far we had gone. So it was just for the convenience of members, unless you're saying I should not add how far we are.
Honorable Schneemann, and then I'll come to you, Honorable Malema.
No, sorry, Chair, just to come in and I think we're receiving a presentation and a report on the performance for quarter one. Let's stick to quarter one.
Okay.
I understand what's being raised, but those are performance in quarter two. Unless we are being told that this report is not correct. But if in quarter one we didn't achieve, let's stick to quarter one. That's what we're dealing with. If what the figures that are being raised and saying, but we've achieved it, if that's quarter two performance, let's leave that for quarter two. Because we're confusing us here now. I'm really just asking that we focus on what happened in quarter one. Quarter two performance, you can deal with in quarter two when we get to that the next quarter committee.
Noted.
Just my observation.
Honorable Malema.
Just maybe in addition to what the Honorable Schneemann has just said, I want to, will I be correct to say for all the programs under quarter one, you've set targets for those programs? Okay, then
You say all the programs? No, not really.
Oh, okay. Because I wanted to check if, in the event that there are, in some areas you have not set targets for yourselves, I actually wanted to check as to how are you measuring your performance as per a quarter. Perhaps maybe you are having some sort of contingency measures that you apply in order to measure your performance. And so that it will also make it very easy for us to also perform our oversight in terms of whether you are performing or not. But I don't know, you can assist us there.
Honorable Msimang.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Maybe English is not my first language, because that's the same thing I was raising right from the get-go. But be that as it may, I've raised this before, that if I ask now what has been the expenditure, you'll find that there would have been expenditure that will possibly amount to about 10-20%. Now, I've said that gone should be the days where we're just spending, but there's no expenditure that is somehow linked to outcomes or outputs. We should be able to be told we didn't spend, that's why we didn't achieve. But if we had spent, but we're not achieving, what as Honorable Malema is putting forward, what are the contingency plans then to make sure that we're able to then catch up? But then to be told again that in quarter one we didn't achieve anything, But in the meantime, we started achieving something. We'll deal with it when we get to Q2. I think we need to stick to what happened in Q1 and the level of expenditure versus what we are able to then show as deliverables and the impact. And I did say at some point we're gonna need to do that. And I think this is what we as a committee gonna need to start doing. What is the impact of the delivery on the ground as well? So, Chair, I think we're gonna need to then start asking those questions, because in Q2, I don't want us to be sitting here and be told, no, maybe we've started achieving this in Q3. And then now we're talking about Q2, and we're not able to even measure what is the impact of that and versus the expenditure thereof. So perhaps I'm hoping that in the presentation that is being done, we will be told what is the actual expenditure versus the lack of target reaching that we should have achieved at this point in time. Thanks.
Maybe let me go to the HOD in relation to what you are being presented here. Whether was she ready to present? If she was not ready, let's get the following presentation and she works on what she's going to present to us.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chair. Maybe let me just address your question directly. Nomfundo has presented Q1, but she is getting into the temptation of giving more information in terms of where we have subsequently gone. And member Greg is correct. She's presenting information that is also belonging to Q2. So we will stick to Q1, right? And then just to answer the question in terms of expenditure linking to performance, as we go through the presentation, you will see there's a slide that begins to talk about the HSDG. And under the performance of the HSDG, where we talk about the units and the stands, you'll then begin to see where the expenditure has gone. And you'll see that there's a slight correlation there because our performance cumulatively is sitting at 13% for Q1, and expenditure is sitting at 7%. Just to respond to the question on the alignment between expenditure and performance. So Nomfundo is ready to present, but I think Nomfundo, just stick to Q1. Thank you, Chair.
Can we then go back to you?
Thank you very much, members, and apologies for adding more information, but an apologies, and I hope yeah. So I think where I had ended is I was on the last non-achieved output for program 2, and just to for program 3, and on that note, that was pertinent to. That had been pertinent to start again. Yeah, the formalization of townships, which had also not been achieved. Okay. So this is where we were under program 3. Yeah. Yeah, it was basically I was speaking to the PNG units, which is basically the breaking new ground houses that we had not achieved at the time. And then in terms of number of service sites delivered, we had also not achieved that indicator. And let me go to program 4. On program 4, you will also note that the targets that had been achieved are specific to post-1994 title dates and the percentage residential housing disputes that had been resolved by the Rental Housing Tribunal. And then those that had not been achieved were specific to the percentage property transfers completed, and then the number of beneficiaries confirmed as legitimate in registered townships in respect of pre and post 1994. And then the number of pre-1994 title deeds, post-1994 title deeds, and the ownership disputes resolved in respect of pre-1994. So those had not been achieved. So in terms of the actual units that we had delivered, we had sites that were amounting to 476 that had been achieved, and we had 312 that had been achieved. The 711 had been achieved, but there were still some documents that were pending, but certification had already been done. So that meant achievement, but we could not record it. So that's why it's reflected in red, so that it's for the convenience and factually on what had been recorded on the report. And those were specific, the ones that were pending were specific to, that were pending the piece of a document that confirmed additional information over and above the certification, were specific to Litabo. That's basically also just the breakdown in terms of mega and legacy, that category in terms of prioritization, but it totals to the latter slide that I've spoken to. And then in terms of work in progress, we had already foundations that had been certified, also had wall plates amounting to 504, and those foundations were amounting to 724. And then in terms of those that were at roof level, which is 90% completions, we had certified 80 of those in Q1. So let me now give over to the CFO to take us through financial performance, because the details, you do have that report, and the details are encapsulated there in terms of what I've pronounced. Chair, I'm going to hand over to the CFO on financial performance. CFO, can proceed.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members. In terms of expenditure, the department had a budget of, or has a budget of 6.3 billion. At the end of the first quarter, the department spent 434 million, which is 7%. So one can see the correlation in terms of the performance, which is sitting at 6%, and the expenditure sitting at 7%. So it ties back together. Next slide. What we see here in the next slide is just your economic classifications. We had 23% spent on our compensation. We had 12% spent of our voted funds and 13% of our earmarked allocation coming from Provincial Treasury. And then in terms of households, social benefit and transfers, this is where bulk of the funding sits, where all the grant sits. We spent only 5%, and I'll give more detail there. And then in terms of our rapid land as well as our capital assets, we spent a total of 1% only because of the beginning of the financial year. Chair, if you go to the grant expenditure, this is where all the funding sits. We did not do any of our transfers to the municipalities, neither had we transferred to any of the entities in the first quarter. We were finalizing the agreements. Noting, Chair, that from the 1st of April, you also had a new quantum, and it had a slight delay in terms of also the contractual obligations between developers and the department in order to get off the ground. But of course, that's not being an excuse. In terms of HSDG, we've got 3.9 billion as a budget, total budget 3.9 billion. At the end of the first quarter, we performed poorly. We only spent 223 million rand, which is a total of 6% of the HSDG funds. If you go to the next slide, this is the Informal Settlement Upgrading Partnership Grant, ISUPG. We've got a budget of 1.1 billion. We only spent 2% of this at the end of the first quarter, and that was only 27 million rand. So we did not make any of the payments for bulk that we scheduled to try in the first quarter. But a lot of that has happened now at the beginning of the second quarter, and the numbers have increased extensively. HSDG, as we said, Chair, is now sitting at 46% spend, and ISUPG sitting at 30% spend. So there has been an improvement. In terms of our synopsis of payments, the department is performing well when it comes to 30 days. We are achieving 100%. It is an achievement for this department because it was never able to do that. We had 94% when it comes to 15 days and 71% when it comes to 10 days. So the systems are being sharpened and moved even further to the left so that we can start paying 100% within 15 days, eventually paying 100% within 10 days. Thank you, Chair. I'll pause there for now from the finance perspective. Yeah.
Don't you have questions related to what we're presenting?
Or the responses, Mr. Mlukume is going to take us through those. Okay. I don't know where it's stored on your computer, so if we can.
If I can just be given a second, please, Chair, so that I can have my presentation ready here. Can I please get some assistance from the IT? Yeah. 100%. I thought we were going to do questions. Okay. No, it seems like I've managed on my own. Thank you. Good day, everyone, honorable members and my esteemed colleagues.
Sorry, we were saying she has just presented. Were there no questions?
Check the location of those questions from the computer of the legislature. So I don't know where they've stored them. So I was requesting that they come and provide us with support so that we can then go through those. Thank you, Chair.
So do you see that they seem to, maybe they just arrived when we were supposed to be presenting? We're not getting what we're expecting here. Thank you.
Okay, Chair, we were guided by Chair to proceed immediately after the first presentation to Mooiplaats and then come back to Q1 questions, unless if that has changed. So perhaps if you can clarify for us which
No, it's
one you
fine,
want.
it's fine.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I will then start. My name is Tsepo Waloi from the Development Planning section from the department. I'm going to take you through the planning status report for the Mooiplaats informal settlement. Just to start by indicating the locality of the site for some of us that are not familiar.
this one's working, yes. Are you able to come to where Member Ledwaba is and then present from the screen? Do you necessary? Yeah, let's be agile. There's someone that there's a technical. Oh, then there's your colleague. Let's be agile. Must you know the issues? Just move, flow. Don't read. Just flow for us.
Should I speak into this one?
Yes. Member Ledwaba doesn't mind.
You are going to dance together. All right. Thank you. Member Ledwaba.
Sorry for that, Honorable Ledwaba. You'll come back to your seat. We are not
Okay,
reshuffling you.
Just quickly, Chair, what you are seeing in front of you is the locality plan for Mooiplaats for some of us that are not familiar with the subject area. So I think the major route that is going from the south to the north is the R55, and you'd have our subject area on the left-hand side, just behind the Sunderland Ridge Industries. We can go to the next slide, Simon. So just as a way of background, I think we all are familiar to some extent with how the department got the land transferred. It was a subject of a court matter wherein the developer took the department, well, firstly, the city of Tshwane to court to have them pay for they refer to it as constitutional damages, but after some time they couldn't resolve that, and the developer then took us, the department, in turn to court, and the judgment as a result of that was that the department must take transfer of that land, particularly the land that was invaded by the households, which measured 128, and for that we were ordered by the court order to pay 62 million. So that's how initially we came to take transfer of the first property in Mooiplaats. It came as a result of invasion of the original farm owned by the private developer. Can we go to the next slide, please? So subsequent to that, they had to take place a town planning process wherein that portion that was invaded needed to be detached from the original farm of the private developer. So these are just an indication of the applications that ensued going to the municipality, and subsequently we were successful in detaching that portion that was invaded and got it transferred into our name. So this slide just serves to indicate that we are now we eventually took ownership of that 128 hectares that was detached from the original farm of the developer. Next slide, please. So this is the demonstration of the original private development, obviously from the developer. And on your right-hand side, you will see the outline. The red outline indicates the land that remained with the developer. And at the bottom, with a yellow outline, sorry, it's the other way around. The portion at the bottom with a yellow outline is the land that remained with the developer, and the top portion with the red outline is the 128. That is the portion that we took transferred off. So as we are speaking now, the land belongs to us. So even from the beginning, in trying to formalize the area, the land, the way it's so invaded, you could hardly move around. So that initially indicated that for it to be developed, the 128, we needed some alternative portions in order to decant the overflow. Hence, we went on an investigation of alternative portions that are in and around the area. And what you see in front of you, those are some of the properties that were desktop analysis was done on in trying to investigate them for possible decanting of the overflow in the event that we are going to formally or permanently service the 128. So the first, I'm not going to read forward in terms of the columns that you see there, but it's important to mention that there are about 5 properties, including the first property that the developer has recently made available for the department to purchase. So in the beginning, where I was indicating the locality, you'd remember there was this blue outline next to the locality of the informal settlement. If we can quickly just go back to slide number 2. That is the land. That is the land. So this is. That is the land where the original private development was supposed to be taking place, the so-called R55 mega project. So as a result, the developer has decided not to go forward with this development, and subsequently in May, he wrote officially to the department to offer the land to the department. But over and above that, there are some pieces of land around Oliver Noordbosch, around Nopislachte that we investigated, even in and around the same locality as the informal settlement. At the bottom of the informal settlement, there are a couple of plots just behind the new hospital that we also investigated, just to determine where we can possibly decant the families that need to be provided with adequate shelter. I think we are ready to go to the last slide, Simon. So again, the development or the upgrading of Mooiplaats is linked to the decanting of those families. So we can't go ahead to develop the 128 that we got as a result of the court order until we are able to identify alternative piece of land which we can simultaneously develop with that 128. So I think what is remaining now is that after the desktop investigation and the recommendation that we prepared, the department then needs to move forward and make and adopt or approve the recommendations that investigated those individual portions and decide which ones are we now going to do some due diligence on and evaluate the possibility of any of them that can assist us in being an alternative. And only after that can we then move with the process of procurement, after the due diligence, direct us to the most appropriate sites. I mean, just to give you an example, some of the alternative portions that we've investigated, they are affected by land claims. Some, the topography is not ideal. Some, you've got servitudes, ESCOM servitudes transgressing the site. So those are elements that in our due diligence we need to deeply investigate before we can embark on any exercise of land procurement. But what will also be important in moving forward is for the department and the city to, after we finalize the alternative properties, to agree on some sort of a draft relocation plan, because the city on its own, they do have a comprehensive relocation plan that includes, the housing needs that are in the city. So we need to engage with the city to agree on the relocation, and then from there determine other roles and responsibilities in terms of the rudimentary services that would need to be provided for the communities that are there, while at the same time preparing the portions for permanent formalization. I think I will stop there, Chair, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Baloi. The presentation you presented is not what we have. There are similarities, of course, but they are quite different. But it's okay.
Can proceed with the question.
HOD, you wanted to say something before we ask questions? Yeah, on Moiplat. Okay, honorable members, any questions? Member Sirota? Are you sure? Okay, it's Sirota? Member Sirota?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I don't want to keep you, I know everybody's in a hurry, but I'm trying to understand the zero outputs and the zero targets. How do you achieve a target if you don't have an output? And particularly look at program 3, it looks like there was no planning done, and as a consequence, no targets were achieved. I can't understand that. How can the department be functioning at all if nothing is planned and nothing is achieved? And if you look, it ties in with the expenditure, the low expenditure of 6%, and in some cases 2%.
You're the one who's in a hurry. We are discussing the Moiplat's presentation, not yet the quarter performance report. No, not now.
Not now?
We're still on
When?
this one that we must release the
Oh,
stakeholders.
all right, must we deal with Moiplat?
Stakeholders of Moiplat, where are
Okay,
you
Chair.
sitting?
Can I
You want
deal
to
with
ask
that?
on the Moiplat?
Yep.
Okay, please ask.
All right. The purpose was to formalize informal settlements. This appears to be a dolomitic area. It appears there seems to be uncertainty as who owns what. There seems to be a lot of money spent, and there is a relocation plan. None of it ties together. Yeah, I'm trying to understand what the long-term perspective and planning is to sort out this area. There just seems to be a problem. And I thank the presenter for the report, but it doesn't seem to take us anywhere. Let me leave it at that. Thank you.
Member Malema?
Thank you for indulgence, Honorable Chair. With regard to the dispute that was there, which eventually led to arbitration process, what were the issues in dispute, and what was the award, or what were the outcomes in terms of the arbitration award? What was awarded there? Thank you.
Jackie, what is the status of the stakeholders here? Do they observe or can they ask questions? They can ask questions. Le batla go botsa dipotso? Emisa matsogo ke le bone. Okay, we'll start in front, ka wena rre, then Mme, and then 1, 2 at the back. Who else? Remember, it's 4 minutes rule. So in that order, where's the mic? Is it now working?
Thanks, Chairperson. Ne kopa ho thoma ka ho dumedisa ba COGTA le ba leng ka mo ntlong le my fellow stakeholders members. Ka lebitso ke Lobisa Ntomefuthi Ngobeni, ke tswa ke Oliver Woodbush. Though presentation today re krang ile only about Moiplas. Though ke le moduli wa community ke na le fisego le nna go bona Moiplas developiwa. So, Nakita Oliver Woodbush, last time we attended a meeting, we were invited by the COGTA. But today I'm surprised the presentation is different, totally different to what Ntweneri discussed on our last meeting. It seems like we're going backward and forward, backward and forward. Hakuna tswelopele when it comes to issue of Mooiplaas and Olive and Old Posh. Firstly, the presenter said that ntho tse ngata tsa dibuileng is not what the other presenters said to us last time. Because ke tseba, like today, if re bua ka ho tlo kry-a a report or how far. Because batho ba Mooiplaas ba na le dintlo tse e le hore ba hietse tsona ko Olive and Old Posh tse di leng ko Station 27 tse di invadilweng ke batho ba Olive le ba other areas. So today here at Lamo, we thought we will find the answer. So how far batho ba Olive ba Mooiplaas ba tla nkiwa from Mooiplaas to Olive and Old Posh. But today is two different, is another story. Representang ka yona. And this thing, I know Chair, we said you must ask the questions. But my question and my worry and my concern, we're giving them many stories. As if Ritamo just to come and eat and go and sleep at home. So, COGTA, I don't know, as I see today, I've been going these meetings. I think this meeting or issue 5, 6, I see different people who are representing different stories to us. I'm getting emotional because as leaders on the ground, it seems like we are lying to people. And then, yes, issue of Dolomite, we know Mooiplaas. It's been raised long time. That's when they were taking the decision but Mooiplaas by Isua Olive. And about Mooiplaas, banana did approval letters. Station 27. But it seems like when it comes to meetings like this, I don't know whether it's a human settlement or it's a COGTA officials that are afraid of issue extension 27. Though I know Ribato Olive and Obosh, they must be allocated to those houses. But now I'm very worried. Different speakers, different presentations, different, I don't know whether should I call it, I don't want to say Ributsuwa Maka because of Ribahul. But what is totally not acceptable when it comes to us leaders on the ground. Okay, for now, let me just pause here. What happened?
Afternoon, everybody. Yeah, I'm Phineas Chavala from Mooiplaas. You know, we came here today, as my colleague have spoken here. Yeah, we are so much disappointed because we know that here we are here to get only the answer about the issue of relocation. So now it seems as we are getting another thing of development. People from Mooiplaas, they knew about the development that's supposed to come to Mooiplaas. And then right now we are getting another story about the issue that it seems as that man Gerald, his name, he wrote to the department saying that no, he's not going to go on with the development. And I'm so surprised why, because it seems as even the city of Tshwane, they knew about this. No one who came to Mooiplaas to tell the community about this new development, because now the development won't take place again at Mooiplaas. So they said that they are still going to get another area where they are still going to plan. I think maybe it can take let me say 55 years only to plan, whereby a lot of people who have been approved for their houses, those who have signed the acknowledged letters to show that no, they were supposed to have been relocated on the year 2016. Now it's 2022, 6 years back. They are still waiting. Others are dying now. So I don't know what is going to happen about their houses, whereby other people already dead. And I believe previous time when we had the meeting, they said that even those who pass away, they are going to be, their families will be the beneficiary of their houses. but nothing that is taking place right now. Previous time, we have been told about the issue of security. The department said that it's difficult for them to take those people, to remove those people inside their houses. Why? Because they do have a lack of finance. Somebody said that no, they were in need of 2.5 million. During the time of the meeting there at the Vereeniging, they said, I hear somebody saying that they spoke about something like 7 million, of which they do have. So right now, everything is changing. We know, okay, it seems as now development it won't take place. So it's only the relocation. So please relocate those people before things can be out of hand. Because to be a leader of the people whom you are staying with them is very much difficult. The department, when it comes to people, they will send us to have a meeting with the community. Who's lying is only me who's delivering the message. I remember the mayor, premier came to our area.
Yeah, let's make our points
Okay.
straightforward, just precise. What is it that you...
So right now, what I'm asking is,
Mata, please come here.
what I'm asking is, I need the COGTA to speed up this process of relocating people from Wiplas and people from Oliven. Please, I'm just begging you, because we are in trouble in other way around. Thank you.
Yeah, wabona ho e bea straight. O sa re premier khale o bolela story sa khalo ba etse hore ba feel comfortable hore rona o kgona go khotlela. Number 3, number 4, short to number 4.
Dumelang. Nene kopela ho itse hore kanye ya Moiplase ho ya Oliven e ka fela neng. Hona ba no re mo. He re fitla go motse ba metse feedback ho tswa mo rena. Ro ba re. Number 2, if ya pala re bolelle re nne re itse hore ho padile. Batho ba nang go dintlong ha bana dipampiri tsa dintlo. Batho ba nna mekhukhung ba na le dintlo tsa dipampiri tsa dintlo. Nto ya swabisa e re bontsha hore government a rena ha ena tlhokomelo mo tjhabeng. Se seholo ke hore re itse hore a re tla ya dintlong kapa ho padile na. Ke nto e re kgopelang ho itse.
Thank you. Time frame. What is the plan? Will we be able to access our houses? If not, what is the plan and by when? HOD?
Thank you, Chairperson. First of all, I would like to start with the why the presentation is not it appears like it's not what the representative expected. Chair, I think we have more than community leaders in Mooiplaats. We met the Mooiplaats community leaders about 3 weeks, 3 weeks, can I say 3 weeks ago? Yes. So those community leaders, they focused on the people that are on 128 hectares land that was awarded to the department during arbitration. And then the MEC gave us a mandate to look at the people that are occupying the 128 hectares and the overflow, and look at properties next to our property that we can look at the possibility of acquiring if they are developable. That's why the presenter gave the different alternative properties that are next to our property. So I'm just trying to differentiate that there is more than one community leaders there. And these are some of the things that, Chair, we experience. In some time, we even prefer to have a direct interaction with the ward councillor because it becomes easy for us. So we were responding to the meeting that we had with the MEC 3 weeks ago. So this presentation, in our view, based on that meeting, it is actually relevant and is the one that we're going to submit to the MEC for consideration. I just wanted to clarify the issue of this presentation. Now, the matters that has been raised by these other committee leaders, I use the other because this is the other group, it's not the one that we have met. These colleagues, our people who are now committee leaders here in this NIs, they are asking about the eviction of the people in the invaded houses in extension 27 in Oliven on Bush. Then the information that I have now, I hope the people from the region are here as well, was that the court order was found. No, we got the court order, and then the sheriff was also. There was the issue of the sheriff, if I remember quite well. So if you would have known that it will be about this, would have brought the support from the legal section date us about the progress with regard to the eviction order. So maybe, so that HOD, I don't want to commit you in the things later we appear like we misled the portfolio committee. Would then compile a report, update report with regard to the eviction process in the houses that are invaded, which were meant for the people of Moy Plaza. The houses that are invaded there, they are invaded by the people from Olivenbush Hout, who do not want the people from Moy Plaza to be relocated, to be allocated houses in Olivenbush Hout. So at the moment, now in response to the chairperson's request about the plan, when is the deadline, I will then say HOD and the chair will then provide the progress report, the update report with regard to the process of the eviction and the sheriff and so on. That report will have to be provided because I wouldn't like to mislead the committee. Now, the issue of the money spent on Dolomatic area by the honorable member, Shiro, the land that we was awarded, and then I'm gonna couple it with the issue in dispute by the honorable Malema. The landowner sued the first of all sued the department and the city of Tshwane for our community to invade his land, and the court ruled in his favor. So now in the arbitration, the matters that were discussed there was about, I want to be paid for your people that are occupying his land. And the amount of money that he wanted was a lot of money. And then the matter was put on arbitration. Both parties, the department and the landowner, argued the case. And then the arbitrator ruled that the department take ownership of the land where people occupied, and that a fee of 62 million should be paid. And then, as SEPO indicated, that there should be subdivision to detach our land away from that land. So that has been done. Now,
I think, let me stop you because we're pressured for time. The workers of the hotel want to knock off.
Yes.
We look like we're insensitive to their rights. I'm going to request that we break for lunch for 30 minutes and come back. They want to leave at 3 o'clock. We had promised that we were going to deal with your issues as human settlement in 45 minutes. We knew we were being ambitious. Can we pause it there with a notion that says, as is now, to the stakeholders? There's different leadership in your community on this issue, and a government department have a way of communicating to communities. They don't communicate to everyone, and in an instance where you have a councillor, the councillor will be the first point of reference. I know we have entertained you when Tshwane was on administration and there was no leadership. And we are now told there's what committees established. It doesn't mean the issues get shelved. I think what we need to do, you are allowed, I think there's legislative framework. We need to go into the community. Ntate Molokome and HOD and CFO. Repeat this fela and enter. And just go and deal with what is possible and what is not possible. It's somehow a hot potato from a distance, from where I'm sitting, that this is an unresolvable matter. It requires a lot of resources which we don't have. There has been commitments made on your behalf as human settlement, which you didn't participate in those commitments being made. And unfortunately, the Premier was on a podium and spoke on your behalf. And unfortunately, the Premier has not even resourced that commitment. So what we will do is to look into what is feasible, HOD. We must sometimes be honest and be brave to communicate the truth. As is, people have invaded their houses. There's an eviction order that is difficult to implement from where I'm sitting. It's also difficult to evict people who are already occupying the houses. There has been talks about regularizing those who are qualifying and finding a way of then dealing with those who are supposed to be in those houses. So we need to just come up with a plan of what is the problem statement, what are the things that we can do as Department of Human Settlement in Gauteng, what is it that we can't do or will not be able to do in the next coming 5 years, so that communities are clear. But also from the side of the community leaders that are here, there's a need to have an integrated approach. If le bolela ka di group, di gongwana, ka di group, and there's no solid voice of the community, then if government will take advantage of that. So let's go back. You know the issues better. You are impatient, 1. 2, you want them to be resolved yesterday. From where I'm sitting, Banabesu, there are plans. Listening to Baloi, there seems to be a plan on how to go about it, and they are starting to identify land. And I think it will help if you come to the community to communicate that plan, for community to know, for the community to also know which land pockets are they identifying, so that you are able to also take care of that land and protect it not to be invaded again. You see? So the problems are many. There seem to be challenges, and more than anything, I think if we had money, we would have resolved it yesterday. But more than anything, listening to the department by Duma Malemimo, they don't have there might be a plan, but it's not as clear as crystal it's supposed to be. So I suggest that we go engage the PCOs, Ntate Moloko, we call the ward councillors in that area. Let's brief them, and then let's do a roadmap on how are we going to find a way to solutions of the issues. Na ke batla ho nna ka mo meeting o re itoma maleme and promise people things that are not possible. So can we break for lunch and then release the stakeholders and be able to, yes, I'm going to allow you. Honorable Msima, in second feature.
Chairperson, I feel for members of the community that are sitting here because there was a commitment that was made. This thing of an eviction order, it's nothing new. This eviction order is almost a year old, if not more. Last year, you guys told us that you have an eviction order, you just don't have the budget to be able to remove the people to get the service provider, i.e. the red ends. You promised these people and you promised us by this year, this would happen. And now we are told this is not going to happen. Was, first of all, the budget allocated so that the red ends could be, or services can be rendered, in terms of the evictions thereof? And are the right people being informed that there will be allocated to those houses? So dismissing people and say we've engaged with other community leaders and not engaged with other community leaders, these are the same people that were here when that commitment was made. So I don't know who had then met with the other people and what was said to the other people versus what is said to these people. So I think it's unfair that we will come here after and be told of something that we knew of last year and nothing has changed since then. So tell the people, you didn't budget to have the service provider remove the people. The court order is something else because that thing we knew from last year, these people were applauding, being told that there's already a court order in place and therefore we're going to have the people being removed. So please, let's be honest in terms of what we tell these people here and let's not dilly-dally going forward. Because if you're not going to be able to remove the people, tell the people that you're not going to be able to remove those people. If you're going to remove them, make a commitment as to when these people will be removed so that when they go, they know what is it that they're going to tell when they get home. But to then say we have a court order, but we're still looking at how to execute it, I think it's very much unfair and it's misleading. The court order is nothing new. It's over a year old. You said to them by the end of the financial year or by the beginning of the new financial year, there will be money to pay a service provider to go and evict those people. That hasn't taken place. Now they need new answers. Please make sure that those are provided. Thanks.
Just a quick one, Chair. Clarity on the execution of the court order. I don't know why do I have a sense of getting an impression that it's very difficult for the department to implement that. And what makes it very difficult is the very same community, because we are fighting against themselves between the people of Moiplas and those that are in Oliver Bush. Hence, there is this thing of saying people in Oliver Bush saying they don't want people from Moiplas to come into Oliver Bush, because in Oliver there are also people who are on the waiting list for those houses. So I don't know, maybe community leaders, do you have a mechanism to assist the department? Because I don't think that department does not want to assist you, but it's fine between a rock and between the wall and a hard rock. If they are to go in, to move in and say they want people to be evicted, they are going to be, you are still going to have some community members mobilizing themselves against those evictions, against the department. And you are also having those that are saying, the sooner you evict those people because they are unlawful occupants of those houses, the better for us. Because we are having people who are who are rightful owners of those houses or beneficiaries, but they are still staying in the shacks and their houses are there. So you can understand the dilemma and the difficulty that the department finds itself in. So perhaps you should, from your side as well, try to assist the department so that at least there can be that mechanism. They can be able to implement. And I want to agree with Honorable Msimanga that It's been a while ever since you got that court order. But it seems as if the problem is that how to execute that that court order. But it's something that you may not even have to answer me now here, Honorable Chair. But I'm saying going forward, as and when you will be engaging with the department, please also play your part as the community. Thank you.
There was a gentleman in a black tie. Oh, you are submarine. Can I suppress all of you and check with Jackie and request honorable members that we set aside a day during our recess in September and ask you, HOD, to please avail yourself. We don't want anyone but you and the CFO, as well as all your senior managers and all of us as a portfolio committee. Go into this community just to do not a meeting, but just a fact-finding mission on what is the current state. Because I tell you now, from a desktop, who said what in 2022 and in 2020, it's not going to be similar. We just do a scan so that you are able to come back, sit down as experts and think tanks to say this can be a solution to this problem. Because as we are sitting here, I bet you my last cent I'll give you my mother's grave. Tate Molokome, how na solution to the problems? We're going to keep pushing the polls until. Now I believe re tshware ka dinako, re tsene da. And tell them, re tlo bua nix, re batlo le promise, ha rena ditaba. Re batlo tlo utlwa ditaba from lona. And both the communities must tell us how do we resolve their challenges. But then be firm that you can't be in an RDP house if you don't qualify. Wabana company ba re bolaya, wabana re tla nna, at least there'll be an airport named after us. Oslindiwe. We're told you are coming to resolve challenges we're having in human settlement. And some projects are going to be assigned to GPF. HDA must come in. Everybody who can think must come with us. Let's go on the ground in one day in September. We'll help you. So Rona will be in front and then be in the community just to get the sense of what are the issues, community leaders. It can't be a no-go area. Because one of the problems is officials of government are afraid to come to where you are to find issues so that they can be able to come up with solutions. So we are coming. Jackie, when is our recess? 19th. So we can, after the 19th, Finas, you know my number, you can call me. We are going to assign a day where we come with the department to do a walkabout, engage 1 or 2, 3 people, 4, 5, and then with Bobaloyi telling us these solutions that they have, then you go and sit down and check what is feasible, what is not feasible. I anticipate a situation where then after having a clear plan, then get the MEC to go to the community to address them on what will happen moving forward. That way you will have clear relations with the communities there. Because if we continue being afraid, somebody when I mentioned that said, you are going to die there. Remember, Musimang is even afraid to go there. But I will lead him and force him to come. So we will come. We can't be afraid to lead. But also the community must not make it difficult for us because we'll declare it a red zone and leave you the way you live. So from here, your duty is to go and tell them that allow these people to come in and get an understanding of what is happening so that they help us come with solutions. The minute it's a red zone. We don't allow officials to go be killed. You see? and you remain a red zone forever. So let's go lobby, make sure that all stakeholders, I think Lena will do my own political work, le member Ledwaba and member Tong, le member Msimang, will all meet with our political structures there, because this is an issue that must be resolved. You see? So we are going to have political meetings. I'm going to urge colleagues here that we call our political parties on the ground so that we find a solution to this problem. Are we agreeing? Are you trusting that we'll do that for you? Go and lobby the communities. So let's break for lunch, and then Tate Molokomi, I don't know, HOD from your side, who will also help us do the groundwork silently so that they come with facts when we plan going into the community. So you need that eyes and ears just to do the environmental scan. What are the threats? What are the issues that we might be faced with when we go into the communities? You are hired to be with communities and service the communities of Gauteng. Being in the boardrooms and wanting to come up with solutions on their behalf sometimes will not work, because your solutions will not be realistic to what is transpiring on the ground. So we are going to urge you, all of you, to be there with us on the ground when we do this oversight work. Thank you very much. Honorable Duplessis, we welcome you. We're told you are a member of the legislature. We didn't know you. We're breaking for lunch. Next time, don't leave my meeting before I give you permission. So let's all go eat lunch. Thank you very much. Now that we have eaten lunch, eh, I think if there's one thing that we appreciate as a portfolio committee, is the fact that none of you died on line of duty. This is one difficult department. Luruna, is difficult to all of us. So never ever take what we raise here personal and think the problem is with you. We are all pressured to come with solutions to the challenges of human settlement in Gauteng. I'm raising this because there's a challenge of mental illness in South Africa. It's on the rise. And one other factor is the work environment. So don't kill yourself and think you are not appreciated. What we don't want is you coming up with old solutions for old problems. Because you frustrate us. Your predecessors could not resolve based on these methods, and you still want to apply the same. So that's our frustration. So when you think we are being harsh, it's because you are giving us pressure. Because they don't vote. They sit at home, and we are dependent on their vote. So please, 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 I plead with you. We appreciate every one of yourselves. Don't take this to heart and think we have a problem with you. We have a problem with your work, not you. And we have a problem because you don't want to shake the system. And we can see the potential in yourselves. The system needs to be shaken. They've been doing it this way. Leave that way. Come up with a, rather fail on a new way than wanting to do how your predecessors have been doing things. So please, man, I thought I must share this with you because we don't take care of each other's mental fitness. I know you've got horrible bosses, some of you. I don't think they are horrible. They have pressure. They are like you. So please, if only we can understand that we are all pressured to do things differently and deliver and lead differently, we'll all understand each other when we are in a room like this, that it's a room, it's a war room. It's literally a war room. This is where we are going to fight to serve differently and perfectly and deliver and lead differently. So when you enter that door, you wear your boxing gloves. When you leave, you take what you think was necessary to help you in your line of duty. We don't want you to drink and be dependent on depressants. I've been an official before, so I know what I'm talking about. And I plead that we take it serious. Let's go back. Your department is stressing. I once had a debate with Nomfundo and Tate Mulukumi on how you set your targets. I don't believe in the system of how you set your targets because it makes you look like you are not doing work. And I see you are persistent and you don't want to change and move away from how you've been doing it, HOD. It's telling the world that you are not working. But there's work. And you are finding it hard because you have locked yourself into this process to communicate your achievements. I said, why must you say in Q1, for instance, you are going to build 5 units? It's not possible to build 5 units in Q1. Why can't you say you are putting 5 foundations in Q1, all plates in Q2, and the roof or handover in Q4? And then so that we are able to see what you are doing. But I am still to be convinced, Mnomfundo, that how you set targets is the correct way. Then I must go back to school. Because I bet you my license, something is wrong there. You look like you are doing nothing, 2%, but there's something that is happening. So you seem to have locked yourself in a mechanism that is unable to communicate your work. I'm so convinced it's possible because we can't measure you the way we measure COGTA. We can't measure you the way we measure economic development or social development. I refuse to be measured the way the chair of SREC is measured. Because I think I understand what is my role and my responsibilities. And our responsibilities are not the same. So the minute you want to say, I must fit in the same space with the chair of, hey, he's my friend, I hope he will not have a problem. The chair of education, at least with those ones who are more similar. We won't fit. It's not one size fits all. So you are the determinants because you are the implementers. You need to review this. Nomfundi. I really, I've been having a problem. Mara, why are not achieved, partially achieved? They look like they are not doing work, but the money is going out. Where is this money going out if work is not done? So we need to improve that. You also need to improve your spending patterns versus the work done on the ground. We need to relook into our project managers. It's a fact they're not doing justice to their jobs. DDG Corporate Affairs. If there are people who are making us fail, it's those ones. Because if they were doing their job, I think we'll be in a better place. Or looking in better ways of doing their job and stop doing their job the way they used to do them. And I think that's one thing that why would have some amongst us being appointed on a contract basis so that from time to time we refresh the knowledge and refresh the skills that are there. So Member Ncube always laugh at us. Kuthi iphi energy yenu? You were ridiculing us that you are sleepists, you're not doing work, you're just there to eat breakfast, lunch, and supper. People of parliament and legislature, you are old, don't have ideas. And I'm asking myself, those who come after me, what are they saying about me? You know? They'll also believe that we're not doing anything. No, why is this department not performing? Because you are doing oversight on it. It means you are sleeping at work. We are not sleeping at work. We've got the best brains in GPG, but it's just difficult to crack it. So we're always challenging you to go out and find a way. Yes, there's those who have been in the system. There's those of us who are coming. There's a renewal project manager here. She's very young. Shame. Our shame. Because when we see her, our shame. Because we even start doubting whether she'll come with new ideas to change the tide on urban renewal projects. We even put you last to present as human settlement because we think yours is a difficult terrain and we need to deal with it last. And I was asking myself, are we losing hope on ourselves? Ourselves, I mean me and you. Or are we here to renew each other and stop pointing fingers? And I think that's the spirit that we started this role, that maybe we need to find a way of sitting together and say, what is the problem? Despite that you have a turnaround strategy, you're still not performing. It's a fact. So that's what we need to deal with. All of us. It's not the responsibility of one person. Because the paint brush paints all of us in human settlement sector. Some people believe you are doing well some way. But we, all of us who are sitting here, including yourself, were thinking we're not doing well. Because we know what is the challenges on the ground. So I'm just saying that we need to improve. We need to go fight. We need to think hard and come up with solutions of improving our performance, including achieving the targets that we set for ourselves. If you are not performing and you are still in the role that you are, just ask that, can I be moved? I'm failing you, the team. Let's get so and so to help us. So I thought I should open this session with those words, just to help each other to say, let's continue doing the work, let's have the energy, let's make sure that, and pray that we remain stable so that we achieve for other people. We are supposed to present responses, and then after responses, we'll have a presentation on urban planning. Is it urban planning?
It's how the partnership fund with responses. It's responses for the department, then presentation for GPF with the responses, and then urban renewal responses.
Okay. Honorable members, how do you want it? Do you want to get the responses for quarter one and then engage with the presentation? Or should we get the GPF presentation and their responses and engage with them, both of them at the same time? I think I spoke on your behalf on the fact is we have not performed very well and we need to improve, especially on the targets that the department set for themselves. Honorable Malema, you were speaking on the process.
No, it's fine. Thank you very much once again, Honorable Chair. I think we want to place ourselves in your capable hands. You can direct us. Whichever way you want us to do it, we are okay with it. Thank you.
Are you also okay, my friend?
I'm in your hands, Chair. I've already posed a question. I don't know if you want me to, when we get to it, pose it again.
Okay.
Or whether just to leave it with the HOD. Thanks.
So we'll have the presentation on the responses, and then we'll have GPF presenting and their responses, and then we'll tackle both the presentations together. HOD, over to you. She's managing me and reminding me that I have another meeting at 5. The committee work, this is where my pay comes from. So I think, yeah, it's an online meeting. I'll be able to log in while we're finalizing. But I think by 4 o'clock we'll be done. Because we have accepted the fact that you are not performing and you need to go and improve. Let's get the responses and then...
Thank you, Chairperson and members. These are the Department of Human Settlements questions that you requested us to present. And your first question was pertinent to on the number of human settlements forecast research reports completed. You put it to us that we did not achieve the target of drafting the report, the research report. So you wanted to know whether the department does not have capacity to draft the assessment report and how much it would cost the department to outsource the service provider. Yeah, so the department through its research unit has the capacity to draft the inception report. However, the inception report is not part of the research report, which is basically what has been planned on the APP. So an identified service provider would therefore undertake as such, and the planned budget is $500,000. In terms of the second question, you also wanted to know how much the department spent on PRTs and contractors in the following projects since 2019, and that are specific to the Everton urban renewal project. So the service providers are on the left there: Skip, Safcrit, Sejigen, Amaqagala, Takhucha, construction, and the total is 75 million odd, as reflected on the screen. You also wanted to know how much the department spent on the PRTs and contractors in the following projects, and on Beggersdal. What the department spent totals 439,109,324 in total million. How much, and then also you wanted to know how much the department spent on PRTs and contractors on the Winterveldt urban renewal program. And we have also outlined the service providers linked to the amounts that have been spent in line with the applicable financial years, which range from 2019 to 2022. And the amount can be consolidated into 81,335,198.54. Specific to how much the department spent on the Alexandra urban renewal, we've also outlined as the latter, and starting from 2020 financial year, and the total amounts to 134 odd millions, and that has been outlined on the screen there. So you would have the details of the service providers, the amounts, and which financial year. You also wanted to know whether the projects, where the projects enrolled with the NHBRC before commencement of the project, and you also wanted to know if the subject projects had already commenced. The two projects that had been enrolled were Hammanskraal and Tabong. However, we wanted to basically also share with the legislature that the NHBRC requires housing units to be enrolled with the council 15 days prior to construction, and that is stipulated by the Act. That brings me to the end of the questions that had been posed. Thank you, Chair.
That is Rota didn't know you, and now he knows you. You know her, ne? The lady that is going to the podium now. Who is she? Oh, okay. Now she's where? She's the CEO of Partnership Fund. She's lucky to be in your good books, eh?
Good afternoon once again,
I
Honorable
just wanted
Chairperson.
to make sure that the old man next to me doesn't sleep. Okay, over to you, Sio.
Should I? This, can I just? put it- If I can just please beg for your indulgence, Madam Chair. He can't find our presentation, so I will just have to use my computer.
There's an allegation that your team is a team of only women. I got it during lunch, and I said I don't have a problem with that.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So, is it true?
To a certain degree, yes. We
Hey,
have.
remember, like, Daba raised it, chair, no, it's only women there. And I was like, what's the problem? Actually, they will deliver. So it's true.
The chairperson of the board is the woman, and myself, the CFO, the CDO, company secretary, and head of legal, head of strategy. Yeah, so almost 90% women. Thank you.
Akere HOD, those are the things we must tell people. Because when we don't talk about them, the detractors think we are not delivering. So there's hope in Africa. They'll deliver this one. Okay,
Thank
you ready?
Yes, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, honorable members and colleagues. Just to report on the Q1, Chair, we had 19 planned targets. Of these, 63%, 63.2, which makes up 12 targets, we achieved. 4, which makes up 21%, we partially achieved, and 3 targets, which makes up 15.8%, were not achieved. If you look at, I always want to give a comparative analysis in terms of Q1 in last year, 21-22, compared to this year's 22-23. You can see, Chair, that there is a significant improvement, because in Q1 last year, we were at 42%, but this year we are sitting at 63.2%. We're not there yet, but there is a significant improvement in this regard. And also, if you look at the number of targets that were not achieved, same quarter last year, it was 42, we were at 42%, but this year, the number of targets that were not achieved are sitting at 15.8%. And then in the targets that were partially achieved, we are sitting at 21%. And in terms of the Q1, our programs, we're reporting against 4 programs, i.e. being the administration and the capital raising, project lending and programs, as well as the project implementation, development and management. And then you can see, Chair, that the bulk of the targets that were achieved are in program 1 as well as in program 3 and 4. In terms of the targets that were achieved, we achieved the targets that are talking to percentages implementation of our employee engagement survey findings and the invoices paid within 30 days. In terms of the APP, Chair, this is the target, but I'm happy to inform the committee that we are actually sitting at 100% even on 15 days and 78% on 5 days. So the target, we've actually stretched ourselves, but it's been 100% achieved, but we've gone beyond, above and beyond even the 30 days. Our turnaround strategy in terms of the improvement of the turnaround plan for the SCM turnaround strategy, it has been approved. The implementation of our annual ICT governance plan, that was also achieved, Chair. The percentage expenditure of the approved budget, that was achieved, as well as the implementation of our risk maturity assessment recommendations. Then when we go to the targets that were partially achieved, we are talking to the implementation of our annual marketing comms and stakeholder management plan. And again, that was due to the directive by the Treasury that we needed to halt our procurement processes. But in Q2, we will give a feedback in terms of where we are sitting, Chair. And the percentages of the loans that were collected, including the percentages of the procurement spent on the designated group, the GOD target. And I also take note of the question that we received that speaks to the GOD partially achievement, as well as one target that was not achieved It's the filling of the funded vacancies, Chair. In every program that we have achieved, that we have not achieved, we've also put in the corrective actions, and we are monitoring this. And on the Q2, we will also give feedback in this regard. I'm not sure if Chair wants me to elaborate further in this regard, but it has been clearly articulated in terms of how we are correcting those targets that were not achieved. Chair, I'm begging for your indulgence whether you want me to articulate, elaborate on the corrective measures that we've put in place against
I think
those.
it's elaborate, unless there's something that you want to highlight to us.
Just on the management fee in terms of that was not received in Q1 for the project management services. And I've indicated that we have received as of the 31st of August, but taking into consideration what was raised earlier on, Chair, we will then report it properly in the Q2. But to say the issue has been closed and it's been tracked accordingly. And the disbursement of the loans, we were just 3% short to meet our targets in that regard. We are also paying attention to those issues, Chair. And then in terms of the questions on the GOD, as well as the exceeding of the target in terms of the 115%, it touches on the corrective actions, as well as the questions that were put forth. If you can please, the questions for the the responses. So that's it from the GPF side, Chair. As I've indicated, where we are falling short, we have put in interventions and corrective actions. We track it on a regular basis, and we will also consolidate that in our Q2 report. And I'm ready to answer the two questions that were posed to the GPF, Chair. Yeah, it's right at the end. Right, the last two. Madam Chair, we received two questions.
Okay.
The first question was in terms of percentage procurement spent on designated group, GOD. This target has not been achieved as the entity has planned to achieve 25% for women, 20% for youth, and 1% for people living with disabilities. And instead, we achieved 22% for women. As I've said, we were 3%. We fell short by 3% in this regard. 10% for the youth, and then 0%. And shamedly, we acknowledged our limitation in that regard, and we are doing our level best to close the gap. So the question was, what could be the reason of the non-achievement, especially on the people living with disability? We indicated, Chair, that our limitations and the impediments was the instruction in terms of halting the procurement process, but we have put in interventions in terms of initiatives where we place adverts on our website, and through the program of the supply chain management in terms of creating awareness on our enterprise development initiatives that we have. And we are hoping that at the RFP level, sometimes these projects are quite huge, and we feel that we could actually leverage through our request for quotation where there's a deliberate and intentional targeted process to look specifically to the people living with disabilities. And I'm hoping that through that intervention, we will be able to somewhat make a dent in this regard, Chair. Then the second question was on the percentage of the project expenditure spent on the GOD-owned SMEs through projects implemented. The planned target for the quarter was 30%, and we exceeded that at 115.37%. So the question was, what is 115.37 in terms of the actual number of the GOD-owned enterprises? And our response was that our target was 30%, Chair. We dispersed 78.838 and 987 million. And we were supposed, and these SMEs, the developer was able to expend about 157, completed the project, and they claimed 157.677964 million to the GPF, and we were able to do the bridge facility to assist the developer. So we paid 50% of the 157 million, which then works out to 78 million, Chair. As I've indicated that the 30%, we were looking at plus minus 40 million, but we were able to pay 78%, 78 million, which then works out to the 115 for the SMEs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let me check. We are now asking questions on both presentations. Member Schneemann, Member Ngube, Member Lidwaba, Member Sirota, Member Tong. In that order?
No, thank you very much, Chair, and thanks very much for the presentations. I think my question will be directed to human settlements, because and it really relates to the performance of the department in the first quarter. And if we look at all the programs, the levels of non-achievement are high. Program 1, 70%, Program 2, 100%, Program 3, 100%, Program 4, 71%. So that's the levels of targets that have not been met in quarter 1. I just want to ask a question. Why? And the presentation took us through explaining or just telling us what wasn't met, etc. But what would be the reason for such a high level of non-attainment of targets in quarter 1? I raise this because we, in this term, I now talk on your side as a department. This term of government, the term of government in the province, comes to an end in 2024. And I'm trying to understand why we would be still sitting with challenges and meeting targets in such a high level of non-attainment. That's the first thing. The second thing is, what impact will this have, does this have now, on the department's ability to meet its targets for the year? Is this going to be a trend, quarter by quarter? Is this just a blip on the radar screen, and something that we must just accept? And what impact does this have on the department's commitments to deliver? Because there are obviously certain deliverables that the department has committed to for this current financial year, together with the budget that it would have received. So how is this going to impact on the department's ability to spend, its ability to spend efficiently and effectively, and to deliver on what it's meant to deliver in this current financial year? Because this kind of performance on non-attainment of targets in a quarter is not something that I think we would be happy with. But, and then my last point is, how will the department catch up in the remaining 3 quarters of the financial year? Because also what we don't want to see, Chair, is in the 4th quarter, the practice that sometimes happens in government, and that is of fiscal dumping and just passing on money, etc., for the sake of it. But my main concern is the deliverables that the department has committed itself to in line with the budget. What impact is this going to have? Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Honourable Chairperson. Thank you for the presentation. Let me just take where my colleague left off. When you motivate for your budget 2022-23, you break your APPs into quarters. And the finance people will ask you, you are motivating for your budget for all 4 quarters. Are you ready to implement? Because the expectation is that when you start reviewing, I think it is now, September, when do you start reviewing your APPs? It's now, ne? Yeah. Chairperson, remember last year we said we need to be with them. They must present to us as they review. So when you start reviewing your APPs for you to lobby the treasury in terms of add here, shift here, don't take this money because we are gonna roll over here. So the expectation from the finance portfolio is that as you present your motivation that this is your APPs and this is the amount that we are asking to be appropriated, it means you are ready. When you say first quarter, these are the APPs, the expectation from finance side is that you won't say 10% in the first quarter because you said you are equal to the task to ensure that all the APPs that you decided to implement in the first quarter, you have prepared for it. You don't start your supply chain because the reason we said, no, we had a delay because of the supply chain. So tell me then, now that you are starting the process of reviewing, what became your hiccup now? What won't happen next year? We'll still be here next year. Our term of office ends in 2024, May or April. So not to repeat this, my previous life, I served in finance. So I'm talking about what I say. And all the departments won't tell you that first quarter, you perform as you had presented when you wanted us to appropriate your budget. So what are the plans going forward? The second one is that before you ended your presentation, talked about GOD, and then it's overachieved, I think, or women achieved, but enterprises, it's GOD. GOD. Yeah, I want the women, the youth. Okay, I'm not going to the people with disabilities. You already said you couldn't. It's on what? And where are these people? Because outside, everybody is saying we don't benefit anything from government. So when you say you've overachieved on youth, where is this youth? What is it exactly that they did for you? If you can ask a list in terms of who want the warm bodies to, so for purposes of oversight, can we see the warm bodies? Because when one asks this question, you see the faces changes. No, then you hide behind Poppy Act. No, we can't because of Poppy Act. And you can't then also all respond like that in the portfolio because there's a constitution that gives us that right of open access to information. Thank you. Where are these people? Thank you. So the township spend, because all the departments and its entities are supposed to also zoom into the township products and ensure that buy local and also promoting township economy. What is that you have done? Thank you. And if not, why not? And what is the plan forward? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to repeat the question HOD that I posed earlier. Do I need to do it again or do you understand the question?
So the question, as I recorded it, is how do you achieve a target if you don't have, how do you achieve an output if you don't have a target? I think it was something along
No,
those
it's
lines.
how you can't achieve a target without an output.
Yes.
So I want to know, and I'm following up on Member Sneeman's question. How can things be so ineffective? There's clearly got to be a problem, and you know we're here to try and find out what that problem is to try and assist. Because if you look at the number of targets not achieved, the number is quite frightening, and it relates to just about all the projects. That's the first thing. Secondly, with regard to the report back in relation to the answers to questions on the renewal projects, is it possible to get a breakdown of each of the expenditures relating to the projects? Because I was at Beckersdale yesterday doing an oversight. I don't know where that 432 million went. I'd like to get an indication. And the same thing with Alexandra. There's 36 million spent on security. I'd like to know where that is, and 80 million on implementing agents. A bit of detail would assist. With regard to the Gauteng Partnership Fund, it's a funding agent. I would like to know, and maybe the chair of the fund would like to listen to my question. Right, a question for the chair of the fund. The fund is a funding agent. The idea, as I understand it, is to fund projects. I don't see in your report how much your targets are, how your funding process are going. Are you collecting in the private sector? What do you have in mind going forward? Can you give us some idea? Thank you, Chair.
Over to you, HOD.
Thank you, members.
When I say
Thank you,
over
Chair.
to you, it
Yes.
means, yeah.
Yes, thank you. So on the question that was asked by Member Greg, I think it's 3 questions linked together. I'm going to ask the DDGs to speak for themselves, and then I'll come in later if there is a need to come in. But I'm going to let them speak for themselves because it's...
You are not on record,
Oh,
I think, yeah.
Shall I try again? Shall I try again?
Yes, try
okay.
again. Can you, so is it fine?
It's fine. Okay. All right. They say it's better now, Chair. Okay. All right. So I was saying on the first question that was asked by Member Greg, there's 3 questions that are related. I'm going to ask the DDGs to respond and speak for themselves. They are the immediate persons that are responsible for service delivery and responsible for the targets that are in the APP. I have my own explanation, but they are here. I would like for them to speak for themselves so that the committee can also have an appreciation of what they have to say, and then I will then come back on the other questions. Thanks. So let me start with, so across the APP, there's targets that straddle across all of the programs. So I'm going to start with CFO, who is, I think, affected by 4 of the targets in Program 1. And then I'll get to DDG Molokome, who's affected by targets sitting on the APP across Program 2 and Program 4. And then Unomfundo will then respond to the first question, initial first question that was asked by Member Serota. And then I'll come in if there's a shortfall in what she provides as a response. And then on the urban renewal projects, we've noted the request. We will provide the details in terms of the global figures that were given on the amounts that have been spent on those 4 renewals. I think in that order, then I'll start with CFO. Thanks. On corporate services, there weren't any issues, so that's fine. Thanks.
Thank you, HOD.
Why are you still keeping people who are not performing? It's to corporate services. No. I was just...
Thank you.
I was just making sure we are all awake.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the targets set in the quarters regarding finance is in relation to the spending were within targeted groups, as well as the spending within township economic revitalization, so spending within townships. The targets being PWDs, people with disabilities, youth and women, and township spend. Chair, as you're aware, obviously our first quarter spending was very low, which also indirectly impacts those numbers as well. The fact that there was no work or no payments being made to major contractors who then subcontract SMMEs and targeted groups, those numbers were not coming in. So as a result, we were unable to achieve the numbers when it comes to the targeted groups. We have put in a strategy, Chair. We have met with program managers, project managers, regional heads, and we've also met with contractors through the office of Ms. Jabulile Zondi, who's behind me. What we've asked them to do is we've given them a new form now. The issue is that we pay major contractors, and that's all we see is the payment to the major contractor. But we know for a fact that they do spend that money within the townships, and they do employ SMME contractors, because if they don't, obviously their projects are not going to move forward. So we're requesting that that information be then fed back to us so that we can record it, because in essence that is also our funding being spent against targeted groups, and that we hope to increase these targets in the second quarter and meet the targets then within the third quarter on the basis of our spending. So those were the 4 challenges that we've experienced that we were unable to achieve in the first quarter. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, no, thank you, Chair. I'm from the Planning and Property Management. The areas that were presented as the areas that were planned for this year is the PDA, which is the priority development areas. These areas were gazetted by the minister that we should focus doing the plans in those areas because the studies conducted by National indicate that those areas is to restructure the space. Now, at the time, the target for us for those areas is to develop what we call precinct plans. So in the quarter 1, we did not have yet we didn't have the service providers on site, but as I'm talking to you, Chair, and the honorable members, we do have the service providers on site, and we do have the preliminary reports available. So we aiming to complete these plans by the third quarter. So that is now the catch-up plan that the honored members wanted to know. So by the end of the year, when we round in March, we'll then have achieved all the what you call the targets. It's just that the achievements would have been delayed. Instead of quarter 1, then it will be in quarter 3. But if you then round it off at the end of the financial year, it would have the targets would have been achieved for the whole year. And the other one is the investment in the priority development areas. The one that I have just mentioned that they were gazetted by the minister. So these areas we have, they were identified, they were gazetted, let me say last year, and the projects were already being implemented. The projects that we have in the business plan, they go for more than 1 year. Let me give an example. The mega projects were started in 2014, and they go over more than 1 year. By the time the minister gazetted the priority development areas, we're already implementing projects that are not necessarily in the priority development areas because we already started them. So during the adjustment, which is now September, we'll review our investment in those areas to 32% because the projects that are in the business plan, if it's 32, you're talking about more than 80% are not in the priority development areas. Now, the other one is the formalization of townships. The formalization of townships is those townships that people are already staying there, but they do not have the title deed, which means that those townships, they are not proclaimed, but beneficiaries are already staying there. Now, some townships were established in terms of less formal township, which means at that time when the towns they were approving is that even though it is not proclaimed, let people be allocated size for just to deal with the backlog. But at the moment, we are having to comply with the SPLUMA, which is the Special Urban Land Act, which requires that the townships should be proclaimed so that our people can get title deed. So at the time when at the Q1, even though the members have raised that, we were still at a procurement stage, but as I'm reporting now, we have advanced in terms of procurement process, and during the review, because of this already, we are already in the second quarter, we have then decided to reduce the numbers so that we then become realistic in terms of what we should achieve for the end of the financial year. Now, the other one was the research inception report for research, which is we wanted to conduct the research on enhancing beneficiary education. So we're still at the procurement stage, which is now has been advanced, and we believe that before the end of the financial year, we would have completed that. Now, the title deeds are very much linked to the formalization of the townships, because once the township is proclaimed, then it is easy to register to lodge in at the deed office. Then you can have the title deeds. So we have, as I said, for formalization to be able to proclaim townships, we are advanced. And the other good news, which has just been came lately, is that from the Human Settlement Development Grant, we can make a motivation to access the bulk grants to rehabilitate the bulk infrastructure, because some of the townships are not proclaimed because of the bulk problem. You will find that the municipality will say, before you proclaim, you must have built a stormwater drain, or you must have built a tar road, and so on. So the National Department for the district in particular have made a provision that we can motivate and access the grant to deal with the rehabilitation of the bulk infrastructure. And what we also did for the title deed was we have channeled more money into the physical verification so that we then can be able to know the occupants of those houses. Because when we go to do the lodging, we find that the person that is in the house, it is not the one that is the original beneficiary of that house. So what we have done, we then agreed that let's put an advert, and then we also came out with a policy which was approved by ESCO to regularize those people that are found there, but on condition that at the time when we put an advert in the local area, the beneficiaries did not come out to come and claim what is theirs. So our aim is that at the end of the financial year, we would have achieved more than 90% of our targets. That is in terms of our cash up plan. We do not have too much challenges into the maintenance space, which is program 4, because those ones is per the request of the people that are staying in the flats. The only area that we putting as a peak target for us to achieve is the development of the asset register, which in terms of the appointment of the service provider, the procurement is at an advanced stage. So I think I also share the chairperson's view that we definitely need to improve in the targeting, because we're doing a good job, and sometimes the way the things, the way we target it doesn't reflect our good work. But at the same time, Chair, there is a format that non-fundo usually have that come from national, which usually put us in a particular box. But I do share your view of improving on setting the targets. Thank you, Chair.
Can we be straight to the point? We're pressured for time.
Thank you, Chair. I will speak to what the HOD has commissioned me to respond to. You know, having outputs that do not have targets for the quarter under review. And I think Member Sirote was concerned about the ineffective, and he cited it as ineffective targets, not being achieved. I hope I interpreted that properly. Chair, I think it's a very complicated question, but it will be responded to in this manner. The issues range from a number of variables. In other instances, you'll find that when you plan, you're planning based on the standardized indicators. And those indicators, by virtue and by legislation, they should be on the plan. So yours is to pitch it in the right quarter for you to deliver. So in pitching it in that quarter, it may mean that, for argument's sake, at the point of putting it in February, when the plan was approved, you would have put it on the plan, assuming that in March, already you were ready at the time, and you find that the contractor was already on board, so it's based on readiness, etc. And at the time, remember there was also the fact that in March we were barred from advertising tenders at the time. So you would have assumed that that process would have been concluded in February, and you find that that was unlocked, I think, as at the end of April. So that meant that in the first quarter, you were not going to be able to deliver. So there are a lot of variables, but also there are planning targets that take longer to achieve. And in taking longer to achieve, by virtue of the sector being complicated and having dependencies, you then find that the municipality needs to approve a particular layout, which would enable you to then deliver on something that would have been planned in quarter 2. You will not achieve that, because sign off of that would determine that you would have concluded on the draft, but because it's not signed off, you have not achieved. So in essence, human settlements is very complicated. It's not a 1 + 1. The fact that the municipality needs to sign on that layout plan, you cannot do it as a province. You would have actually, through your professional with, a PR number, having signed that, but because the municipality has not signed it off, it's not approved, it's not achieved. So you would have set that target, having considered all those deliverables. I'll make an example. You have a contractor already on board, it's on the business plan, the readiness matrix has passed the test of time, and that contractor suddenly pulls out because they have misestimated their scope, or the specification has not been interpreted, and now it's unaffordable for them to therefore be able to implement. So they pull out. You have to commission a new process for procurement. What that means is that the reason for deviation is that the procurement process had not been concluded. So it's just examples, and I can give you more, but the fact of the matter is the nature of this environment is very turbulent and dependent on a number of variables that need to be applied. Thank you very much.
Now it's, you know what, Nomfundo, I was even tempted to stop you. Because we are sitting here thinking, and I even asked for your turnaround strategy, as well as your APP to go through. You know, there's an agreement in the room that this is a complex sector. This is one of the policies that are currently difficult to implement based on the recurring challenges and some that we have inherited. Now that you know what you know as a complicated sector, why are you still continuing to plan the same way? And why are you not infusing new ideas to deal with what you know as a base of your challenges not to achieve? I think that's where we are. And when we're trying to listen to yourselves, because we're trying to pinpoint where is the problem. I'm not sure because I don't know English, but I feel you are pussyfooting us. I'm sorry if I'm swearing or I don't know English, but I think so. Ke feel like you are somehow wanting to say we don't know. Yes, we don't know, but we want to know what is the problem. Why are you not achieving? If you have this background of knowing that you've got dependable variables that can make you not to achieve, why in your planning are you not integrating that knowledge that we are dependent on a municipality to sign off? Therefore, this is how we'll plan these targets. This is what we continue to talk about when you present your quarterly performance reports. You are in essence saying to us, this is the problem and there's nothing to do about it. Accept it that we will never perform. And that's what we are refusing, because we think it's not possible that this will be the status quo forever. So we are saying, all of us, let's go re-look into how we do the planning. If really I know that in Women's Month there will be a Women's Day, and I'm a department expected to deliver on that event in Union Buildings, surely I will not start planning on the 1st of August? Because I know I'm dependent on the city of Tshwane to grant me section something, or many other things. I made a wrong example because you'll think it's not a complicated project like human settlement is. But I feel you are saying we must accept that you will never perform, not in our time. Because this has been recurring. You are not performing. At some point, you said it was issues within the CFO, the financial department, and things were sorted out, and. The turnaround strategy gave us hope, but it seemed impossible to implement. Where is the problem? HOD, if I know that if you know that you are dependent on other variables to achieve a target you are putting on your scorecard, that on your APP, that these are the things you are going to achieve, but still put it the same way that you have put it last time, and you did not achieve it because of the dependable variables, and it still appears the way it was, and you still don't achieve again in the second and third, then when we get to the final quarter, you underspending. Something must give. Someone must do their job correctly. I still maintain and I still say there's something there in the planning phase. There's a problem. I'm sitting with Member Malema. He's also checking his notes from school, but focus budgeting and other things, because we're wanting to know where's the problem. We're at pains that you are not delivering when we had so much hope based on the turnaround strategy. Is it yours? Why is it not implementable? Why is it not helping you to shine? We want you to shine. You know, tell us so that we know. I always say the first 2 slides must be dedicated to us. That you are lawmakers, these are the issues that are making us not to deliver. We are pressed for time. It's unacceptable that you don't perform. We're expecting better result in the second quarter. Let's go look into how we've been doing things, review some of the things, HOD. There's nothing wrong with saying, hey, it's not working. Let's rather use the other ways and other mechanisms and other tools so that we achieve. It's difficult, but you are a team that makes it look and seem as if it's not going to be difficult, especially your turnaround strategy. But now it's still difficult. Do we still need it the way it is? We're pressured for time, they're chasing us, and I think maybe in your closing, just speak to making change in the second quarter, you know. GOD targets are there to be achieved. We have high unemployment. This is where we must create opportunities with SMMEs. They have issues themselves also. They have agreed and they need assistance. We are urging you to do sector-focused engagement. This is root. Okay. Sector engagement, because they say they are also struggling with compliance issues and many others. So if you can do sector engagements and create awareness and alert them and help them, take them through by hand so that you are able to reach your targets. So I plead with yourselves, because these are people that help us alleviate the black tax from the already strained middle class that gets angry with us. So, HOD, in your parting shots.
Okay. Thanks,
Please
Chair.
promise us you'll deliver in the second term.
It's fine. Okay. Thanks, Chair. Very quickly, can I just maybe just contextualize without explaining a lot of what Nomfundo has said? There's one thing I'd like to acknowledge, the fact that performance looks very bad. I agree with you. We set targets and we put ourselves in a corner, and it's something that I've been trying to deal with, and in trying to deal with that, I've actually asked all the DDGs to extrapolate from the APP all of the targets that belong to them, so that every week they're able to explain what is holding us back in terms of meeting those targets. So it's something that I'm tracking quite closely. But Member Serota, in terms of your question that you asked about not setting an output and not setting a target, and yet we're reporting, I think it's a function of the report that we've just presented to you. I think what we need to do as a department is to go back and actually amend the way that we report, because I was looking at specifically the slide that made you raise that question, and it's the slide where we're talking about summary performance under Program 3, where we say there's a total of 11 planned targets. Of these 11, 100% were not achieved. And then further, we say a total of 11 indicators had no planned outputs, right? I think that's what triggered the question. I looked at it and I agree with you. It's the function of reporting that we need to go back and amend, so that the way that we communicate the performance and the information is very clear. So we take that and we'll update the report. And then, Chair, in terms of just giving assurance, the The turnaround strategy is being implemented as we speak. We're actually in the process of updating the turnaround strategy. We looked at back office things, we looked at structural things that were making the department find it difficult for them to execute and to perform. A lot of those things are now slowly becoming resolved. Issues of stability under HR is sorted, issues of making sure that the organizational structure is in place. Those were the things that we promised initially. 30 days payments, making sure that we're turning around the tide when it comes to our suppliers complaining about non-payment, making sure that we resolve all of the contractual obligations and contractual issues. All of that stuff, I'm trying to chase time against what's happening there, Chair. So I'm speaking on fast forward. But nonetheless, we want to give you assurance that we're currently updating the turnaround strategy to show the baseline in terms of where we started and where we're currently at, so that you can see the improvements from when we started and where we're at now. This, pertaining to this report, I've already accepted and indicated the fact that it's something that we'll go back and review. And I think once we change the way that we report, and I'm hoping in the second quarter with the interventions that I've put in place in order to try and mitigate against the non-performance in the APP, because it's the APP that's pulling us down. On the HSDG, we're seeming to be on track in terms of performance, but the APP is the area of focus that I'm now paying attention to. So I think with those remarks, Chair, I've also given you an interim solution in terms of how we're going to improve performance in the second quarter. I'd like to leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think you are saying to us we'll see better results in the next quarter. This that is happening here just made me forget what I wanted to say. Look, there are things that you are doing well, very well. I think one of the things that you are excelling on is petitions. It has never happened, at least for the past 10 years, that there's this speedily response to petitions. We are registering progress. There are things that you have assigned, and we are hopeful that the mega projects, there'll be better results. The APP and the set targets are a problem. They give me nightmares because it's like we're not doing our work. Please go and focus. The DDGs, please, we want to see your faces next time so that we see the faces of this not so good work. Your planning must be aligned, and your planning must help us to achieve. So thank you very much. We will not thank you in the next quarter, but go and improve. We have responses on HOD, on urban, those things that makes us not sleep at night. Urban planning projects. I'm going to request honorable members here, because of time, can we note the written submissions on the responses? And if honorable members go through the responses, actually we will ask our researcher to analyze the response. Can we act as if she doesn't exist, so that she continue working and then we continue finishing our meeting?
Can she not exist for 10 minutes?
We'll never come back to this hotel again, at least. They're preparing for another event. Unfortunately, our time has lapsed. So what we can promise each other is that we'll never come again. So, honorable members, I plead that we note the written responses from the department on urban renewal questions that we have asked, and then our researcher will analyze them, and we go through them, and as and when we feel the responses are not enough, we'll also do another written questions to the department, and we'll get written submissions, and when we get time, we will then, if there's a need for a special meeting only on that, we'll then convene the special meeting. Honorable Sirota?
Chair, may I just ask the chair of the fund to give me my answers in writing? In writing, there was a question.
Okay, the CEO, please just note the questions and give it in writing. We have not paid attention to your work. It has never happened. We found that in the legislature, GPF was not presenting reports to the legislature, only annual reports, ne, Jackie? So we felt that we should not assess you at the end. We must continuously, as and when we do quarterly performance reports of the department, we must also do yours. So please, I think we'll have more questions that we write, and maybe if there's a need to get you come present in one of our meetings, we'll do so. Please respond to the questions of Honorable Sirota in writing, and then the team will forward it to them. Thank you very much to all of you. We have hope. We get frustrated like you get frustrated. Let's go relook. Break the holes and change how things have been done and perform maximally. That's what we expect. And all the best to you, Team Human Settlement Gauteng. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, honorable members. The meeting is adjourned. It's now 16:35. Nkanyiso, did I do? Okay, thank you. Bye.